Hello students, welcome to CMA Inter Paper 5 Business Laws and Ethics Marathon. First of all, looking at the question paper pattern, total we are having 8 questions. Question 1 is objective. So here you will find some 15 MCQs, each carries 2 marks. And out of remaining 7 questions, you need to attempt only 5 questions. In each question you will find 2 sub questions. So each question carries, each descriptive question carries 14 marks, but you'll find 2 sub questions. So each sub question 7 marks. So total you have to write how many questions? 5 into 2, that means 10 questions you have to write. 10 into 7, 70 marks, objective 30 marks. And if you observe question paper pattern, last 4 attempts question paper pattern, if you see, last 4 attempts, if you observe question papers, question 2 is coming from contracts, 2A general contracts, 2B special contracts. Next one, 5A Companies Act questions, 5B also question from Companies Act, 6A 6B also question is coming from Companies Act. Specifically out of 5 and 6, 4 sub questions, you can expect 2 questions from the director topic. Next one, question 7 is completely from ethics. And last one, 8th one, in 8th one, sub question 1 is from Contract Act, sub question 2 is from directors. So you have to attempt only 5 questions. So if you are thorough with these questions, question 2 and then 5, 6, 7, 8, you need to attempt only 5 out of 7. So you can easily attempt 5 questions if you are thorough with these concepts. And all these concepts, Contract Act, next one, Companies Act, next ethics. So these 3 topics I'm going to cover in this marathon. So today I'll cover directors and special contracts. Tomorrow I'll cover remaining concepts in the Companies Act, general principles of the contract and ethics. Is it clear? So if you go through the previous examinations, questions from the past examination papers, questions coming from the directors, last 4 attempts, you can see powers of the directors, operational controls versus financial control, resignation of the director, then what are the duties of the director. Next, about DIN, board report, removal of the director, director qualifications, disqualifications, rights available to the members, audit report concepts, additional director appointment, and December 23 attempt, you can see audit committee role, powers of the directors, resignation of the director, again duties of the director. So questions are getting repeated. This chapter is very small in content, so that's why questions will be repeated, first thing. Next, if you see previous examination model question papers, every attempt we will get 2 sets. So based on this model question papers also, the same questions are getting repeated. Rights of members, powers of board of directors, resignation of director, role of audit committee, removal of the director. Again, June 25 attempt, disqualifications of the director, rights of member, duties of the auditor, audit committee role, key managerial person, definition of KMP. And December 24 attempt, director's remuneration, duties of auditor, powers of board of directors, audit committee role, KMP. So if you observe, questions are getting repeated because chapter is very small in size. So from this 12.8, as per my material, from this 12.8, you can expect 3 questions, that means 3 sub questions. So 3 into 7, 21 marks. Without wasting time, let's begin our marathon. So first of all, I'll give little bit, wherever required, I'll give just a brief overview and then I'll show you the material. Just wait. Yeah. See, basically, for a person to survive, he need what? Money. Yes or no? How he get money? Either through employment or through business. For doing business, what options available to him? Sir, I don't want to share my ownership with anyone else. 100% profit, 100% loss, I am ready to bear. In that case, what option is better? Sole proprietor. No, sir, I want to expand my business operations. Definitely, I need huge money. I am ready to sacrifice my ownership. In that case, what option is beneficial? association. Now coming to association of persons, we are having two options. You want whether registered entity or you want unregistered entity. A registered entity, best examples we are having company, LLP. Unregistered entity, best example, partnership. So the common feature between these entities is all these entities are association of persons. Few are registered and few are unregistered. Government want this, government doesn't want this. Why? Transparency. You can see transparency in which type of organization? Tell me. Company and LLP, because company LLP comes into existence only through incorporation. For incorporation you need to submit a bunch of documents. Yes or no? Coming to partnership, tell me, registration optional or mandatory? Optional. So in partnership there will be low compliance. Whereas company LLP you will find very high compliance. You can see. At the same time, government is not liking unregistered entity like partnership firm. That's why government is telling that if you start partnership, of course you had an advantage of low compliance, but we are going to give you one disadvantage. What is the disadvantage? Your liability is unlimited. Plus joint and several liability. Like, you know, firm property means joint property owned by the partners, liability also owned by the partners, joint liability. I'm liable for my share, I'm also liable for my other partner's share, because act of partner, all other partners are liable. So government want to encourage, you know, government is interested to encourage registered entities. That's why here members liability they kept it as limited. Getting my point? Now both had common features. Partnership, company, both had common features. Like what, sir? Partnership, tell me, business is carried by partners. Do you think all partners participate in day-to-day affairs of the partnership firm? No, only few partners, and we call them as what? Active partners. Remaining partners are sleeping partners. So today partnership is carried by, you know, partnership day-to-day affairs are carried by active partners. But both the partners will have unlimited liability. Clear? Similar features you can see in company. The role of active partner in company is taken by directors, and the role of sleeping partner is taken by members. And here members liability is limited and directors liability is unlimited. If directors act within the authority and still company is getting losses, then director is safe. If director acts beyond the authority, if company is getting loss, now who will be held liable? Director. So simply, if you ask me, who is a director in the company? He is none other than active partner in the partnership. And who is the member in the company? He is none other than sleeping partner of the partnership. First of all, sir, today why company need directors? Very simple. Lawmaker is telling that company is a body corporate. It is having a separate legal entity feature. That means company is separated from its owners. And lawmaker is telling that company is an artificial person. Its creation, its existence, its closure. Its creation, continuation, closure. Everything is decided by operation of law. It is not a natural person. Then how can it do the things? So definitely it requires some human agency. And that agency only we calling them as directors, collectively known as board of directors. Getting my point? Director, to direct the day-to-day affairs of the company. And again, these directors are of two types. How many types? Two types. ED, NED. ED means executive director, NED means non-executive director. ED, two popular directors we are having, MD, WTD, managing director, whole-time director. NED, so you can see independent director, you can see nominee director, you can see small shareholder director, like this. So in a company we are having two types of directors, ED and NED. First of all, in a company how many directors are required? For that again we need to check the classification. So companies are of three types, OPC, private, public. In each and every company, yes, we are having minimum and maximum number of directors. Minimum in OPC 1, private company 2, public company 3. Maximum in all companies it is 15. Of course, this limit can be increased by passing special resolution or by alteration of AOA. By alteration of AOA or by passing special resolution, we can increase the number 15 to whatever number you want. Clear? So now you can see maximum number of directors is 15. But can you expect all these 15 directors daily coming to the company, participating in day-to-day efforts? No. Out of these 15 directors, these 15 directors may authorize a single director to do all the things on behalf of the company. And that director who is having the substantial powers of the company, we call him as managing director. A company can have either MD or manager, but not both at a time, because MD, manager both are having similar powers. Both are having same powers. If you name Mr. A as MD, if you name B as manager in same company, C Limited, now conflict of powers will come. MDA think in one way, manager B will think in another way, deadlock will happen. In the management, deadlock situation will come. So if your company is having MD, then there is no scope for manager. In your company, if you want manager, then no scope of MD. See, here I'm talking about manager means who? General manager, not finance manager, accounts manager, general manager. Getting my point? Yes. So now tell me, how many types of directors are there? Two types, ED, NED. What is the role of ED? They participate in day-to-day affairs of the company. They are responsible for day-to-day affairs of the company. Simply, selection of supplier, procurement of stock, manufacturing process. Next one, sales, marketing, finance, everything, day-to-day affairs. Without these people, company cannot carry business operations. Simply I call them as KMP, key managerial persons. And NED, sir, what is the role of non-executive directors? What is the role of non-executive directors? They check compliance, whether company is complying all rules and regulations or not. Why? Because today company going concern is affected not only by the operations but also by the compliance. Yes, if company is in profits, it can survive, but if your company is not complying rules and regulations, if it is not following environmental rules, if it is not following Factories Act provisions, you tell me, do you think authority will still allow you to carry manufacturing operations? Do you think authority will still allow you to carry business operations? At one point of time, closure of company, winding up happens. So that compliance part, whether company is complying all the applicable rules and regulations or not, that compliance part, who will verify? Non-executive director. Simply if you ask me the equation, non-executive director plus full-time employment. Non-executive director, if he is in full-time employment with the company, then he becomes executive director. Then he becomes executive director. Now here differentiation, ED, non-executive director, is because when we see managerial remuneration at CMA interlevel, if you see managerial remuneration concept with respect to public company, if your company is having executive director, say for example one managing director is there, then 5% of net profit is allowed as remuneration to the director's remuneration. No sir, in my company MD plus whole time director is also there sir, then 10% of net profit is allowed as managerial remuneration. No sir, in my company MD plus WTD plus non-executive directors are also there sir, then maximum 11% of net profits. No sir, in my company there are no executive directors, only non-executive directors are there. Imagine. So there is no managing director, there is no whole-time director. In that case, maximum remuneration allowed is 3% of the net profits. It's actually not possible, but lawmaker is also giving that situation. In the absence of MD, whole-time director, with a designation, simply first of all you tell me MD means who? He is also a director. First he become a director, later he becomes managing director. Whole-time director also, first he becomes director, next he becomes whole-time director. So unless appointed with the designation, these people are normal directors. In your company, in the absence of executive directors, non-executive directors taking participation, small activities for example, or companies managed by non-executive directors, then maximum remuneration allowed is 3% of the net profits. At CMA interlevel, this much classification is enough. Clear? Let's see the material. Director means a director appointed to the board of a company. Role of the director, if you read all these 9 points, you will find 3 possibilities. Director is a trustee, Director is an agent. Director is an officer. What? Director is a trustee. Director is an agent. Director is an officer. So how the roles are decided? How the roles are decided. First of all, company for carrying business operations, definitely it need money. And who is giving that money? Members. Whenever company need money, members contribute money to the company. With this money, company will acquire assets, maybe fixed assets, maybe current assets. Now tell me, who should take care of these assets? Who should take care of these assets? Directors only. So from this angle, directors are known as trustee, simply custodian of company assets. They are not owners of company assets, they are just custodian of company assets. Next one, every year company has to file financial statements with ROC. Every year company has to file annual returns with ROC. Which financial statements? Adopted financial statements. Such adoption happens where general meetings, at annual general meetings. Here, which financial statement should be presented? Audited financial statement should be presented. Before getting audited, these financial statements should be approved by board of directors. You tell me, in these 5 to 6 points, what we are discussing? Compliance of Companies Act, statutory compliance. So from statutory compliance point of view, directors are known as officers. Directors are known as officers. Custodian of assets point of view, trustee. Next one, statutory compliance point of view, officers. You can see in many provisions, in case of default, officer in default gets punishment. Who is that officer? Director only. And last point is agent. Yes, you all know, company being an artificial person, can it carry operations on its own? No. On behalf of company, who signs contractual documents? Directors. Who enter into the contracts? Directors. That means directors are the agents of the company. So role of a director in examination, if you get a question, briefly explain the role of the director. You have to write these 3 points: officer, agent, trustee. Officer, agent, trustee. Trustees, multiple roles, that is trustee, agent, officers. Manages company affairs, agent. Managing a company affairs, agent. If shareholders disagree with directors' decisions, they may remove, they may change them. Yes, shareholders are having ultimate authority over the company because they are owners of the company. So they may remove the directors also. And directors are also officers from a legal purposes point of view. That means statutory compliance point of view, directors are known as officers. Next one, they may get any title. They may be called as executive committee. They may be called as council of members or committee of members. Coming to section 8 company, so the word director is not at all required. We can also call them as administrative department, or we can also call them as executive committee or council of members. So here title is not important. Here the purpose is important. Because of this person directions, company day-to-day affairs are getting influenced, then that fellow is treated as director. Officer includes any director, person whose directions of the board of directors usually follow. Simply officer is equal to director plus shadow director. Director plus shadow director. A few points, I'll connect with movies also. Now, for example, if you take a DJ movie, Allu Arjun sir DJ movie, about that venture, real estate venture. Stephen Prakash, one character, listens to whose, follows whose directions? Mr. Rao Ramesh sir directions. Is he a real director of the company? No, but still, company directors are listening to Rao Ramesh sir instructions. Getting my point? Now Rao Ramesh sir becomes what? Shadow director. He will also be treated as officer. Clear? Next, suppose you take Satyam Computers. Once upon a time, 2009 time, yes, you can see Satyam Computers. So who is the director of the company? Satyam Ramlingraju sir. Suppose Satyam Ramlingraju sir is implementing the instructions given by Mr. X. Now Satyam Ramlingraju sir is a director. Mr. X will also become, he is not an actual director. We treat him as officer. So for any non-compliance or for any fraud, including Satyam Ramlingraju sir, Mr. X also gets punishment. That's it. Role means simply remember 3 roles: trustee, agent, officers. Statutory compliance, officer. Acts of the company, agent. Custodian of company properties, trustee. Next one, duties and responsibilities of the director. Duties: responsible, efficient, risk-averse management, encouraging sound decision making in the company's best interest. You tell me, today directors are doing business with whose money? Company's money. Company is getting money from whom? Investors, simply members. That means, are they doing business with their own money, or with the money of others? With the money of others. So if money belongs to you, how much care you will exercise? Same level of care you should exercise sitting in the position of directors. So even though money doesn't belong to you, but you should be 100% responsible. The decisions you are taking and the risk levels you are accepting, everything should be in the favor of company only. Don't run after a personal interest, only run after company's interest. Because in partnership you will find, act of fiduciary capacity. Yes, partners stand in the capacity of fiduciary. So the relationship between partners is fiduciary relationship, that is act of trust and confidence. Today members trusted you, that's why members appointed you as directors. So whatever action you are taking, it should be in the best interest of the company. Of course, whether company get profit or loss, it depends on the nature. If you do business, there is a 50% chance for getting profit, 50% chance for getting loss. But you should not be careless person, responsible person simply. Director shall act according to the AOA of the company. Yes, constitutional documents, if you see, we are having how many constitutional documents too? MOA, AOA. So MOA defines the scope of the company. What to do, what not to do? MOA. How to do the things? AOA. So internal management, simply directors derive powers from AOA. But it is not possible to write everything in the AOA. Sometimes directors get authority through circumstances. Simply authority is of two types: express, implied. Express authority comes from AOA. Implied authority you must exercise in good faith, and you should think about the company business objects, and whatever act you are doing, it should benefit the company as a whole. It should serve the best interest of all the stakeholders. Shareholders different, stakeholders different. Shareholders means one who hold shares, simply owners of the company. Stakeholders include shareholders, and the other people who are covered under stakeholders is, customers, suppliers, important fellow government. Today many of you can easily notice government is a sleeping partner in all business entities. 24% coming to the company, sorry, 26%, 25 plus 1% cess, 26% tax. Which one is collecting? Government is collecting direct tax, direct partner. But if you ask me, government is not an active partner, sleeping partner. Government will not interfere in your business activities. But whenever you are getting profit, for my share, how much share? 26%. So you tell me now government comes under the word of stakeholders, will not come, will come, will come. Any action you take, it should be beneficial to all the stakeholders. That means all the dependents of the company. Not only these people, you can also take employees. Employees are also treated as stakeholders, because their survival, their remuneration depends on company only. Next one, directors shall exercise duties with care. That means responsibility, skill. They should exercise their experience. They should use their experience in taking decisions. Reasonable decisions they need to take. Diligence, simply responsible directors. Responsibility, simply, and independent judgment. So when you are appointed as a director, you have to take decisions with using your common sense, not as per the pressures, external pressures. So someone asking you or someone demanding you, blindly following them is independent judgment or dependent judgment. Dependent. Director should not be like that. Simply remember, members trusted directors. Now keeping the trust, what directors should do? Simply he should exercise care, skills nothing but experience, diligence with a lot of responsibility, and independent judgment. Avoid conflict of interest. Avoid conflict of interest. For example, you take Reliance Industry Limited. This is a listed company. In this company, promoters holding and other than promoters holding. I categorize shareholders into two categories. One is promoters, next one is non-promoters. Promoters holding is 50%, non-promoters holding is 50%. It is around 49.11. Let's round it off. Promoters holding how much? 50%. Non-promoters holding how much? 50%. Reliance is having a subsidiary, that is Jio Platforms Limited, which is an unlisted company. Reliance listed, and next one Jio Platforms is unlisted company. So today Reliance value is 20 lakh crores. What is the value of Reliance company? 20 lakh crores. Out of 20 lakh crores, 10 lakh crores is held by Mukesh sir, and remaining 10 lakh crores is held by public. That means public money there or not there? There. Public money, public is having interest in this company or not there? Yes. Now this Reliance industry is getting IT support from Jio Platforms Limited. For example, technology support, everything, it is coming from Jio Platform Limited. Actually, if you ask Airtel, Airtel is ready to provide the same service, for example, for 300 crores. 300 crores. But Reliance is paying 1000 crores to Jio Platform Limited. Now you tell me what is happening here? Diversion of funds. Yes or no? For the same service, when Airtel is ready to provide for 300 crores, why you are paying 1000 crores to Jio Platforms Limited? Maybe Jio Platforms need money. Maybe Jio Platforms is having a need of money. And financing Jio Platform Limited, all other compliances we have to check. In both the companies, you know who is the common director? Mukesh sir is the common director. Mukesh sir is the common owner. So now you tell me, allocation of the contract, simply allotment of the contract to Airtel reasonable, allotment of the contract to Jio is reasonable, Airtel. But thinking about your personal interest, allotting contract to Jio Platforms Limited, whose money is getting wasted? Public money. Sir, 1000 crores only, no sir. Yes, in this 1000 crores, 50% money belongs to whom? Public. That means public money of 500 crores is getting misused. So simply, can a director do like these practices? No. Director shall not be in any situation with actual or potential conflict with the company's interest. When Airtel is filing a tender for 300 crores, straight away allot that project to Airtel only, not to the Jio Platforms Limited. Avoid conflict of interest and no undue gain. No undue gain. A director must not seek any gain, any undue advantage for self, relatives, partners, associates. If found guilty, the undue gain must be repaid to the company. Suppose director need a loan. If he go to banker will give loan at a rate of interest of 12% per annum, and he is taking loan from the company with zero interest, for example. Why sir? Because they are the top level management. Day-to-day affairs are decided by them. How much to lend, at what rate of interest, everything is controlled by them only. Now they may lend themselves with zero interest, but company is getting that funds from the bank. Company is paying some 12% rate of interest, whereas company is giving loans to the directors at zero cost. At zero cost. You tell me, yes, is it an undue advantage or not an undue advantage? Definitely undue advantage. Very simple, ma'am. Whether it is undue advantage or not undue advantage, very simple. If you are not in the position of director, can you get this advantage? No. Because of your director position, you are getting this advantage. That means undue advantage. Don't try to get those advantages. Non-transferability of office. For example, I'm having a trust on, for example, Anil. I know Aniket, I know Abhishek, and I know Anil. But I appointed Anil as my agent. Why? I'm having trust. I'm having trust on Anil. That's why I appointed Anil as my agent. If I have same level of trust on Aniket and Abhishek, I would have appointed them as my agents. Similarly, today, yes, company is having wide variety of options. Company can appoint any person as a director, but company appointed, for example, Mr. M as the director. Now, can M transfer his duties, transfer his rights to another person, sir? Answer is no. Answer is no. Once authority is delegated, only you can do that. You can exercise that authority, but not other people. So, director cannot assign his office, and any such assignment is void. So, simply, how many duties are there? How many duties are there? Simply 6 duties. What are the 6 duties? Act as per AOA. Sometimes AOA may not give you may not specify your duties. In that case, you must derive duties from implied authority. For that implied authority, yes, exercise those acts in good faith. And next one is exercise care, skill, diligence. And next one, avoid conflict of interest, no undue gain, and avoid transferability of the office. So simply office gains. Next one, conflict of interest. Conflict of interest. Next one, implied authority, AOA. Care, skill, diligence. 6 points you remember. So these 6 points plus first point can be tested for 7 marks. So 2 questions over. Role of director over. Next one, duties and responsibilities of director over. Next, coming to next concept, DIN. So this is an identity number which director should possess before appointment. If company wants to appoint you as a director, the major qualification, the one and only one qualification you need to possess is DIN. Why? Just tracking purpose. Tracking purpose. In one company, you was found guilty of fraud. Getting my point? Now, if some other companies are continuing you as a director, you may do same kind of fraud in those companies also. So once disqualified, you should come out of the directorship in all other companies. So in which companies you are maintaining your directorship? How can I know? Unless you declare. So if I give you number, central government, if I'm allocating one number to you, you have to use that number for naming yourself as director of the company. So now I'll get a clarity. Yes, when I enter your DIN, I'll get the list of companies where you were appointed as a director. In one company, if you are proved guilty of fraud, remaining all companies, I'll remove you. And you will never be appointed as a director for the next 5 years. Clear? So for the tracking purpose, DIN was mandatory. See, this DIN concept is not there in 20th century. It came in the year 20, it came in 21st century. Literally some 2006 onwards, 2006, 2005 onwards, DIN concept came into the picture. First DIN was allocated to Ratan Tata sir. His DIN number is 1. Okay, fine. So nothing to do with Ratan Tata sir DIN, but just telling you, purpose of DIN is tracking. No person can be appointed as a director unless they have been allocated a DIN. So who will give DIN? Central government. For this, you have to make an application with central government. Central government will allot you DIN. It's an 8-digit number. It's an 8-digit number. Government may notify alternative identification number as a DIN. For example, whole-time KMP. For whole-time KMP, DIN is not mandatory. For example, you take CEO, you take CFO. For them, PAN is sufficient. PAN is sufficient. Getting my point? So tomorrow, if central government thinks that yes, your PAN number will also be used as substitute to DIN, then by giving notification, they may specify alternate identification number is PAN. Clear? Qualifications and disqualifications. Coming to the qualifications, only one qualification. What is that one qualification? DIN. Educational qualification, academic qualifications, nothing, not at all required. Not at all required. But if you want, you can specify the qualifications in your AOA. So yes, Companies Act doesn't prescribe academic qualifications for becoming a director. No mandatory share qualification unless AOA of the company prescribe. Under old Companies Act, share qualification is there. Like, director should hold 1,000 shares in the company. But holding 1,000 shares, holding 2,000 shares, director gets financial interest in the company. Now he cannot make independent decisions because he is having a personal interest with the company, financial interest. So that's why Companies Act 2013 removed that point. Shareholding qualification required or not required? Not required. Even with 0 holdings also, you can be appointed as a director. So simply tell me, who can be appointed as a director? Only members. Both members plus non-members can be appointed as directors. Both members and non-members can be appointed as a director. Disqualification of directors. Important point. Following people are not eligible for directorship. First one is unsound mind. Director should make decisions in independent capacity. Yes or no? Yes or no? So definitely common sense is very much required. For unsound mind, common sense or lack of common sense? So lack of common sense not allowed. But whether he is unsound or sound, we should not declare. Who should declare? Competent court should declare. Next one, undischarged insolvent, adjudicated as insolvent. What is the difference? In both the cases insolvent, lack of financial stability, simply lack of financial credibility. This fellow not having a financial, independent financial credibility, how can he make company stand on financial credibility? Getting my point? See, this fellow doing some operations, he lacked financial credibility. So assets less than liabilities. If we give our company operations to that fellow, our company assets will also become, our company assets will also come. I mean, yes, they may come to the position where the total balance may be less than liabilities. Getting it? So the difference between undischarged insolvent and adjudicated as insolvent is the starting step of the insolvency. This is a starting step. So first, assets less than liabilities and unable to repay the debts. Now this fellow will file an application with a court. Court will declare him as insolvent. The moment court is declaring him as insolvent, he will be treated as adjudicated insolvent. Once he was declared as an insolvent, official assignee will come, take assets of the insolvent person and settle the liabilities, and court will impose some period, so during which he cannot enter into the contracts. So once his total settlement process completed, then he need to file application with the competent court. Yes, my assets and liabilities settled. Now discharge me so that I can enter into the contracts. Discharge me so that I can enter into the contracts. So both the cases, undischarged insolvent, adjudicated as insolvent, disqualified. That means, sir, once he is discharged from insolvency, once if he is capable to enter into the contracts, can he be appointed as a director? Yes. Yes, there is no problem. Non-executive directors, there is no problem. Next one, that means during insolvency, he is disqualified. Next one, convicted of an offense and sent to jail for a period at least 6 months. 5 years have not been passed since the sentence ended. So that means imprisonment period, if it is at least 6 months, imprisonment period at least 6 months, disqualification period will be 5 years. 5 years from which date? From the date of release. From the date of release, 5 years. If imprisonment period is 7 years or more, permanent disqualification. So imprisonment, two types ma. At least 6 months, 5 years ban. 7 years or more, permanent ban. Sir, only 2 months, sir. Only 3 months, sir. During imprisonment period, disqualified. Once he get released, immediately he can come back to the director position. But if it is 6 months or more, after imprisonment period, wait for 5 years. If your imprisonment period is 7 years or more, lifetime waiting only. Lifetime. No other option, no rebirth, not possible. So die, again reborn, now you will be appointed as a director, not possible. In movies it is possible. He has been disqualified by a court or tribunal and the order is still in force. For example, Satyam Ramalingiraju sir. Satyam sir. Or else you can also take, Harshad Mehta sir. He is a director of Growmore Financial Services Limited company. So yes, court ordered him or SEBI ordered him. You will not be continued. You will not be allowed as a director. Now this fellow will also be treated as disqualified person. Has not paid calls on shares held by him and 6 months have passed from the due date. When company is making calls on shares, if he is holding any partly paid up shares, you tell me whether he should pay call amount or should not pay call amount. Responsible person should pay call amount. This fellow not making call payments means irresponsible person. Why to place irresponsible person in the position of directorship? Remove him, disqualification. Convicted under section 188 in the past 5 years. What is 188? Related party transactions. Very dangerous. Just now I gave you one example. Reliance Industry Limited entering into contract with Jio Platforms Limited. This type of transaction is known as related party because both the companies, who is having interest? Mr. Mukesh sir. Related party transaction means company entering into transaction with related party. So here related party means all the directors, all the director relatives, all the director interested entities. All the directors interested entities. Suppose I am director of C Limited. Apart from this, I am also having some business. Now that business entity and this company both are related parties only. Getting it? So these related party transactions, they should happen at arm's length price. Arm's length price means at market, what is the reasonable price? So if you see same example, Airtel is ready to provide same service for 300 crores. But company paid how much money to the Jio Platforms Limited? 1000 crores. Is it conviction? Is it a violation or not a violation? Violation. it was proved. Convicted means proven mistake. Just allegation is not sufficient. Allegation alone is not sufficient. It should be proved in the court of law. Once proved, next 5 years disqualification. And next one, has not been complied with. Complied with DIN and other eligibility. That means no DIN, no directorship. Has not complied with 165 subsection 1, that is limit on number of directorship. Total number of directorship you can maintain is 20. See, 15 is different to 20 is different. 15, a company can have 15 directors. A single person can hold directorship in 20 companies. I can be appointed as a director in 20 companies. Out of 20, 10 public companies. Out of 20, 10 public companies. Remaining means private companies only, other than public companies. Clear, everyone? Say for example, I have been appointed as a director in 20 companies, and 21st company approached me to appoint me as a director. Now for this 21st company, am I qualified or disqualified? Disqualified. See, these disqualifications, if you see second one, all these are personal disqualifications. Because of few disqualifications, I need to come out of office from all the companies where I'm maintaining directorship. But if you see last point, has not complied with section 165 subsection 1, here I can hold directorship in 20 companies, there is no problem. But for 21st company, I'm disqualified. Say for example, unsound mind. At the time of becoming unsound mind, he is holding directorship in 16 companies. Now the moment he was declared as a unsound person, from all these 16 companies, he should come out. Immediately he should come out. 17th company, can he be named as a director in the 17th company? No. That's it. So all these are personal disqualifications. But coming to 3A, this is not personal disqualification. This is the disqualification of all the directors in the company. This is the 3A. 3A is about disqualification of all the directors in the company. Sir, what are those disqualifications, sir? Not filing financial statements, annual returns consecutively for 3 years. Say for example, financial year 23-24, both annual returns, financial statements not filed. Financial year 24-25, not filed. Financial year 25-26 also not filed. Being a director, you are responsible for compliance, and you became irresponsible. So why to continue as a director? Come out. And also don't join any other company as a director for the next 5 years. So 5 years disqualification, 5 years ban period simply. And this disqualification is not to the single director, but all the directors in the company. All the directors in that company will be disqualified. Again, the disqualification is not limited to that company alone. The disqualification will be extended to all other companies. For example, I am holding directorship in 18 companies. Listen, example. So C Limited, one company. In this company, total 5 directors are there: A, B, C, D, and V. And I'm also holding directorship in 18 companies. So this particular C Limited failed to file financial statements, annual returns with the ROC. How many years? 3 continuous years. Now all these 5 directors will be disqualified. I'll be disqualified in all other 18 companies also. In all other 18 companies, simply in all other companies, I should come out of the office. And in this company also, I'm disqualified. Now, all directors are disqualified means, tell me, how company will survive? How company can do the operations? So new directors will come. Sir, new directors came, sir, but since company is not filing, company didn't file last 3 years financial statements, 3 years annual returns. No. Now these new directors will also be disqualified automatically. No. Once appointed, 6 months tenure is given to comply all these, to rectify all these defaults. Listen carefully. Company last 3 years failed to file annual returns and financial statements with ROC. As a result, old management disqualified, they came out. In the place of old management, new directors X, Y, Z were appointed. So they were directors of which company? C Limited. C Limited last 3 years filing done or not done? Or not done. So if you apply provisions strictly, these people are also disqualified. Like that, you name anyone, that fellow will also be disqualified since company failed to file returns for the last 3 years. So that's why lawmaker is telling that next 6 months, post appointment within 6 months. If they rectify these defaults, then these new directors are not disqualified. Suppose new directors also, yes, they are continuing the company operations with the same defaults for more than 6 months. Now new directors will also be disqualified. Observe carefully. A person cannot be reappointed or appointed in any other company for 5 years if he is or was a director in the company that has not filed financial statements, not filed annual returns for a continuous period of 3 years, or failed to repay deposits, interest on deposits, debentures, pay dividends for 1 year or more. So simply defaults are of two types, monetary, non-monetary. Monetary means non-repayment of deposits, debentures, non-payment of interest, dividends. And what is the default period? 1 year or more. That means today you made a default up to 1 year, not disqualified. But the default continuing for more than 1 year, then you will be disqualified. And what is the non-monetary defaults? Non-filing of financial statements and annual returns with ROC. How many years time is given? 3 years. If a person is newly appointed to such a defaulting company, he has a grace period of 6 months before disqualification applies, and private company may specify additional disqualifications in their AOA. For example, they can tell like this: a person above 70 years disqualified, a person with zero education, simply financially illiterate person also disqualified. Like that, private company may specify additional disqualifications. So tell me, what are the personal disqualifications and what are the company as a total disqualifications? Company as a total disqualifications, two categories: non-monetary, monetary. Monetary, you have to check whether default is for more than 1 year or 1 year. Okay, if it is 1 year or more, disqualified. Whereas non-monetary, you have to check defaults for the last 3 years. 3 years continuously default is there, sir, disqualified. All the directors of the company are disqualified, but newly appointed director will get a time period of 6 months. Personal disqualifications: unsound, insolvent. Two types of insolvency: adjudicated insolvency, undischarged insolvency. And next one, convicted under section 188, related party transaction. No DIN, exceeded maximum number of directorship. And next one, imprisonment. Imprisonment, 2 points you have to remember: 6 months or more, 5 years ban; less than 6 months, no ban; more than 7 years, lifetime ban. More than 7 years, lifetime ban, and disqualified by the court or tribunal. And finally, last point, non-payment of calls on shirts. So you have to remember these points. Definitely question will be asked. Next one, number of directors. Just now we have seen minimum 1, 2, 3, maximum 15. Yes, company can appoint more than 15 directors even after passing a special resolution. For few companies, listed companies and public companies with a paid up share capital 100 crores or more, turnover 300 crores or more, women director is also required. This limit I am telling you because at the end of the chapter we are having exercise questions. So women director concept is not there in our study material, but there is MCQ on it. One of the last 4 attempts question paper I have seen the same question. Concept, there is no concept in the study material, but MCQ is there. Okay, so day before examination, tomorrow, if tomorrow is the examination, so just go through the text. If you are feeling bored with the text, since morning I'm reading, then download MCQ booklet from CMA Institute's website. Some 400 MCQs are there roughly. And that one, next module wise, that means in study material, at the end of the module you can find some questions. Last attempt, particularly June 25 attempt, 15, I think 13 out of 15 questions came from module and MCQs only. Module ending MCQs only. So that's what, while teaching in Chennai, I observed it. Students also noted that, sir, questions are coming from module and exercise questions only. So that's what. So MCQs don't ignore. That's it. Mode of appointment. How directors will be appointed. At the time of incorporation, through AOA, appointment will be done. Through AOA, appointment will be done. And subsequent directors will be appointed at general meeting by the shareholders. Additional director, alternate director, filling up casual vacancy, nominee director. These appointments will be done by board of directors. Of course, additional director will be once again reappointed at general meeting by the members, or else his tenure will be ended. Alternate director you will see in the position of original director, so you ignore. Next one, casual vacancy. Yes, this one also subject to members approval at the general meeting. But all these appointments will happen between two AGMs. Simply between two AGMs you will see appointments by the directors. A resident director, at least one director should be resident. At least one director should be resident. And next one, independent directors wherever applicable, for example listed companies. Board can also appoint additional alternate nominee. Oh, here it is there. Okay, directors to fill casual vacancies. Casual vacancies. Simply, ma, in our company, 3 directors are there, ma. One is responsible for procurement, other one is sales and marketing, and third one is taking care of finance. Now, say for example, second director is not there. You know, he resigned or he died or some disqualifications attracted. Now, it will be overburden on the remaining 2 directors to carry the operations. To fill up this vacancy, remaining 2 directors can come for a board meeting and they can pass a board resolution. They can name some X as a director to fill up the casual vacancy. Clear? Next one, additional director also same. Suppose we are having fixed operations, but suddenly 1 month we got extra contract. To take care of extra contract, we need a dedicated person. Immediately board of directors by passing board resolution can name additional director who will take care of that extra work. Alternate director you will find when the original director is absent for 3 months, at least 3 months. If he is not there in India due to some medical emergency or due to personal reasons, he is not there in India for a period of 3 months, then simply to reduce the overburden on the remaining directors, board of directors can pass the board resolution to name alternate director in the place of original director. Once original director come back to India, role of alternate director comes to an end. Nominee director, you can see nominee director, generally bankers giving huge finance to the companies, banker will be worried about their risk. So if companies do any risk related things, or company decisions are may be harmful to them, risky to them, to check whether directors operations are not against to the bank, banks may nominate one person who will act as a watchdog. Just he will not participate in day-to-day affairs, but he will act as a watchdog, nominee representative simply. So banker may ask directors, yes, if you name our person as a director in your board, then we can finance you. That's what nominee director. Next one, retirement of the directors. This is all about rotation of directors concept. Oh my god, rotation of directors concept. Let's see. So rotation of directors, you take total directors in a company minus independent director minus additional director minus small shareholder director minus MD minus whole time director. The balance number of directors you get, right? In that balance number of directors, 2/3 of the directors are known as rotational directors. Getting my point? That means directors should not be continued with the positions for infinity period, because they will do frauds and they will cover the frauds. So they should not be continued forever. Members are having ultimate authority over the company, so members should be given an option whether to continue them or to discontinue them. So every year 1/3 of the rotational directors should retire. How many rotational directors are there? 2/3 of the total directors. 2/3 of total directors means that 2/3 of total excludes independent director, managing director, small shareholder director, additional director, alternate director. Exclude all these people. Now how much figure you are getting? On that, multiply with 2/3. Suppose excluding all these, we get 10 directors. 10 into 2 by 3 means how much? 3.33. But they used word what? At least. At least 3.33 means next number, that is 4. Next number, that is 4. And out of 4, 1/3 should retire in the upcoming AGM. 4 into 1 by 3 means 1.33. Here you can take nearest number, that is 1. Here it is more, here it is more because they used word at least. And here we use which word? Nearest one, because 1/3 must retire. So nearest 1/3 we can take, nearest to 1/3 we can take. That means one director should retire by rotation. And this retired director is also eligible for reappointment. Now the point is, sir, in my company, yes, Out of these 4 directors, appointment happened at one time, sir. At one time only appointment happened. Now which director will retire first? Generally, we need to follow FIFO concept. That means first in, first out. But all 4 directors appointment happened at a one day only. Then lucky dip system, lottery system, whose name appears first, he need to retire. Getting my point? 2 calculations you have to take. First, take total directors, exclude non-rotational directors. Then you get one number. On that, multiply with 2/3. At least you have to take. That means next number you have to take. If it is exactly 3, take 3. If it is 3.33, take 4. Now on that, multiply with 1/3. So directors who have served the longest since the last appointment shall retire first. If 2 or more directors were appointed on the same day, retirement is determined by mutual agreement. If no agreement, draw of lots. 2/3 of rotational directors must be appointed by company in the general meeting. Remaining directors shall be appointed as per the articles. Simply, non-rotational, permanent. Like you take MD, once appointed for 5 years. Independent director also, once appointed, he will serve the office for 5 years. You can reappoint retiring director, or you can appoint another person as the director. Next one, resignation of the director. If you want, you can resign, no problem. But on you, there is one duty. What is that duty? Communicate with the company. Then company will communicate with the ROC. If company is not communicating with ROC, you communicate with ROC, because you are an officer of the company. After your resignation, imagine if it is not communicated with ROC and company is not filing forms with ROC. Company is engaged in some kind of frauds. Now you will get punishment since you are an officer. So to end that punishments, to end that subsequent liabilities, better communicate with ROC if company fails to communicate with ROC. But here limit is important. Resigning director may send a copy of resignation with the reasons to ROC within 30 days in the prescribed form. So resignation, when it will be effective, later of the following 2 dates. The date that is mentioned in the notice of resignation, which date you specified, and when that notice reached by the company, or when that notice reached the company, simply company receiving the notice. When company received the notice, or the date mentioned in the notice, whichever is later we have to consider, whichever is later, date of notice received by the company, date specified in the notice. So with effect from 1st January 2026, I'm no more a director. I'll not be continued as a director. Like that, I'm giving notice in the month of December. So company receiving notice in December, but date mentioned in the notice is 1st January. From 1st January onwards, not responsible. From 1st January onwards, the subsequent acts, company is engaged into, I'm not responsible. Next one, director remains liable for any offenses committed during his tenure, even after resignation. So old responsibilities will still continue, but new responsibilities, no. Special points, director can resign unilaterally by giving notice to the chairman, secretary. ROC intimation is not mandatory. Next one, once a resignation letter is submitted, date of communication to board is the effective date of resignation. Next one, removal of the directors. Yes, tell me, who will appoint directors? Members appointing directors. Power to appoint includes power to remove. So if members want, they can remove the directors. For removal, proof of mismanagement, proof of breach of trust, proof of misfeasance, required or not required? Or not required. For example, you take Tata company, Cyrus Mistry sir, I think. Cyrus Mistry sir is the director of the Tata group of companies. The kind of decisions he is taking, members are not liking. Members are not at all okay with the decisions taken by Cyrus Mistry sir. Of course, there is no mismanagement, there is no breach of trust, there is no fraud at all. But still, since members are not liking, members passed a resolution for removal of Cyrus Mistry sir from the position of director. So shareholders may remove a director by passing an OR just as they appoint one. Appointment to OR required. Removal also OR is enough. Procedure for removal by the shareholders, yes, OR to be passed, but before that an opportunity of being heard will be given to the directors. So why we are removing him? So one opportunity should be given. A special notice is required for the resolution to remove a director. That means members will send special notice to the company. Company forwards special notice to the directors. So director who will be removed, and company will also forward that special notice to remaining members. Remaining all the members will get this special notice copy. General meeting will be conducted. In the general meeting, this director will be removed. Vacancies so created can be filled in the same meeting through appointment of a new director. Newly appointed director will hold the office until formal appointment is made. Formal appointment happens in the annual general meeting. So here, removal is happening, before the meetings. Once removed, director's office automatically vacates under section 167. So that means vacancy in the office. So here removal means he should come out of the office. The removed director may still be entitled to the damages compensation if contractually agreed for termination before term. Say for example, you appointed the director for 5 years, and you're removing him from the position of director after expiry of 2 years. Balance 3 years. Actually, there is no breach of trust, there is no fraud by the director. You are removing him from the position of the director. Then for the loss of office of remaining 3 years, you have to compensate him. So what is the average remuneration he taken from you for the last 2 years? That average remuneration multiply with the balance tenure, that is 3 years. So that much compensation, yes, company has to pay him, because you all know breach of contract, damages we have to pay. Removal by the tribunal. In cases of operation mismanagement, tribunal may terminate the director office, order removal of the director. Best example, Sachem Ramlingraju sir. Next one, a removed director cannot claim compensation, cannot be reappointed. Why we are removing him from the position of the director? He did some fraud. There may be a conflict of interest. There may be, violation of section 188, related party transactions. Still, continuing with them risky or not risky? Risky. So that's why we are removing him. Since he committed one fraud, we are removing him. Again, compensation like concepts will not come, because there is an evidence, there is a proof why we are removing him. In that case, we won't pay any compensation. Compensation will be paid only in other cases. That means no breach of trust, no misfeasance, no mismanagement. We are removing him. Now we should pay compensation. In case of proven mistake, why to pay compensation? There is a reason, right? And you can see here, once tribunal remove him from the position of director, tell me how many years disqualification will be there? 5 years disqualification. 5 years disqualification. So this disqualification you can see here also in disqualification section. Yes, if removed by the tribunal, that point there, if disqualified by the tribunal and order is still in force. Next, director's remuneration, I told you, only for public companies. Again, I am telling you, only for public companies, because public money is there. Public money is there. In private company, these rules applicable or not applicable? So public company, the rules, maximum limit. How much is the maximum director remuneration? 11%. That too when company is having both executive as well as non-executive directors. Next one, only single managing director is there or single whole-time director is there, then up to 5%. That means, company is having both executive as well as non-executive. In that case, if to this executive director, how much remuneration will pay? 5% max. In the executive director, we are having both MD plus WTD. Then we will pay how much? 10%. We will pay 10%. 5 to MD, 5 to whole time. Non-executive directors will also be included in the limit of 11%. 10% if more than one such director. More than one such director means MD plus WTD. Next one, exceeding 11%, prior approval of members is required. Prior approval of members is required for payment of remuneration in excess of 11%. And if company has no profits, then follow schedule 5. Take prior approval of central government. In that case also you can still pay remuneration to the directors. You take for example Vodafone Idea, continuously in losses. No. Do you think directors will work at free of cost? Because losses means negative, 0 into 5% means 0 only. So do you think managing director will work with a 0 salary? In that case, take prior approval of CG, follow schedule 5 norms, and you can take remuneration as per government approval norms. Inclusion of total remuneration. Any payment done to you, maybe say for example allowances, HRA, perquisites, any payments we are doing to you, we are making to you, any benefit you are getting, all those benefits will also be included within the 11%. Say for example, you are getting a basic salary of 10 lakhs and you are getting some allowances of 5 lakhs. Now for the purpose of managerial remuneration, will I consider only 10 lakhs? 10 plus 5, 15 lakhs. Total 15 lakhs I'll consider. But following amounts are excluded. Following amounts are excluded. Say for example, I'm a non-executive director of Infosys. Yes, Infosys is in a software technology business. So they develop softwares and they provide website services to government as well as banks. CA requirement is there, so they appointed me as a non-executive director in the company. As a non-executive director, I'm getting some 1% remuneration. So one day, Infosys got an income tax notice from IT department. So yes, only either CA or CMA can handle these income tax notices. Because of my qualification, I handled this notice and I charged a fees of some 20 lakhs. Now whether this 20 lakhs will be added to my remuneration for the purpose of managerial remuneration section or will not be added, will not be added because I am possessing some professional qualifications. And in the position, in the opinion of NRC, Nomination and Remuneration Committee, in the opinion of NRC, yes, they should think that yes, I'm holding requisite qualification for providing those services. Also you can think like Dr. Reddy Laboratories. Dr. Reddy Laboratories, one of the director is a specialist, you know, MBBS, is having all the degrees. One day a sudden surgery came, complicated surgery. This fellow, he rendered those services because he's holding doctor degree. Now for performing this surgery, he charged some 10 lakh rupees. So will it be included in the director remuneration? No, because holding director qualification. This NRC committee is like an audit committee for auditors. NRC committee is for directors, audit committee is for auditors. NRC will check whether directors are complying the rules and regulations or not. Audit committee will check auditor is independent or not. Next one, powers of the directors. Directors gets powers from the provisions of Companies Act, MOA, AOA. Also sometimes they get powers from general meeting. Like borrowing powers you take, only with the approval of members they get borrowing powers. They get borrowing powers with subject to members approval. Generally, you know, debt equity ratio, how much is the debt equity ratio? Ideal debt equity ratio 2:1. But without members approval ratio, without members approval, debt equity ratio in the company is 1:1. For every 1 rupee equity, directors can bring how much borrowing capital, how much debt capital directors can bring? Only 1 rupee. If they want to go beyond 1 rupee, that means like 2:1. Before that, director should take whose approval? Members approval. What type of approval? Special resolution. That's it. Sir, for example, without members approval, director did an activity. Whether it is a valid act or invalid act, it depends on members. If members ratify, it becomes valid act. If members didn't ratify, it becomes invalid act. At the same time, we should also take care of third parties' interest. Getting my point? Say for example, company board of directors named one fellow as managing director. Subsequent approval will be done at a general meeting. So MD appointment by the board of directors happened on 30th March 2026, for example. Members gave approval in the general meeting that happened 30th September 2026. Suppose members didn't give approval at general meeting. Now what about these acts? What about the acts of the person? You know, 6 months he acted as a managing director, right? During the 6 months he signed some n number of contractual documents. So all these contractual documents will become void? No. Observe carefully, any regulation passed in general meeting cannot invalidate actions already taken by board before such regulation was made, if those actions are valid at that time. For example, just now I told you, what is the debt equity ratio? 1:1 without members approval. So looking at this point, you know, directors, our company capital plus reserves, everything is 10 crores. Immediately management went to the banker. Sir, we are having an equity of how much? 10 crores. So far we borrowed how much? 5 crores. Additional 5 crores money we need. For the best interest of company only, they borrowed 5 crores. So now tell me, equity 10 crores, debt also 10 crores. Now, after 2 months, when a general meeting was conducted, members passed a resolution restricting the borrowing powers of the directors in such a way that debt 0.6, equity 1. For every 1 rupee equity, you can borrow how much? 60 paisa only. Now, by the time they passed resolution, you tell me directors already borrowed money or yet to borrow money? Already borrowed money. If you tell that, passing this resolution, making this debt invalid means banker will die. Yes or no? Yes or no? So all the past acts will still continue. There is no problem with respect to past acts. Next, coming to the powers to be exercised only by the board resolution. That means a single director cannot execute these functions. Without board approval, a single director cannot execute these functions. What are those points? Calls on shares. For making calls on share, board resolution is required. Buyback also. Authorizing buyback, board resolution is required. Issue securities. Borrow monies. Invest company funds. Grant loans. Approve financial statements. Diversify business activities. Approve amalgamation. Take over any other matters. Simply diversification point of view, 2 points you write. Amalgamation or diversification. Next one, take over, amalgamation also comes. Financial statements, so calls on shares, so investments, so borrowings, like this. So for doing these things, board resolution is required. But if you see D2F, that means borrowing money, investment of the funds, granting loans, guarantees, and giving a security. Security, that means guarantee only. Making investment in securities or guarantees or loans. For these three activities, board may delegate powers to the specific committee of directors or to the managing director or the manager or any principal officer of the company. Such delegation must be done by board resolution. Board resolution. So simply, for approval of financial statements, you tell me board of directors, can they authorize MD to adopt financial statements? No. Whereas these three activities, so going to banker every time, why we should come, every time why, again once again resolution. So board of directors may authorize MD, you can borrow up to 5 crores. Again, for borrowing up to 5 crores, coming to us asking board resolution required or not required, or not required. Like that, they can delegate authority to managing director. Clear? So with this, one part of directors we completed. I think today this chapter sufficient. I think tomorrow we'll see ethics and contract act. Quality discussion, at least quality discussion we can have it, and remaining concepts of companies act also we will see. Okay, fine. Operational and financial controls. Here, think about a particular department and think company as a whole. Simply, to answer this question, you have to think 2 points. One is department as a whole, company as a whole. Suppose in my company, operations, 3 operations, procurement, sales, and finance. So finance operation, like company as a whole, you can see finance operation, because without finance you can't make procurement. Yes or no? Even for marketing activities also you need finance, and once goods are sold you need to get money from the debtors. So finance is everywhere. Finance, company as a whole we have to think. Financial controller, financial function of the entire organization, whereas operation control, you can see only specific part or specific unit of the company. So only thinking about procurement, yes, that is operations. Operation controller is required for procurement. Whereas finance point of view, company as a whole, we need finance function. Yes or no? Sima, procurement, HR, sales, marketing. Individually, we call them as operations. Head of each operations, we call them as operational controller. But to carry all these operations, what is needed? Money is needed. So finance as a organization as a whole, whereas operation controller handles financial responsibilities of a specific part. In costing, you have seen process costing. So process A to process B to process C, for example. Now process A alone, operations, whereas all the process together comes under financial functions. So both roles involve budgeting, forecasting, financial reporting, but they are distinct. Why? In case of process costing, you take budgeting, forecasting, financial reporting individually, they may place it. But whereas CFO of the company, he will make a financial forecast. Company as a whole, individual unit as a whole, company as a whole. So that's what purpose will be different. Both have similar activities, but purpose is different. Financial controller manages organizations day-to-day accounting operations, and that is payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable. They also handle organization budget, prepare regulatory and monthly financial reports to access financial efficiency or efficacy. An operational controller, on the other hand, focus on reporting budgeting for a just specific unit within the larger company. That's it. Next one, approval of financial statements. Approval of financial statements, just now in directors we have seen. Tell me, for approval of financial statements, whose approval required? MD approval alone required, board resolution required, board resolution. So board resolution is required. Now coming to the signing of financial statements, authentication of financial statements shall be signed by chairperson if authorized by the board. If there is no chairperson or chairperson there but not authorized, then two directors, out of which one should be managing director. Plus, in case company is having CEO should sign. In case company is having CFO should sign. In case company having CS should sign financial statements. So coming to authentication of financial statements, either chairperson or two directors plus CEO, CFO, CS if appointed. Sir, in my company only two directors are there, sir. Now this all nonsense will not come. Those two directors will sign the financial statements. Sir, in my OPC only one director is there, sir. Then this nonsense will not come. One director signing financial statements is enough. Once signing of financial statements done, then submit those financial statements to the auditor for audit. Now coming to the circulation, financial statements, what type of financial statements should be circulated? First you need to attach audit report, board report and notes to the account simply. See, when you are attaching audit report to the financial statements, now you tell me whether they are audited financial statements or unaudited financial statements are. When you are attaching audit report to the financial statements, audited or unaudited? Audited. So unaudited financial statements should not be circulated. Only audited financial statements should be circulated, because something when you are attaching it, it means it is not detachable. So you need to compulsorily attach audit report to the financial statements. Next, coming to the board report contents, web address where you can download annual return of the company. It's like website link website link. Next one, how many meetings conducted during the year and what are the responsibilities of the director, the director responsibility statement. If frauds are reported by the auditor to the directors, then how directors dealt that matter, it should also be given in the board report. First of all, tell me what is this board report? Report by the directors to the members of the company. Why? Who is doing business? Directors. And whose money is involved? Members. So members are having a right to know what is happening in the company. So that information, directors will share through board report. Auditor will share through audit report. So first one, web address, number of board meetings, director responsibility statement, and frauds reported by the auditor that are excluded, those reportable to CG. You all know, if fraud amount is 1 crore or more, those fraud amounts shall be, those frauds should be reported to CG. Less than 1 crore, not material, report to board. Board has to report further, board has to make report to members. A statement on declaration by independent directors. Yes, we are independent financially, or operation point of view, we are not dependent on the company, we are independent. A declaration shall be obtained. Next one, companies covered under section 178 for appointment of the directors for remuneration, what policy company is having and what criteria company is choosing regarding qualification of the director, positive attributes, independence. So simply this is the criteria for selection of the directors and fixation of the remuneration. That policy also you mention. Next one, board's comments on qualifications specified by the auditors. Maybe company auditor, that is CA, or cost auditor, CMA, maybe secretarial auditor, that is CS. So these people giving any comments, any adverse remarks on the company's records. So those comments should be addressed by board. Next one, any investments made under section 186, disclose them. Related party transactions, disclose them. State of company affairs, simply balance sheet, disclose it. amount proposed to be transferred to the reserves, and amount recommended for the payment of dividends. Next one, material changes and commitments. Tell me, financial year closure date is 31st March, but we prepare financial statements generally, maybe 30th June, correct? The moment year gets completed, immediately will we prepare financial statements? No. Take some time. During this time, any material changes happened, any material commitments happened, report them. For example, one of our major debtor became insolvent. It happened after 31st March. If it is, on or before 31st March, definitely we will provide bad debts. But it happened when? After 31st March. Report it in the board report. Details like conservation of energy, technology absorption, foreign exchange earnings, and outgo. You are seeing many reels. Today AI for maintaining these databases, a huge volume of water is required. Say for example, yes, Google is coming to AP, right? Lakhs of liters of water is required to cool these databases. So too much usage of technology. One of my tech client told that once you give a prompt to ChatGPT, if you raise any query in the ChatGPT, some 20 liters of water will be consumed, it seems. So for every one query you are asking ChatGPT, 20 liters water consumption will happen, it seems. Because to cool all this, to maintain these databases in the cool form, that much water is required. Say for example, in this classroom, two ACs required. Two ACs are required to make this room environment cool or below the heat temperature. Now maintaining that voluminous databases, you tell me how much water is required. And you also know car manufacturing companies, for manufacturing one car, lakhs of liters of water is required. So that's what, conservation of energy, technology absorption, foreign exchange earnings and outgo, simply imports and exports. If imports are more, foreign reserves will come down. So to balance it, what you are doing, so like that, details. A statement on risk management policy, including identification of risk, simply SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunity, threats. About weakness, about threats, give one policy, risk management policy, so that your members will feel comfortable. Details of CSR, if applicable, for listed company or certain public company, statement of formal annual evaluation. It's like self-evaluation compared with last year. Our operations increased or decreased, like that. Formal annual evaluation required for all companies or prescribed companies. So these will form part of board report. So total some 17 points are there. If they ask you for 7 marks, write any 14 points. Next one, rights of the auditor. First of all, you tell me what is the duty of auditor? Express an opinion on the financial statements. Yes or no? Express an opinion on the financial statements. For expressing opinion on financial statements, he need to verify books of accounts. He should be given unlimited access to the books of accounts. Not only our company books of accounts, but also subsidiary company books of accounts for the purpose of consolidated financial statements. So access to the books of accounts, right to information. If we need any clarification, like debtor confirmation, for example, sir, this debtor balance is very high, sir, ask them to respond. Now the debtor should confirm how much balance is there. Next one, mandatory inquiries. These 6 are mandatory inquiries. That is, if company is giving loans and advances, whether secured or not secured, if not secured, any negative impact on the company, because there is a chance of dilution of funds. There is a high chance of dilution of funds, because company funds, who is the custodian? Directors. They may dilute it. So whether dilution happened or not. Book entry transaction prejudicial. Satyam sir, he recorded fake sales, he recorded fake expenses, he created fake FDs. Now tell me, all those are real entries, just book entries, book entries having negative impact or no negative impact? Negative impact. If you find these situations, report them. Next one, company not being an investment company. Our company is not an investment company. Buying securities and selling them at a price below purchase price. This is one way of dilution of funds. What I'll do, suppose I'll purchase some securities from you for 1 crore. Immediately after few days, I will sell the same securities to you for 10 lakhs. What is my cost? 1 crore. And how much I'm selling for? 10 lakhs. 90 lakhs loss to me means 90 lakhs is getting diluted to you. If myself, investment company, so investment company regularly they will make investment, few maybe in profits, few maybe in losses. Loans and advances incorrectly shown as deposits. Giving loan to you, making FD with banker, which one is more safer? Loan to outsiders or FD with banker? So loans given to the outsider, disclosing them as a deposits in the banker, correcta incorrecta? Report it. Personal expenses of the directors charged to revenue account. So director expenses should not be charged to company's account. Shares allotted for cash, whether we received cash or not. If not allotted for cash, accounting entries simply in case of amalgamation, in case of acquisition of assets for which we are issuing shares, whether we receiving it properly or not, or any dilution of control. Next one, access to subsidiary records, I have told you. Next one, duties of the auditor. Very simple. Report. Auditor has to report to the members. Accounts we have examined. Financial statements also we have examined. Financial statements should comply with FAT rules. F stands for Form Schedule 3. A stands for Accounting Standards. Automatically true and fair view will come. Automatically true and fair view will come. Non-compliance of Schedule 3, non-compliance of AES, auditor will have a dispute with the management. Those dispute points only you report it in the audit report. So state of affairs, nothing but balance sheet, P&L, cash flow statement. Report must be based on Companies Act, accounting standards, auditing standards. A qualification remark. Simply, giving adverse opinion alone is not sufficient. You have to give reasons why you are giving qualified opinion. You have to tell the reasons. Other matters, other duties, whether he received confirmations, explanations, information sufficient or not. Proper books of accounts maintained or not. Proper books of accounts means double entry system, accrual basis, and that too time to time basis. On time, yes, before deadline only they are maintaining all the books of accounts. They're updating the books of accounts simply. Next one, branch audit report. You see, for example, State Bank of India, it is having 20,000 branches. Now, is it possible for a single auditor to audit all these 20,000 branches? No. So for each and every branch, a separate auditor will be there. This branch auditor will give report to principal auditor. Now, how principal auditor is dealing with branch audit report? He need to express a point. Whether financial statements agree with books. Suppose as per my GST returns, my turnover is 10 crores, but income tax I am showing it as 50 crores for getting bank loans. Now tell me whether my financial statements turnover matching with books of accounts are no. Then report it. Complying accounting standards or not. Any adverse comments affecting company functioning. If any director is disqualified under section 164 subsection 2, we have seen it. Last 3 years non-filing of annual returns, financial statements, 1 year or more non-repayment, non-repayment of deposits, debentures, non-payment of interest, dividends. These kind of disqualifications are there, then auditor has to report. Generally disqualification there means director should come out, but director will not come out because remuneration. So if auditor find it, auditor has to report it. Any adverse comments, for example, that movie, Vikram sir, one movie is there, Aparichitudu, in Tamil it is Onion. Have you watched it or not? That movie, Aparichitudu movie, didn't watch? It's all about one break wire. Just a small case, but company going concern. Affected or not getting affected? It is getting affected. So small cases, small petty cases also sometimes going concern of the company may be affected. Those situations, if there, auditor has to report. Qualification adverse remarks regarding maintenance of books. That means no double entry system are reported. Not on accrual basis are reported. Internal financial controls, whether they are adequate or effective or not. Next one, any other matter as may be prescribed. Internal financial controls, see sole proprietor, everything taken care by sole proprietor. But coming to the company, division of responsibilities are happening. Suppose with respect to stock, one director is there. Whenever he need money, he is going to go down and he is selling the stock. And he is enjoying his personal life. Now tell me, controls proper, poor. And take cash here. Whenever he need money, entering into cash locker room like ATM, and withdrawing money and using the money. Now tell me, controls proper or poor? Poor. So, if internal financial controls are not there, report it. Any other matter as may be prescribed. If any point is answered negatively with qualification, then auditor must report the reasons. Like, books of accounts are not proper. Don't tell it. Why? Where you feel not proper. So, report it. Information explanation not obtained. Which information you didn't get it? Report it. Next one, preparation of audit report. Yes, audit report should be prepared as per Companies Act, as per standards on auditing. That's it. Here you will see types of opinion. Qualified, adverse. Audit report is highly reliable as it reflects professional opinion. If he believes financials do not reflect true and fair view, he can issue adverse opinion. If he lacks sufficient information, issue disclaimer of opinion. A disclaimer of opinion means auditor couldn't determine financial position. Or else, what members think, you can see in advertisements, advertisement stunts, disclaimer will be there, don't perform at your house. So like that, directors may also manipulate member brains. This is a report prepared by auditor, don't do it at your home, like that. They may also think that, like, disclaimer. Getting my point? In stunts, in advertisement stunts, you get a disclaimer, don't do this at your home. This was done in front of experts. So auditor giving disclaimer of opinion, if auditor is not there in the meeting, directors may manipulate members in this way. Don't copy the audit report, it is given by expert. So that is the meaning of disclaimer. Like that, they may change the members thinking capacity. Simply, you being a CA CMA students, what is meant by qualified opinion, what is meant by adverse opinion. Do you expect members also to know about these opinions? So members, before making investment, what they see? Financial parameters of the company they see. They won't read entire Companies Act. If they read entire Companies Act, if they are able to understand it, you and me not at all required. No need to read this much stuff. Next one, making inquiries, common inquiries, loans and advances made against property or not, personal expenses charged to revenue account or not, loans and advances shown as deposits or not, compliance of financial statements with accounting standards. Simply FATMA, Form Schedule 3, accounting standards, true and fair view. Accounting standards we see at the time of preparation of financial statements, whereas presentation format is Form Schedule 3. Presentation format is Form Schedule 3. Like valuation of inventory, you see cost or NRV, whichever is lower. There is nothing but, while writing the figures during preparation of financial statements, we follow AS, and the entire presentation format is Schedule 3. Next one, yes, if you want, you can also provide assistance to the branch auditor. Code of ethics, professional conduct. Maintain confidentiality. Always maintain professional skepticism. That means questioning attitude. Simply think that, there may be irregularities, there may be frauds. So we should able to detect those frauds. We should be able to identify those irregularities. Don't feel like, like Gautam Buddha sir, everything is good only, like that. Don't think and don't give a clean opinion. If you think that there are some irregularities, report them. And during the audit, you have to maintain a questioning attitude. Simply, there may be a chance of fraud, like that. You have to do the audit. And everywhere, if you are getting, zero errors or zero frauds, zero irregularities, then you can give unqualified opinion. Next one, assistance in investigation. Suppose such a scam happened, central government came forward for investigation. Now it is the duty of auditors to cooperate with the central government. No sir, confidentiality sir, that principle is kept by CG. If you are using confidentiality against CG, means why CG will tolerate? CG will not tolerate. So their confidentiality principle, ignore everything. Audit of government companies. Tell me, speed okay na? I think allotted time is 1 hour for this chapter. 1.5 hours completed. We are going to complete the chapter, I think. Still, how many points are there? Maybe four points. Okay, let's see. Government companies means which companies, ma? See, other name for government companies is PSU, public sector undertaking. At least 51% of capital is held by government. We call them as government company. You tell me, for appointment of auditor, what resolution is required? OR. OR means votes in favor greater than votes against. Simply, if you have more than half of the capital, you can pass OR. In government company, more than half of the capital is with whom? Government. That's why government is appointing auditors. Government is appointing auditors. Like how? Government is naming C&AG. Government is asking C&AG to appoint. Simply C&AG is one of the department in the government. So C&AG appointing director, sorry, C&AG appointing auditor means who is appointing the auditors? Government only. And why government? Again I am telling you, for appointment of auditor, OR is enough. That much OR majority is with whom? That OR majority is with government. That's why government appoints auditor for government companies. Whereas non-government company, who appoints auditor? Non-government companies, who appoint auditor? Members at general meeting passing OR appoints auditors. So government company auditor is appointed by C&AG. C&AG will give directions. C&AG will also ask him to verify additional areas. You can see appointed auditor shall submit audit report to the C&AG, which must include directions issued by C&AG, action taken thereon, impact on the accounts and financial statements. Here we are having two types of audit, supplementary audit, test audit. See, supplementary audit, test audit. Supplementary audit is like one more time audit. Suppose original main exam we failed, then what will be the consequence? Supplementary test. Main audit, the result of main audit, C&AG is not getting convinced. Now C&AG may call for additional audit, complete audit, supplementary audit. No, I don't want audit of all the things. I just want audit of only receivable area, only payable area, or only bank operations, only few points. Then test audit. Test audit means testing a part of the entire operations, whereas supplementary audit means doing one more time audit. So within 60 days of receiving audit report from the auditor, C&AG may conduct supplementary audit. So may call for a supplementary audit, and he may conduct supplementary audit, or for conducting supplementary audit he may appoint some other persons. Such comments shall be placed before AGM along with the audit report. Test audit, yes, if necessary, C&AG may order for test audit. But in both the cases, C&AG duties, powers and conditions of Service Act 1971 will apply. Audit of branch offices, yes, if company is having only one or two branches, company auditor can do branch audit. No sir, multiple branches sir. So for each and every branch you can have a separate auditor who is also a qualified chartered accountant under section 139. If branch is outside India, say for example USA, in USA who are the practicing auditors? CPS. So you can appoint CPS as auditor for the branch. Branch auditors send a report on branch accounts to the company auditor, who will consider it in main audit report if needed. Because branch operations, for example 10 crores, fraud reported was 5 lakhs. So maybe this 5 lakhs is material when compared with the 10 crores turnover. But company as a whole, the company as a whole turnover is 10,000 crores. 10,000 crores, you tell me this 5 lakhs, is it a material mistake? Not a material mistake. Not a material mistake. No, auditor, company auditor will tell the same thing. So for you this may be a material, but for me it is not a material. I am not going to report it. Auditor responsibility and fraud reporting. Very simple. While doing audit, auditor noticed that there is a fraud. For example, cashier looted some 1 crore money, or officers manipulated company assets, for example 1 crore. If auditor think that 1 crore amount may be involved in the fraud, then auditor has to first communicate with audit committee or board within 2 days. Within 2 days of identification of fraud. Within 2 days of identification of fraud, auditor has to communicate with the company. And auditor has to wait for 45 days. Why? To get reply from the board. If auditor is getting replies from the board, then auditor immediately within 15 days of board response, if there is no response from the board, then after expiry of 45 days, within next 15 days, communicate with the CG. CG means here who? MCA. CG means Ministry of Corporate Affairs. That procedure you can see here. that procedure you can see here, that is about fraud reporting, right? Fraud reporting, which point? Okay, amount is not mentioned and time period also not mentioned, just they told it as a prescribed matters. Ignore ma, then ignore. Auditors shall comply with standards on auditing. Auditing standards, who will give? CG. To CG, who will recommend? NACAAS. First, actually, you know what happens, NACAAS recommend auditing standards to ICA. ICA will make recommendation to CG. Now CG will report it. Effort by one person, credit by another person. Understood? Effort belongs to NACAAS, but credit is taken by central government. Once NFRA comes into the picture, CG, ICA, in between one more party, that is NFRA. Why these many? Protect public interest. Protect public interest, that's it. Punishments, one time give reading. Listed company, auditor violating the provisions, penalty 5 lakhs. Other than listed company, auditor penalty 1 lakh. Applicability of audit committee, thank God, only listed public company name they told. Actually, criteria is there, but it is not there in our syllabus. In MCQs, if it is there, just give one time reading. So prescribed companies, listed public company must have audit committee. In that audit committee, how many directors should be there? 3. Majority should be independent directors. So this point is, for example, this provision came on 1st April 2014. Immediately by next day, if you have, you must have audit committee, means nuisance. Nuisance only. Here, lawmaker is giving 1 year time. Within 1 year, you have to constitute audit committee. Next, role of audit committee. Role of audit committee. This point is important. Yes, I have shown you this point, in the repeated questions. Role of audit committee. Just observe. Recommend, simply, selection, recommendation of auditor as well as auditor remuneration. Who will take care of it? Auditor, audit committee. And every, maybe every quarter or every month, audit committee will review auditor independence. So whether, auditor is getting involved in the situations where directors, executive directors are keeping some pressure on the auditor, or whether auditor is independent or not, audit committee will review auditor independence, examine the financial statements, approve related party transactions, scrutinize intercorporate loans, valuation of the assets, evaluating internal financial controls, monitoring end use and public issue of the funds. Now simply, the role of audit committee is to protect money, members' money, that's it. Whether members' money is getting protected or not, members' assets are getting protected or not, it is the role of audit committee. Members' assets means, members' contribution to the company, company assets simply. So company assets safer, not safer, who will check? Audit committee. So small companies, private companies, do you think audit committee is required or not required? Only public companies where public interest is involved, audit committee will be there. So primary role of audit committee is selection of the auditor, recommendation of the auditor, and fixation of, recommendation of auditor remuneration. Next one, checking auditor independence. Next one, reviewing the financials, recommending financials to the board, evaluating internal financial controls. Next one, verifying related party transactions, verifying section 186 transactions, that means intercorporate loans and investments. Simply all these points, if you observe, the common point you can observe is dilution of funds. Any dilution is happening or not happening, who should check? Audit committee. Omnibus approval, say for example Reliance Industry Limited, Geo Platforms Limited. Every month Reliance Industry Limited should pay 300 crores to Geo Platform Limited for providing technical support. So every month means, tell me, this kind of transaction repetitive, not repetitive? Repetitive. So in case of repetitive transactions, similar transactions, every time coming, constituting audit committee, giving approval for those transactions, it will be over complaints burden, administrative burden. So simply for the next 12 months, for the next 12 transactions at a time, you can give approval. That is nothing but omnibus approval. And sometimes in case of emergency, maybe one of the director can enter into a transaction with company, which might be related party transaction. And if this transaction amount is greater than 1 crore, how much? Greater than 1 crore, definitely approval is compulsory. Approval of audit committee is compulsory, or else the transaction stands void. But if it is less than or equal to 1 crore, you can enter into the transaction first. Within next 3 months, ask audit committee to ratify it, or else it becomes void. Are you getting my point? See, simply in case of emergency, first you can enter into related party transaction, but immediately ask audit committee to ratify within next 3 months. This is applicable only if the amount is less than or equal to 1 crore. If amount is exceeding 1 crore, okay, no? If amount is exceeding 1 crore, prior approval is required. If amount is less than or equal to 1 crore, first you can do it, later you can get approval, that too within 3 months. Next one, exemptions. This provision does not apply when there is a transaction between holding company and wholly owned subsidiary. That not that much important, ma. Not that much important. First, you have to remember that first point. Duties of audit committee. Remember these 8 points can be tested for 7 marks. Simply whenever some fraud is happening using systems, audit committee may seek assistance of forensic auditor. So how systems got hacked, so for that they can also take some professional advice. They can have full access to the company records and information. Next one, whistle mechanism. What is this whistle mechanism? Simply whistle blowing concept, ma. When we listen to the word, when we listen to the whistle, ma, generally night times we are listening to the whistle means police are doing some patrolling activities. Suddenly if they identify some mischief things are going on, immediately to alert the civilians they will use whistle. Now you are a, for example, you are a junior manager in the company, and your boss, for example procurement manager, he got quotations from 3 suppliers, S1, S2, S3. S1 quotation 1 crore, S2 quotation 2 crores, S3 quotation 10 crores. Now which quotation should be agreed? S1 quotation. But S3, supplier 3 is a relative to procurement manager, that's why he allotted contract to S3. Because of this, tell me, company money, how much money is getting diluted? 9 crores. When junior manager came to know about this information, straight away he can go to chairperson of audit committee and he can report it like an alert. So simply, prevention is better than cure, yes or no? After happening of all the transactions, after dilution of money, identifying it, catching it, or identifying before happening of the transaction, which one is better? Before happening of the transaction is better. So junior manager should be given access to the chairperson of the audit committee to report these exceptional cases. Generally whistle mechanism is available for this kind of frauds. Simply adequate safeguards. Next one, this mechanism must provide safeguards against victimization. Now tell me, junior manager is giving report to audit committee, right? So the next day onwards, if this matter is known to procurement manager, like junior manager reported against you, now what treatment procurement manager will give to junior manager? Daily morning thumbs up, afternoon biryani, evening snacks, or unfair treatment, unfair treatment. So that kind of unfair treatment not allowed, like harassment, or a reduction of salary, or simply not giving promotion. In fact, instead of giving promotion, demotion, for example. So these kind of things should not be allowed. Details of whistle mechanism must be disclosed on the company's website also. Where an audit committee is required, it shall oversee whistle mechanism, and in case of conflict of interest, concerned member shall come out of the come out when investigation is going on. Rest will handle. For example, in audit committee, one of the director is involved in the fraud. Now against him some investigation is going on. If this person is still continuing in audit committee, he will try to manage the things. That's why you just come out. Remaining people will handle the matters. And repeated frivolous complaints may lead to action by the audit committee or a nominated director. Say for example, one junior staff continuously reporting to the audit committee that she is facing some sexual harassment from the senior manager. If this is true, definitely senior manager gets punishment. Simply to get to gain attention in the company, she is doing like the things, for example. And audit committee every time coming and verifying the things. For audit committee, time gets wasted or not wasted. So in case of irrelevant, simply frivolous means irrelevant complaints. Repeated unwanted complaints may lead to punishment by the audit committee. That's it. Next one. Last topic is very simple topic, KMP. KMP definition. In one attempt, this question came for 7 marks. Yes, 7 points you have to write. 7 or 6. 6 points you have to write, and it came for 7 marks. So this attempt, if it is coming, write it. KMP means CEO, MD, manager, CS, full-time director, CFO. This E point, any other whole-time officer not more than one level below the directors designated as KMP by the board. For example, top you can see board of directors. Hierarchy wise, next you can see, for example, finance manager. Next you can see senior manager. Next one junior manager, and last one clerk. By default here, executive directors will become KMP. And if you want to make next level employee as KMP, that next level employee should be in full-time employment. Sir, suppose senior manager is in full-time employment, sir. Can I name senior manager as KMP, sir? No, because he is 2 levels below board of directors. So KMP limited to the next level, just next to the board of directors. Any other full-time officer, whole-time means full-time officer, not more than one level below the directors designated as KMP by the board. Any other officer as may be prescribed by the rules. Next, coming to the rights of the members. Here you can see 2 concepts. One is how to become a member, and next one is powers of the members. How to become a member? At the time of incorporation, if you subscribe MOA, you can become a member. Or company made a public offer and you are filing an application, you are the original allottee, you can become a member. Or under private placement also file application, if you become an allottee, then also you can become a member. Or finally in case of transmission. So in secondary markets you can see purchase of shares. One is selling the shares, you purchase it, then now also you can become a member. So subscribing MOA, transfer of shares, acquisition, devolution, that means transmission, conversion. Suppose you bought convertible debentures. At the time of conversion, you will get shares. You will become member. What is the difference between member and subscriber? Up to incorporation, you are a subscriber. Upon incorporation, you will become member. Once shares are allotted to you, you will become shareholder. At the time of liquidation, you will be called a contributory. One fellow, 4 different roles. Up to incorporation, subscriber. Upon incorporation, member. Once shares allotted, shareholder. And at the time of liquidation, contributory. You will find members in all companies, but you will find shareholders in only few companies. That is company limited by shares. If company is not having share capital, then there is no concept of shareholder. Rights of the members. So rights classified into 2 branches. Rights classified into 2 branches: statutory rights, judicial rights. Of course, contractual rights you will get it from statutory rights only. Statute is giving rights to you. Which rights, sir? Audit meeting, demand for EGM. You can receive notice of general meeting. If you are unable to attend meeting, you can appoint a proxy. Body corporate can appoint representatives. If you want, you can circulate the resolution copies. I need a resolution to be passed in the upcoming general meeting. Like that, you can circulate a notice also. You can receive share certificate within 2 months from the date of allotment, or else you can go to NCLT. You can transfer shares. You can inspect register of members. You can inspect general meeting minutes. If you want, you can also apply to the tribunal for making variation null and void. In section 48, this right is there. And to participate in removal of directors also. Just now in directors topic we have seen removal of the directors by the members. Statute is giving these rights. So there are n number of sections which are giving powers to the members. A few such powers you can see. Companies Act is giving these powers. Next, judicially recognized rights. Elect directors and participate in management. You can become a director also. You can participate in director elections, and you can also participate in the management. Mukesh Dhirubhai Ambani sir, first member. Next he became director. Enjoy the profits by way of dividends. Apply to the tribunal for the relief in case of operation mismanagement. Suppose you are a minority shareholder, other group continuously keeping some pressure on you. Now you can go to court, you can get a remedy. That means this kind of operation you can keep aside. Judicial recognized rights. Apply to the tribunal for winding up, and whatever surplus is there in case of winding up, you are entitled to the share in the surplus. If they are not giving, again go to the tribunal, ask for the share in the surplus. Simply these cases, any dispute is happening, you can go to the tribunal and you can ask for remedies. And starting two rights, you can see your name will be entered in the register, you will get vote in the meetings, you will get right to receive dividends. Preemption, that means rights issue. Whenever company is offering shares, additional shares, you can subscribe those additional shares. Right to return of capital on winding up or capital reduction. In case of buyback, you can return your shares. In case of winding up also, you can return your shares, you can get back your money. You can stop company from doing ultra vires acts. You can attend general meetings, you can speak, and you can also seek some modifications in the general meetings. Clear? Let's continue our marathon discussion with the next topic. Our next topic is special contracts. We are having 5 special contracts: indemnity guarantee, bailment pledge, agency. So first of all, if you see our question papers pattern, 2B is about special contracts and 8A also special contracts. For sure you'll get one descriptive question from special contracts. If time is good, another descriptive question, that is in 8A. So let's see previous examination topics. Model question paper, if you see special contracts, the questions they are asking is duties of the bailor, bailment, mixing of goods, indemnity versus guarantee, again indemnity rights of the indemnity holder, indemnity rights of the indemnity holder, agent personal liability, discharge of surety. And question papers, if you see, rights of an indemnity holder, bailment, mixing of the goods, guarantee, liability of the surety, duties of the bailor, indemnity versus guarantee, again bailment, mixing of the goods. So let's see these topics quickly. So indemnity means to compensate. Indemnity means to compensate. So here you will find two parties. Party 1 is making a promise to another party. This promise is to save another from loss. Promise to save other from loss. Which loss, sir? Loss caused by the conduct of promisor or loss caused by the conduct of any other party. Any other party. So the promisor is known as indemnifier and promisee is known as indemnified or indemnity holder. So in every contract, two parties are required. In indemnity also two parties are there. What one party is doing? He is promising another to save another from loss caused due to the conduct of promisor or loss caused due to the any other third party. For example, general insurance contracts you take, general insurance, not life insurance, because life insurance contracts, life can never be compensated. Life can never be compensated. General insurance contracts you take, car insurance. Insurance company is promising you, tomorrow something happens to your car, if someone accidentally hits your car and incurring a repair charges, for example 2 lakh rupees. So who will compensate you? Insurance company. Getting my point? So two parties will be there. Loss may be caused due to the conduct of promisor or loss may be caused due to the conduct of any other third party. Sir, loss due to promisor, for example, suppose you are taking your friend's bike and you are driving it, accidentally hit to some wall or accidentally hit to some tree. Now some repair happened, something got broken. Now tell me, who should incur repair charges? It's you only, not friend, because you took bike from your friend and you are using it. When you are using it, you should exercise reasonable care. So speed drive, careless drive caused accident. Now repair charges, whatever your friend is incurring on that bike, who should compensate? It's you. So implied promise of indemnity, simply implied indemnity promise. So you have to compensate your friend because loss was caused by your conduct, due to your conduct. Now, rights of indemnity holder important. They may ask you the definition of indemnity plus rights of indemnity holder. So what are the rights available to the indemnity holder? For example, your friend is asking you to pay money of 50,000 rupees due to bike accident. You are telling no, 40,000 only I'll pay. There is a matter, there is a dispute in the matter. In case of dispute, matter can be go to court. So court may award damages. Suppose court is telling that yes, pay 50,000 rupees. Now you have to pay that 50,000 rupees. Indemnifier is liable to pay to the indemnity holder how much? 50,000 rupees. And indemnity holder is requesting court, sir, for filing case, for filing complaint and for appointing lawyer, I incurred extra 5,000 rupees, sir. This 5,000 also ask that indemnifier to compensate me. Now indemnity holder, yes, can request court. Court may order indemnifier to reimburse that cost of suit also. Getting my point? So next one, sums paid for compromising the suit. You and your friend both decided why going to the court. Normally it takes 1 to 3 years time for settlement. In the court, for getting judgment, normally it takes 1 to 3 years. Instead of going to the court, let's go to the arbitrator. So arbitrator, he said, yes, this amount you have to pay for compromise. Now pay that amount. This is, friendly example. Or else you can take, between seller and buyer example you can take. Suppose seller is selling one laptop, buyer bought that laptop, and something happened, that laptop, something happened, some manufacturing defect is there, accidentally it got, some fire got broken accidentally, and laptop cost is for example 60,000 rupees. You kept laptop somewhere near to the clothes, and that clothes also burnt slowly, clothes to all other electronics. Now total damage to you is 6 lakh rupees. You are asking seller to pay 6 lakh rupees. Seller told no, I'll pay 60,000 only. Now there is a dispute, matter went to the court. Court ordered seller pay 6 lakh rupees to the buyer. Court may also order seller pay some 6,000 rupees, cost of filing suit. And court, court will order these two sums, damages of suit, cost of suit. Instead of going to court, if you go for a compromise, then under compromise arrangement, how much amount you are ordered to pay? Yes, that much amount you have to pay. That means these are the rights of indemnity holder. When I'm telling that you are liable to pay, it becomes right of indemnity holder to recover damages, to recover cost of suit, or to recover sums paid in compromise. Either 2 plus 3 or 4 comes into the picture. 2 plus 3 comes when you go to court. 4 comes when you go for a compromise. And you can also sue for specific performance. So if the indemnity holder has incurred an absolute liability, he is entitled to ask indemnifier to indemnify him. For example, your friend bike accident, for example. So your friend may order you, instead of paying to me and I am paying to the mechanic, you directly pay to mechanic. I'll bring my bike. Getting it? Everyone? Indemnity completed. Contract of indemnity, how many parties? 2 parties. One party promises another to save from loss caused due to the conduct of promisor or third party. How many parties are there? 2. Indemnifier, indemnity holder. What are the rights available to indemnity holder? Cost of filing suit, damages, sums paid in compromise, sue for specific performance. That's it. Next one, guarantee. Contract of guarantee. Just one small example. Contract of guarantee. So here a person, Mr. Pradeep, went to State Bank of India for a loan of 4 lakhs. SBI immediately asked what security you can provide. If you provide immovable property as a security, it comes under mortgage. If you provide movable property like gold as a security, it comes under pledge. Sir, I am not having immovable property, I am not having mobile property, sir. Then provide a human being as a security. That is nothing but guarantee, surety. If you are providing immovable property as a security, mortgage. Mobile property as a security, pledge or hypothecation. It depends. Gold loans, pledge, we transfer possession of goods to the banker. Whereas hypothecation, possession is with us only. For example, vehicle loans, mobile in nature. And who is having possession of the mobile properties? Borrower will have possession of the mobile properties. That is hypothecation. And last one is, if you are providing any human being as a security, that is guarantee. So yes, Mr. Suraj came forward and gave assurance to the State Bank of India. Sir, you give loan to Mr. Pradeep. If he fails to pay, then I will pay you. Getting my point? So yes, contract of guarantee is a contract to to discharge the liability of a third person if he defaults. If he defaults. Tell me, guarantee promise you can see between whom and whom? SBI and Suraj. Between SBI and Suraj, who is Mr. Pradeep? Third party, outsider. Outsider. And this promise is with respect to discharge of liability. This kind of guarantees are known as financial guarantees. And there is another type of guarantee, that is performance guarantee. Performance guarantee. For example, Mr. P filed a tender with government of for example, government of Telangana or government of India. Mr. P filed a tender with government of India regarding that slum clearance project, which we have seen in Raghuvaran B Tech movie. Yes or no? And you know, government of India is having a doubt whether Pradeep is capable to complete the project or not. And Reliance Infra is giving that assurance, sir, tomorrow if Pradeep fails to complete the project, I will come and I'll complete the project. Now completion of the project, is it a discharge of liability or perform the promise? Perform the promise. Perform the promise. So you can see whose promise? Third party's promise. Whose liability? Third party's liability. Why? Between Reliance Infra and Government of India, Mr. Pradeep is simply outsider. He's a third party. Now tell me, in a contract of guarantee, how many parties are there? Three parties. First fellow, principal debtor. Second fellow, creditor. And third fellow, surety. So who is principal debtor? Whose debt or promise was guaranteed? Whose debt or promise was guaranteed? And who is creditor? To whom guarantee was given? To whom guarantee was given? And who is surety? One who gives guarantee. Getting my point? So principal debtor, creditor, surety. In this contract of guarantee, you tell me who will have primary liability. That means whose responsibility to perform the promise, whose responsibility to repay the loan? Pradeep. That is principal debtor. He is primarily liable. He is primarily liable, and his nature of liability is unconditional. Unconditional. No doubt at all. Unconditional liability. If Pradeep fails to perform, then who gets liability? Reliance Infra. That means Reliance Infra liability is secondary in nature, because primary liability is with principal debtor, secondary liability comes with surety. And nature of surety liability, this is conditional liability. Why? Because if principal debtor defaults, then only he gets liability. This is not this is nothing but condition. Are you getting my point, everyone? So tell me, primary and unconditional liability with principal debtor, secondary and conditional liability with surety. Surety. The same logic you can also apply in negotiable instruments. For example, you can see drawer draws the bill on drawee and will give it to payee. Instrument is in the hands of payee. On due date, who will pay the amount? Drawee. Drawee gets primary and unconditional liability. If drawee fails to pay, then who is liable to pay? Drawer, secondary and conditional. Now drawee stands in the position of principal debtor, drawer stands in the position of surety, and payee stands in the position of creditor. Again, I am telling you, principal debtor means not one who takes loan. Principal debtor means whose debt or liability was guaranteed. Creditor means to whom guarantee was given. Surety means one who is giving a guarantee. Next one, it's a tripartite agreement. Consent of all three parties is required. No consent, no contract. Consent of all three parties is required. Next one, principal debtor need not be competent. Even principal debtor is minor. Even principal debtor is minor. Surety still gets liability. Therefore, contract of guarantee is still enforceable. But here surety nature of liability will be secondary or primary or primary. Why? Principal debtor minor means he won't get any liability. So surety gets primary liability. Next one, surety need not be benefited. Here we are having an assumption. Benefit to the principal debtor. Simply consideration to principal debtor is equal to consideration to the surety. This assumption you have to remember. Consideration to principal debtor is equal to consideration to the surety. And you know, main contract should be enforceable. Of course, general principles of contract will also apply. Main contract should be enforceable. Say for example, you know, this contract is regarding supply of drugs. Supply of drugs. And this was guaranteed by another person. You tell me supply of drugs, enforceable contract or not illegal agreement? Illegal agreement. If a main agreement is illegal, supporting agreements also becomes void and illegal. Next one, guarantee must not be obtained by misrepresentation, concealment. Simply, there should be no fraud. Guarantee can be oral or in writing. This principal we have to remember. Benefit to the principal debtor is equal to benefit to the surety. Of course, it includes past consideration, and surety will not receive actually surety will not receive consideration, but we are making an assumption. Consideration to principal debtor is equal to consideration to the surety. Next one, indemnity versus guarantee in one attempt. They asked this question for 7 marks. Tell me, in indemnity how many parties are there? 2 parties. Guarantee, 3 parties. And who are the parties? Indemnifier, indemnity holder or indemnified. And here the parties are principal debtor, surety, creditor. Tell me, in case of indemnity, primary liability is with whom? Indemnifier. Whereas guarantee primary liability is with principal debtor, surety is having secondary liability. Simply promisor simply promisor. In indemnity, promisor nature of liability is primary, whereas surety promisor nature of liability is secondary. Who is promisor in guarantee? Surety. Surety nature of liability is secondary. Next one, indemnifier will not act upon the request of the debtor. Simply, seller by default give assurance to the buyer, whatever properties, whatever goods you purchase from me, 1 year guarantee. So anything happens tomorrow, we will compensate you, not at the request. Whereas guarantee, it is at the request of principal debtor. Surety will come and give guarantee at the request of principal debtor. Next one, possibility of loss is contingent. Whether whether indemnity holder getting loss or not, it is a contingent factor. It is a contingent. There is no control on it. But coming to surety, whether surety liable or not liable, it depends on whose performance? Principal debtor performance. Principal debtor performance. Next one, indemnifier cannot sue third party because privity of contract. Privity of contracts, you can't sue strangers or strangers can't sue you. But coming to contract of guarantee, surety once making payment to surety. Here observe carefully. Suraj, once he is making payment to SBI, can Suraj recover amount from Pradeep or not? Yes, he can recover amount from Pradeep. Yes or no? Loan of 4 lakhs, who is taking this loan? Pradeep. And tomorrow if Pradeep is not paying the amount and Suraj is paying the amount, tell me, after making payment, do you think Suraj will sit in a corner and cry? No, he will recover that amount from Pradeep. That means, can he sue third party? Yes, he can proceed against third party, that is principal debtor. That is principal debtor. Next one, contract is between indemnifier and indemnified. Here contract is between principal debtor, creditor, surety, creditor, principal debtor, surety. Total 3 contracts you can see. Total 3 contracts you can see. Principal debtor, creditor, main contract. Creditor, surety, secondary contract. And the third contract is principal debtor and surety. This is the third contract. Simply, this is a main contract and this is the supporting contract. Tomorrow if principal debtor makes default, surety will pay amount to creditor and surety will recover that amount from principal debtor. So simply 3 contracts are there in contract of guarantee, whereas 1 contract is there in case of indemnity contract. Tell me, indemnity, how many parties? 2 parties. What is the objective? Compensate the loss. What is the nature of liability? Primary. And what is the nature of that liability? Contingent. Contingent. And it is not at the request of debtor. And here suing third party is allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. That's it. That's it. And contract is between indemnifier and indemnified. Clear? Next one, write 6 to 7 points enough for 7 marks. Next one, liability of the surety. Just now I told you what is the nature of surety's liability secondary and conditional. Secondary and conditional. And the nature and to what extent his liables are coextensive. That means if principal debtor is liable for 50,000 rupees, then surety is also liable for 50,000 rupees. What is the loan amount? 4 lakhs. Principal debtor paid 3.5 lakh and only for 50,000 principal debtor made default. Now surety liable for entire 4 lakhs or only 50,000? 50,000. Coextensive. Surety liability continues even principal debtor is not sued or left out from being sued. Very simple In contract of guarantee, default is enough. Default is enough. If principal debtor makes default, you can sue you can ask surety to pay the amount. It's not required. Only after filing complaint against principal debtor, then come to me, then only I am liable to you. Definition is not like that. Definition is not like that. If principal debtor makes default, then surety is liable to the creditor. If principal debt is illegal and unenforceable, then guarantee is also discharged. Guarantee is also discharged. Example I told you, right? Supply of drugs. That fellow promised to supply drugs and this fellow gave assurance. Now tomorrow if he don't supply drugs, can he be sued? No. Or can surety be sued? No. If principal debtor is discharged, surety automatically gets discharged. Say for example, SBI told, my dear Pradeep, we are waiving off your loan. Like you can see crop loans, you can see crop loans, every time after completion of elections, government may announce waiver of loans. In case of waiver of loans, Pradeep gets discharged, Suraj also gets discharged. And we are having two types of guarantees, specific, continuing. Specific guarantee given to the specific transaction, specified transaction, identified transaction. If a guarantee is extended to the series of transactions, say for example, for the next 6 months, whatever goods you supply, I'm liable to you personally. That is nothing but continuing guarantee. The difference between specific guarantee and continuing guarantee, revocation is possible, whereas specific guarantee, revocation is not possible. So specific guarantee comes to an end only by performance or by payment, whereas continuing guarantee comes to an end by revocation also. The two, revocation, will it applicable to all the past transactions or for future transactions or for future transactions? If I revoke guarantee today, that revocation will be valid for upcoming transactions, whereas for past transactions, surety is liable. Suppose surety died, sir, surety estate is liable. Specific guarantee, even death of a surety also, guarantee will not comes to an end. Let's see, revocation of continuing guarantee. Revocation is possible in two ways, ma. One is by giving notice, the other one is by the death. In case of notice, you have to give express notice to the creditor. So date of notice served to the creditor is equal to date of revocation of continuing guarantee. Whereas death, notice required, party died. How can he give notice? Prior notice can he give? Like 2 days before, yes, after 2 days, everything is going to get completed. I'm not going to serve you as a guarantor like that, will he tell like that? No. Death automatically results in revocation. Next one, discharge of surety, 7 marks point of view, important. Discharge of surety. In how many ways surety gets discharged? Again, I'm asking you, discharge of surety, is it for specific guarantee or continuing guarantee? Continuing guarantee. Why? Specific guarantee, surety gets discharged only by performance or payment. Only by performance or payment. Say for example, I'm going to purchase a laptop, my father is giving guarantee. Once I pay amount, my father liability comes to an end. Suppose I'm opening a laptop dealership, I want to open a laptop dealership in this city. And this time, another business person is coming and giving guarantee for the next 6 months. How many laptops you supply to Mr. V? We are personally liable to you. We are liable to you. That means we are giving guarantee. Now you tell me, for the next 6 months, when time period is specified and when there is no limit on count of transactions, this type of guarantee is known as continuing guarantee. After 2 months, yes, that fellow can cancel the guarantee by giving notice. Next one, death of the surety. Variance. I told you, for guarantee we require consent of 3 parties. Consent of 3 parties is required. In case without consent of the parties, any variation, say for example, I applied loan for 4 lakhs and my father gave guarantee for 4 lakhs. Now after giving guarantee, I went to bank and I requested 10 lakhs. Banker sanctioned 10 lakhs. To this 10 lakhs loan agreement, my father didn't give guarantee. Now whether my father liable or not liable? Not liable, because this alteration also require consent of the surety. Since there is no consent, no contract, no consent, no guarantee. So variation in the terms, release or discharge of principal debtor. If principal debtor liability becomes 0, surety liability coextensive, surety liability also becomes 0. Creditor makes composition, gives time not to show the principal debtor. Composition means debt reduction. Debt reduction, this is also one type of variance only. If that variation is happening without consent of surety, no consent, no contract, surety gets discharged by any act or omission of the creditor which impairs surety's eventual remedy. Say for example, principal debtor at the time of taking loan, principal debtor deposited some gold ornaments with a creditor, and this was given, surety also gave guarantee for the same debt. Once surety makes payment, surety steps into the position of creditor and surety demand principal debtor money. Now creditor is having some movable property as security, right? Creditor is having some movable properties as security. Once Mr. Surety is paying the amount, creditor should transfer all the securities to yes. If creditor is not in a position to transfer securities, then surety gets discharged. Getting my point? Surety gets discharged. Surety, creditor cancelling surety rights, surety gets discharged. So total 6 points. Tell me. Notice, death. Next one. Notice means revocation, nothing but notice, death, variance, again variance, another type, composition of the debt, extension of the time. Next one, release or discharge of principal debtor, and last one is affecting surety rights. Creditor act affecting surety rights, surety gets discharged. But we had an exception. That exception is if creditor requests third party to extend the time to the principal debtor. For example, drawer, drawee, payee. Drawer, drawee, payee. If payee extends the time to drawee, then drawer gets discharged. Suppose payee is negotiating that instrument to Mr. X, who is a third party, who is an outsider. Now payee is requesting X, sir, please give some extension, some time extension to drawee. So here it will not lead to the discharge of surety, because payee is not giving a time extension to drawee. Payee is requesting X. It's up to the X whether X extends or not. It's up to the Mr. X. So here in this case, once again I'm telling you, drawer is not discharged, surety is not discharged, because time extension was requested by the payee with Mr. X. Mere forbearance by the creditor to sue principal debtor. Again I'm telling you, what is the definition of guarantee? Contract to perform the promise or discharge the liability. Whose liability? Whose promise? Third party. When third party is default. When third party defaults, then only surety is liable. There is no point in the definition stating that if third party makes default, that party should be sued. First complaint should be registered, then only I am liable. Like that point is not there. So whether you are filing a complaint or not, it's not a matter. If principal debtor makes default, surety liability will start. Next one. See, simply mere forbearance, we have to connect with D. In case of discharge of principal debtor, surety also gets discharged. But if it is not intentional discharge, we are not discharging him, but we are not suing him. If we are not suing him, simply mere forbearance to sue principal debtor, will it provide any way to the surety for getting discharged from the liability? Answer is no. For release or discharge, one small example I'll tell you. Suppose R applied for Reliance Industry Limited security, which are partly paid up, and this was guaranteed by yes. So whenever company calls for money, Mr. R is liable. If R is not paying amount, who is liable? Yes is liable. Suppose R didn't pay the amount, company got very angry and company forfeited the shares of R. Due to forfeiture, you tell me whether R liability still continue or discharged? Discharged. If R is discharged, yes also automatically gets discharged. Now company cannot ask yes, come on, pay the amount, because release of principal debtor leads to release of surety. That's it. Next one, rights of surety. Here you have to remember, in contract of guarantee, how many parties are there? 3 parties. Sometimes guarantee may be given by 2 or more sureties. In that case we call them as co-sureties. So now the concept is, what are the rights of surety over creditor, surety over principal debtor, surety over co-sureties? Rights of surety means 3 rights we have to discuss. One is rights against creditor, rights against principal debtor, and rights against co-surety. So rights against co-surety, for example, these both are giving guarantee for 1 lakh rupee, and S1 is paying complete 1 lakh rupees to creditor. Now tell me, what right S1 will get as over S2? Share of guarantee amount. Come on my dear SU, pay me 50,000. That is one right. And second one is surety rights over creditor. Very simple. Once surety pay amount to the creditor, surety will step into the position of creditor. We call it as subrogation. What are all the rights creditor is entitled to against principal debtor? All those rights will be transferred to surety. And once surety, after making payment to creditor, surety gets indemnity. Surety will get what? Indemnity from principal debtor. My dear principal debtor, you failed to pay 4 lakhs to SBI and I paid that amount, including interest. I paid how much? Some 5 lakh rupees. This 5 lakhs lost to me because of your default. Now compensate me. That's it. Right of subrogation, right to be indemnified. Subrogation means simply telling, stepping into the position of creditor. And what rights creditor will have over principal debtor? Same rights surety will get. Or surety may demand principal debtor, come on, compensate me, this is my loss. Next one, right against creditor. Suppose surety is having principal debtor securities. Now upon payment of loan, creditor should transfer all these securities to the surety. Suppose if creditor is unable to transfer securities, then surety gets discharged. That point we have seen, affecting the or impairing the surety's rights. Next one, right to claim set off. Right to claim set off. Say for example, in one arrangement, A is having 50,000 liability to B. In another arrangement, A is having receivable from B of 20,000. Now tell me how A and B will do with these two transactions. Do you think A will pay 50,000 and later B will pay 20,000, or set off A will pay net amount of 30,000? A will pay net amount of 30,000. Simply here, principal debtor borrowed loan from creditor, for example 5 lakhs, which was guaranteed by surety. In another arrangement, yes, Mr. P sold some goods on credit, say for example 2 lakhs to Mr. C. Now when principal debtor make default, surety can claim set off of this 2 lakhs. Surety can claim set off this 2 lakhs. So simply, my dear creditor, 5 lakhs you need to receive, and you need to pay how much amount to principal debtor? 2 lakhs under another arrangement. So net 3 lakhs I'm going to pay you. And how much amount surety can recover from principal debtor? 3 lakhs only. How much loss surety incurred? That much loss surety gets indemnity from principal debtor. Invalid guarantee, if guarantee is obtained by way of misrepresentation, concealment, nothing but fraud, guarantee becomes invalid. Simply misrepresentation or concealment of the facts, guarantee becomes invalid. Failure of co-surety to join a surety contract. Say for example, principal debtor, creditor ordered principal debtor, if you give guarantee then only I'll give you loan. Mr. S1, he is not signing the contract, and S2, he is signing the contract and he is keeping a condition. The condition is guarantee is enforceable. Guarantee will be valid only if S1 signs the arrangement. But S1 is signing the arrangement? No, S1 is not signing the contract, only S2 signed the contract. S2 is giving a guarantee subject to condition. What condition? Another co-surety should join. If another co-surety is not joining, then this guarantee arrangement becomes invalid. Getting my point, everyone? So guarantee becomes invalid in 3 cases: misrepresentation of facts, concealment of facts, next one, failure of co-surety to join a surety contract. Against co-sureties liable to contribute equally if nothing is specified. S1 paying 1 lakh rupee, S1 can recover from S2 how much amount? 50,000. So their liability is joint and several, and liability of co-surety bound in different sums. Say for example, S1 is giving guarantee for 35,000, S2 is giving guarantee for 65,000, whereas at the end S1 paid entire 1 lakh rupees to creditor. Now S1 can recover how much amount from S2? 65,000 rupees. Different sums, but they must still contribute equally up to the limits as per their respective obligations. For example, S1, S2 both gave a guarantee for 1 lakh to creditor. If nothing is specified, their nature of liability is equal. That means S1 paying 1 lakh, he can recover from S2 how much amount? 50,000. Suppose S1 gave S1 gave a guarantee for 30, S2 gave guarantee for 70. Suppose on due date, principal debtor made a default with creditor. For example, the default is 50,000 only. How much is the default? 50,000, not 1 lakh. Principal debtor paid 50,000. For remaining 50,000 only, principal debtor made default. Now the question is, how much amount S1 can recover from S2? Suppose S1 paid entire 50,000 rupees to creditor. Now how much amount S1 can recover from S2? Don't apply ratios. Here 3:7, sir. No. If they specify different sums, apply equal ratio until those sums gets matched. For example, here tell me S1 paid how much amount? 1 lakh. How much amount S1 can recover from S2? Simply 1 lakh divided by 2. Sorry. What is the default amount, ma? 50,000 is the default amount, divided by 2. That means each co-surety is liable for 25,000 rupees. Now S1 can recover from S2, that is 25,000 only. Why? Because S1 gave guarantee for 30. So 25, S2 gave guarantee for 70, 25, equally they are within the limits only. Say for example, 70,000 is the default. How much is the default? 70,000. Divided by 2 means each co-surety should contribute how much? 35. Whereas S1 gave guarantee for 30 only. S1 will pay 30 and S2 will pay 40. Simply until the limits are getting touched, Until limits are getting touched, their nature of liability is equal. Once limits touched, once limits exceeded, then their liability is limited to that limit. Guarantee completed. Next one, bailment. Next one, bailment. Simply mobile example. So today our angerness, we are showing our angerness on what? Mobile devices only. We will check gravity force to the mobile. So simply we will throw the mobile. Now that mobile got broken. Now what to do with that mobile? If we are having money, we can purchase new mobile. But if we are not having money, yes, owner of the mobile will go to mobile repairer, yes, mobile service. So this is a contract. One party delivers goods to another. Delivery. What he is delivering? Goods. Why he is delivering goods? For some purpose. What is the purpose? Repair. After completion of repair, that serviceman told, no problem sir, you can still use this mobile for 2 more years. Then you will take it return. If mobile serviceman tells that, sir, no sir, maximum 3 to 4 months only sir, maximum 3 to 4 months you can use it, after that also same problem will come sir, same problem will come. Now owner may authorize serviceman to sell the mobile, that means dispose of. So tell me, for a contract how many parties required? Two parties. What one party is doing? Delivering goods to another for some purpose. After completion of purpose, either goods shall be returned or disposed of. This owner, the person delivering the goods, we call him as bailor, and the person to whom goods are delivered is known as bailee, and the goods are known as bailed property. Coming to delivery, what should be delivered sir? Possession should be delivered. See ma, delivery is possible in three ways ma. One is delivery of ownership. If you are delivering ownership, sale of goods act is applicable. If you are delivering just custody, not control, then general principles of contract will apply. No sir, I will deliver control sir, simply I'll give complete control over the item sir, then we call it as delivery of possession. Here bailment provisions will apply. Suppose your bike underwent some repair, you took it to the mechanic and you explained the problem, you locked it, you kept keys with you. Now can he have any control over your bike? Yeah, even if he do repair also, for testing whether keys with him or keys with you. So that means you are just giving custody. Bailment will not apply. You have to give possession means control over control over the goods. Ownership means risk and rewards. Possession means control, whereas custody means physical possession we will keep with that fellow. Say best example, two types of parking we are having: valet parking, own parking. In case of valet parking, at the entrance we will give the keys. Lucky Bhaskar movie you can see, first time Maruti car, own parking, normal contract. Next time VIP parking, valet parking, simply we will throw keys to the person, he will collect the keys and he will keep the car in safe custody on behalf of us. Now bailment is applicable to valet parking, bailment is not applicable to own parking. So tell me, how many parties are there? Two parties. This chapter is all about rights and duties of a bailor, rights and duties of a bailee. That's it. Who delivers the goods? Bailor. To whom goods are delivered? Bailee. Essential characteristics ma, just now I wrote here, there must be a contract. First one contract, second one delivery, third one goods, fourth one purpose, fifth one return or dispose of the goods. Same points you can see: contract, goods, purpose, return or dispose of once purpose is fulfilled. Types of bailment, two types: voluntary, involuntary. Voluntary, there is no pressure on you, there is no force on you, you enter into the bailment contract. Involuntary, there is force on you. For example sir, yes, you are bringing some 10 laptops from USA. As per custom rules, you can bring only one laptop. Remaining 9 laptops if you want to bring, you have to pay customs duty. If you don't pay duty, they will not give you the possession. Until you pay duty, the possession is with the custom officers. Now is it a forceful possession or voluntary possession? Forceful. You are forced to keep the possession of goods with custom authorities. Also finder of lost goods you take. Who is the finder of lost goods ma? Don't tell one who finds the lost goods. No. Finder of lost goods is a person having possession of the goods to which he is not a owner. Finder of lost goods is all about ethical concept. Simply unjust enrichment. No one should become rich at the cost of others. So when you find some valuable articles, you have to return it to the true owner. Yes or no? Yes, you can apply bailment in finder of lost goods also. True owner one party, other party is finder of lost goods. Sir, where is the delivery between true owner to finder of lost goods, sir? There is no delivery, but we have to assume there is a delivery. That's what operation of law means. And what is the purpose? Find out the true owner. Once true owner is found out, yes, return it to the true owner. Purpose is take care of the goods until true owner was found. So finder of lost goods is also a bailment contract, which you can't see delivery naturally. Delivery happens through operation of law. You can't tell like this, sir. True owner sometimes intentionally may call finder. He may tell like that, I will intentionally forget this wallet, you come and take that wallet, and you come to me, you deliver it to me. Will it happen? Intentionally will we intentionally will we lose any items? No. If that is happening, give them Erragata address, they will go to Erragata hospital. That's it. Next one, next one. Return of goods should be either in original form or altered form, but same goods should be returned. For example, not all persons gets ready-made garments. Some people will go with tailor-made. So you are getting a cloth, for example, black color cloth, giving it to the tailor for stitching. Now you will get which color dress? Black or white? Black. That means same item in altered form. Same item in altered form. Sir, if I am getting different item, then it is an exchange contract. It is not a bailment contract. In Amazon, you can see exchange of mobiles. You have to pay extra price. Is it a bailment, sir? No, that is an exchange contract. So either you should get original goods or original goods in altered form. Delivery, three types, physical, symbolic, constructive. In sale of goods also we are having the same concept: physical, symbolic, constructive. Physical delivery, I'll keep mobile in the hands of serviceman. Symbolic delivery, I'll keep car keys in the hands of serviceman. Car keys. Constructive delivery, say for example roadside assistance. Roadside assistance, yes, suddenly car engine underwent some repair. We parked car somewhere near to the highway, and not serviceman, just his assistant came to me, and I'm telling that, yes serviceman, I'm giving possession to the your agent. Giving possession to agent means giving possession to the principal. Actually delivery is happening, no, assumption. Constructive means assumption. There will be no change in possession, but delivery gets completed. That kind of delivery is known as constructive delivery. If directly serviceman is coming, I'm giving keys, symbolic delivery. I'm not giving directly keys to the serviceman. Serviceman agent, some third parties are there nearby who works for that serviceman. Now giving possession to the serviceman, that's it. Next one, important point, duties of the bailer. Duties of the bailer. How many points are there? 6 points, can be tested for 7 marks. So first one, once you are giving items to the bailee, you must specify the defects in the items. You must specify the defects in the items. Say for example, you went to Pondicherry and you want to explore the places. So now you are taking bike on rental basis. So tell me, is this a bailment contract? Yes, bailment contract between you and maybe Ola bike service. For example, Ola people are giving you bike for rental basis. Now who is the bailer? Ola is the bailer. You are the bailee. Suppose brake wires are not working. Now tell me, should they communicate you or no need to communicate? They should communicate with you. Sir, brake wires are not working properly. Non-communication, non-disclosure, any loss to bailee, bailer is liable for damages. Bailer is liable for damages for the losses caused to the bailee due to defects in the goods bailed. Necessary expenses. Suppose you took your bike to mechanic, and you asked to repair it. In the process of repair, he changed engine oil. Now your responsibility to repay, your responsibility to pay engine oil expenses. Next one, in case of non-gratuitous bailment, bailer needs to repay extraordinary expenses. See, bailment is of two types, gratuitous, non-gratuitous. For consideration, non-gratuitous. No consideration, gratuitous. Like, giving bike to your friends, gratuitous bailment, you charge 0. Whereas giving bike to the customer on rental basis, non-gratuitous bailment. In case of non-gratuitous bailment, bailer is responsible for extraordinary expenses, for example, repair expenses. Whereas if it is gratuitous bailment, no consideration at all. Bailor is liable for all the expenses. Suppose, just one small example, you are having a pet dog. You are going to Pondicherry. Now, can you take dog to the Pondicherry places? No, not possible. Imagine. Now you are giving that pet to your neighbor. Now every pet will eat food. Your pet is also eating food, and suddenly your pet, felt that you are not there, so it falls sick, went to hospital, some medical expenses, extraordinary expenses. Feeding expenses are ordinary. So in case of gratuitous bailment, ordinary and extraordinary, who should bear? Bailor. In case of non-gratuitous bailment, say for example you are giving pet to a pet care center, so definitely you will pay amount for 7 days. For example, for 7 days you will pay amount, but suddenly the dog fell sick. Now now medical expenses extraordinary. Bailor should pay extraordinary. Feeding expenses will be borne by bailee. That's it. Reimbursement of expenses in the process of bailment. Any expense incurred by bailee, bailor must reimburse. And if gratuitous bailment, in case of premature termination means what? Suppose you entered into a contract for 1 month. After 20 days, if you are asking, yes, come on, give my bike back, give my bike back. That means, are you terminating contract on due date? Before due date? That is premature termination. Premature termination of non-gratuitous bailment is not possible because breach of contract provisions will apply. Whereas gratuitous bailment, are you getting any consideration in case of gratuitous bailment? No. So gratuitous bailment contracts can be terminated prematurely. Before maturity date itself, you can terminate. But because of this termination, if bailee incurs any loss, then bailor should compensate bailee. Receive back the goods. Once your mobile repair completed, once he calls you, it's your duty to take back your mobile. Bailor shall indemnify the loss caused to the bailee due to defective title of the goods bailed. Suppose the mobile you are delivering for repair is not your mobile. It's a stolen mobile. You told that I forgot key. Please do something and open the mobile. He is doing the things. Meanwhile, cyber department came tracing the mobile, and cyber department imposed fine on bailee. Why are you doing these things? This is a stolen mobile. So now tell me, for bailee, is it loss or not a loss? Loss. Due to whose conduct? Bailor's conduct. Now bailor should compensate bailee. So simply 6 points. Tell me what are the 6 points? Disclose defects. Disclose defects. Non-disclosure, compensate bailee. Next one, reimburse expenses. Reimburse expenses. Next one, receive back the goods. Next one, in case of loss to the bailee. Why loss to the bailee? Maybe premature termination of gratuitous bailment, or maybe defective of the title of the goods. Maybe premature termination, maybe defective of the title of the goods you delivered. In these two cases, indemnify bailee. And what is the extra point? Reimbursement of the expenses. Reimbursement of the expenses, pay necessary expenses. Simply one disclosure, 2 expenses, 2 indemnity, and receive back the goods. Receive back the goods. Again, 2 indemnities, 2 expenses, 1 disclosure, 1 receive back the goods. Total 6. Can you remember? Yes. 7 marks point of view. Rights of the bailor. 6 points you have to write. Disclose the defects. Indemnity, premature termination. Indemnity, defective title. Next one, reimburse expenses, pay necessary expenses. And last one is receive back the goods. Next one, rights of the bailor. Rights of the bailor is nothing but duties of bailee. First we will see duties of bailee. Last 4 attempts, 2 times this point is getting tested as 7 marks practical question. That means case scenario based question. So this point you can see here. Yes, this one. I'll explain you. Just listen carefully. Now tell me, who is the owner of bailed property? Bailor or bailee? Bailor. But who is having possession? Bailee. So he should exercise reasonable care. He should not keep them, which is free to, like, thieves. If you keep these items outside home, for example, keeping bike outside, unlocking it, someone can easily steal it. Yes or no? So yes, take reasonable care. No unauthorized use of goods. When you are taking bike on rental basis, use it for legitimate purposes only. Suppose you want to smuggle drugs, smuggling of drugs using that bike. Authorized use or unauthorized use? Unauthorized use. No right to mix the goods. And if a bailment is done by joint bailors, that means 2 owners are there. For a car, joint ownership is there. For example, one fellow delivering car to mechanic, Now once repair completed, mechanic can return it to any one of the joint owners. Return accretion to the goods. Return accretion to the goods. For example, you delivered pet to your neighbor for taking care of it. By the time you came back, pet delivered to another pet, big pet to small pet. Now once bailment period is over, you should take back your original pet, not only original pet but also accretion. Accretion means additions, that's it. If you take Bear Act, Indian Contract Act 1872, a cow example is there. Person giving cow to another fellow for taking care of the item, for taking care of the cow. By the time he came back, cow gave birth to calf. Now any duty to return calf also? Yes, there is a duty to return calf also. Next one, not to set up an adverse title. When I'm giving car for repair, that fellow should do repair only. After completion of repair, if he sell that car to another fellow, tell me what he is doing? He is setting up adverse title. He should not do the things. Next, duties of bailee is equal to rights of bailor. In case of unauthorized use of goods, he can claim compensation. He can terminate the contract because voidable contract. You promised me for legitimate purpose, but you are using it for illegitimate. That means fraud or not a fraud? Fraud. Can I cancel the contract? Yes. In case of mixture of goods, we have to see whether mixture happened with the consent of bailor. Sir, yes sir, with the consent of bailor. Then both bailor and bailee shall have proportionate interest. Suppose bailor 10 goods, bailee 20 goods, all mixed. In the 30, bailor will get 1/3 interest, bailee gets 2/3 interest. That's it. If mixture happened without consent of bailor and goods are separable, that separation charges who must bear? Bailee. Bailee should bear separation charges. Suppose goods are mixed without bailor consent and goods are not separable, then you can treat it as entire loss of the goods. The two examples, the two case scenario questions which came in the previous examinations is bailor is giving high quality sugar to bailee, bailee mixing high quality sugar with low grade sugar. Now separation possible or not possible? If it is in bags, you can separate it, but sugar molecules, sorry, crystals, everything got mixed. Now it is not possible. You can treat it as entire loss of goods. Bailor, you can recover, you can claim compensation from bailee, and you can demand return of goods. You can also demand accretion of the goods. Rights of bailee. Rights of bailee is equal to duties of bailor plus some additional rights. What are the additional rights? Lien. You give mobile for repair charges 2000 rupees. If you don't pay 2000 rupees, what he will do? What will he do? He will retain the possession. Once you pay 2000, then take your mobile. That means lien right. Lien means retaining something to achieve something, retaining the item to get consideration. So lien right is possible only when labor skill has been exercised and consideration is pending until he paid for services. That means what? Consideration is pending. Next one, suit against wrongdoers. Suppose my neighbor lost car. Who can file complaint in the police station? My neighbor or me? Neighbor only, because who is having ownership on the car? Yes or no? Now bailor gave bike to bailee for repair, and that bike was stolen by some person, or someone is damaging that bike. Some strike is going on in the market. Yes, someone is damaging the bike. Now do you think bailee waits for bailor, or bailee can directly file complaint? Bailee can directly file complaint even though he is a non-owner. Reason, if he wait for bailor coming evening, and this fellow, for example Rowdy, he is going back, or he is going back to another state. Now filing complaint possible or not possible? Already that person left. Now filing complaint, you won't get any compensation. So bailee, even though you are a non-owner, you can still take action against wrongdoers. And next one, apportionment of relief. Suppose yes, compensation, some 50,000 rupees you received from wrongdoer. What is the repair charge? 10,000. Take your 10,000 and balance 40,000 rupees. You have to return it to bailor. Clear, everyone? Next one, rights of the finder of lost goods. What is the temperature? If needed, take it, and if needed, increase the temperature. Yeah. Next one, rights of finder of lost goods. See, tell me, who is a finder of lost goods? In case of bailment, finder of lost goods is similar to bailee. What are all the rights bailee gets? Same rights finder of lost goods also gets. Example, lien right. until true owner pay the expenses for preserving the goods, expenses for finding out the true owner. Suppose you give 4 times advertisement in 4 newspapers, advertisement cost 40,000 rupees for example, and for preserving this item you took SBI locker charges some 2,000 rupees. See, you found some gold ornament, and to find out the true owner you incurred advertisement costs, and to protect the item you incurred locker charges. So total how much? 42,000 rupees. Until you get 42,000 you can exercise lien right on them. Suppose true owner made an announcement, those who found this article deliver this article, yes, we will give you a gift of 50,000 rupees. If there is such kind of offers also, you can claim those amounts also. But for reward only surety is available, because for expenses there is no express contract between the parties, between the true owner and finder of lost goods. There is no express contract for recovery of expenses. Whereas for reward there is a general offer, can be accepted by any person in the public. So for reward surety is there, whereas for expenses only lien right, only lien right. So tell me, how many amounts he can recover? He can recover expenses, he can recover reward. But for expenses lien right is there, whereas for reward lien right is there as well as sure right also there. Right of resale. Suppose the value of the ornament you found is 50,000 rupees, and you spent almost 2/3 of the item's value in finding out the true owner. 2/3, for example, you incurred 34,000 rupees. That means in this item you are having majority interest. Compared with true owner who is having majority interest, you are having 2/3 of the interest. So you can sell it. Sir, balance 16,000, what to do? Hold it as a trustee. Once true owner comes, give it to the true owner. If goods are perishable also, sell it off. Next one, if true owner can't be found, sell it off. If true owner found but not paying the amount, then also sell it off. Why this express right given? We had nemo dat quod non habet in Sale of Goods Act. No one can transfer better title than he possesses. But finder, even though he is not a owner, he can still sell the goods. Another special contract completed. Pledge, simple concept. Pledge is a bailment. Pledge is nothing but bailment. Equation, pledge is equal to bailment plus security. Bailment plus security. Bailment can be for any purpose, Bailment can be for any purpose, whereas pledge only one purpose. What is that one purpose? Security. Example, gold pledge. You take gold pledge. I told you in guarantee also. If you provide mobile property as a security, pledge. Immobile property as a security, mortgage. Human being as a security, guarantee. So here again I am telling you, mobile property, two types of loans possible. One is pledge, other one is hypothecation. Hypothecation applicable to vehicle loans. Pledge norms will not apply to hypothecation. Pledge norms apply to only where the item is getting delivered to other person. Best example, gold. Best example, gold. Simply you will not display the gold. Sir, this is the gold I am having, please give me the loan. So you have to submit, you have to deliver that gold to the banker, then only you will get the loan. So there, bail or bailee, here you can see pan or pani, or pledge or pledgee. Panar is equal to bailer, pani is equal to bailee. Bailment of goods as a security for payment of debt, performance of promise. If you remember, in guarantee also I used these two terms, discharge liability or discharge promise. Whose promise? Third party promise. Whose liability? Third party liability. Here also same, discharge liability, discharge promise. So pledge is also two types, financial pledge, performance pledge. Panar, pani, over, rights of the panar. Once you repay amount, can you take back your goods? Yes. Not only original but also accretion. For example, you pledged 5 Reliance Industry shares with SBI. By the time you repaid the amount, company announced 1:1 bonus ratio. Company announced a bonus issue of how much ratio? 1:1. So Reliance is having total how many shares? 10. Original shares 5, bonus shares 5. Now you will get not only original but also bonus shares. And if you are not paying amount, if Pani wants to sell your property, then he need to give express notice to you. That's what you can see. Auction properties, properties under auction. Banker will give notice to the borrower some 3 to 4 times. And he will also give public notice, that means in newspapers. Then he will conduct a auction. Without giving notice to borrower, lender will not sell the items. Can I proceed? Hello? Next one, rights of the Pani. Rights of Pani is equal to rights of the bailee. But specific rights were given. Specific rights were given. Observe carefully. Debt to interest to expenses. For example, Mr. X went to Canara Bank, pledged gold. Principal amount he got is 50,000 rupees. For 1 year, interest is 5,000 rupees. And where to keep that gold ornaments? Ma, you tell me. Bailey should exercise reasonable care. Yes or no? Pani also should exercise reasonable care in protecting the goods. Now, where your gold will be placed? On the table in front of cashier, where locker charges some 500 rupees. Locker charges some 500 rupees. Now total, how much amount pledger should pay to pledgee? That means Panar should pay to Pani 55,500. Even 1 rupee pending also, he will not give you goods. Until then, he will exercise lien. Retain means lien. Right to recover extraordinary expenses. Suppose this time you pledged your bike, you kept your bike with the money lender. That bike, suddenly one day, some fume is coming from the engine. He incurred some repair charges. Now this repair, it is not due to Pani's negligence. It is not due to Pani's negligence. Now Pani can recover that amount from Panar. Panar defaults on payment or performance at the agreed time. Yes, you can file a complaint or you can also sell the goods, but you have to give notice. If you give notice, if sale is less than due, if sale amount is less than due, for example, sale amount is 50,000 ma, and what is that due? 55,500 rupees. 55,500 rupees. Now how much deficit is there? 5,500. So this amount, who is liable? Panar is liable to Pani. Panar is liable to Pani. If sale amount is more than amount due, suppose this time sale amount is 60,000, which is greater than 55,500. How much extra amount is there? 4,500. Pani, return it to the Panar. But without notice, if you sell it, then you can't recover deficit from Panar. Next, in case of pledge by a person in possession under voidable contract, Pani gets a good title of the goods. If he has acted in good faith, no notice of defect in the Panar's title. Say for example, one day I came to you and I asked, come on, give me your bike. Sorry, come on, give me your gold ornament. You are telling, why sir? Give me gold ornament just for 20 rupees. Sir, the ornament value is 2 lakhs, sir. No problem. Give it to me for 20. Why? If you don't give it for 20, I'm going to fail you in the next semester. Some undue influence is there. Definitely, because of undue influence, you delivered your gold ornament for just 20. Consideration important. Adequate consideration important. No, consideration need not be adequate. You are thinking whether to continue the contract or cancel the contract. Meanwhile, I went to Canara Bank and I pledged that property with Canara Bank. Now, is this pledge valid, sir? Valid, provided Pani should act in good faith. That means Pani should not know about the defect that I received this item under voidable contract. Next one, pledge in special cases. Special cases means these people are owners or non-owners? Non-owners. Pledge by non-owners generally invalid. Who can make pledge? Owners. Sometimes non-owners can also make pledge. Who are the non-owners? Mercantile agent. Pledge by Panar having limited interest. For example, finder of lost goods. He found a gold ornament worth 2 lakhs. In the process of finding out the true owner, he incurred advertisement expenses of 20,000. In preservation, he incurred extra 10,000 for preservation of the item. Now he is having interest in the property. How much? 30,000. Panar is having limited interest of 30,000. Suddenly he is facing some financial crunch. He kept this gold with Canara Bank just for 50,000 rupees only. He didn't sold it. He just created a pledge. Now is this pledge valid for entire 50,000 sir? No, pledge is valid only for 30,000 because Panar is having a limited interest. To that extent of limited interest, pledge is valid. For the remaining amount, pledge is not valid. Clear, everyone? So mercantile agent can also pledge the goods, provided he must be authorized fellow and Pani should receive it in good faith, without notice of lack of authority. With this, pledge also completed. 10 minutes I took for pledge. Total so far 1 hour 2 minutes completed for completing these 4 special contracts: indemnity, guarantee, bailment, pledge. Now let's see agency, the last topic of special contract. First of all, from special contracts like agency, what type of questions we are getting? Position of minor. That means if minor can be appointed as an agent or not. Next, personal liability of agency. Personal liability of agency. And if you see question papers, there is no question from agent concept. Maybe December 25 attempt question may come from agency, or else following the same trend he may ask you rights of indemnity holder. Anything is possible with ICMA. ICMA is not like ICI. ICI thumbline is expect from unexpected areas. Expect from unexpected. Simply don't expect. Okay, if ICMA also do like that means, then this assumption will go wrong. Assume that it won't happen. Okay, fine. We are having time constraint. In case of time constraint, we should not doubt ourselves. We should proceed. Just jump and swim. Not possible. At least you gain experience. Next time better jump. Okay, fine. Last 4 attempts following the trend means even recent MTPs, recent model question papers also same trend he is following. So blindly follow it. Now getting doubt, tell me, can you change the strategy? Are you having that much time to save the strategy, to change the strategy? No. Then blindly follow. Last special contract, agency, contract of agency. See, today in this competitive environment, without expansion, we can't survive in the long run. We must have multiple branches in multiple locations. Now, for me, suppose I'm having 10 branches across South India. Is it possible for me to enter into a contract with all the customers and all the suppliers at a time? So definitely not possible. So that's why every place, what I'll do, I'll appoint managers who are nothing but my agents. Now who is an agent, sir? Agent is a person employed to do any act. Any act means lawful act only, not unlawful act, because law never talks about unlawful acts. Any act for another or to represent another in dealing with third persons. So now on behalf of my agent will sell the goods, my agent will buy the goods. So he will act for himself or for the principal or represent another in dealing with third persons. For example, Mr. Mukesh Dhirubhai Ambani sir is getting income tax notice from IT department. Now do you think after getting income tax notice, Mukesh Dhirubhai Ambani sir will open a income tax act and will read entire the provisions, will read all the provisions and will go to IT department and will make argument? No. He will appoint a chartered accountant to deal this income tax notice. Now who is attending legal proceedings? Who is attending these income tax proceedings? CA. For himself or on behalf of Mr. Mukesh sir? Simply representing Mukesh sir in dealing with income tax department. So agent is a person to do an act or to represent another in dealing with third parties. Whose act? Another person's act. Next one, principal. Who is the principal? The person for whom such act is done, who is so represented, is called principal. If you want, OLX is also an example for agency. You want to sell a mobile, for example, and you are unable to find out the buyers. Now what you are doing? You are taking a pic of the mobile, uploading it in the OLX. So now OLX is providing you the leads. So OLX is providing what type of service? Agency services. That's it. Essential features of the agency. Tell me, to appoint an agent, consideration required or not required? Not required. That's why only these are the special contracts. You see, indemnity, it is a contingent first of all. Guarantee, it's about a stranger, third party. I'm giving promise to SBI about whom? About the third party. Am I getting anything? Assumption. Consideration to principal debtor, consideration to the surety. And bailment, you can see gratuitous bailment is valid. Gratuitous bailment is valid. Pledge, Pani gets special rights. Pani, tell me, owner or non-owner? Non-owner, but still he can sell the items. Because of these exceptional features, these are known as special contracts. Agency also, consideration required or not required? Not required. So here, who can be an agent? Who can be? See, capacity to employ an agent means it is talking about principal. Capacity to act as an agent means agent. Agent can be any person, even though he is a minor agent. Even though he is of unsound mind, you can still appoint him as a agent. Why? Because act of agent. Tell me, who is liable to the third party? Who is liable to the third party? Principal is liable to the third party. Agent, zero liability. Minor, zero liability. Unsound, zero liability. We had a rule in mathematics. If x equal to y, y equal to z, then LHS equal to RHS, hence proved. These steps we all know everything. Now ignore. Now the point is minor, Unsound zero liability, agent also zero liability, so these people can be appointed as a agent. But the problem is such persons are not responsible to the principal also. Such persons are not responsible to the principal also. For example, just example, I'm having an item. I told my agent to sell that item for a price not less than 1 lakh rupees. He sold it for 80,000. Now how much lost to me? 20,000 is lost to me. Can I ask third party to pay 20 extra? No. What third party will tell? Act of agent equal to act of principal. Now my loss of 20,000, who should compensate me? Agent. If agent is minor, you can't get compensation. If agent is unsound mind, you won't get compensation. That means such agents, which agents? Minor agents, and next unsound agents, are they liable to you? Not liable. They are not liable to third party. They are also not liable to principal. Okay. Modes of creation of agency: express agency possible, implied agency possible, agency in emergency also possible. Express, through an agreement. Say for example, Mukesh Dhirubhai Ambani sir appointing CA. This is express agency. Implied agency, it comes from the circumstances. It comes from the circumstances. Best example, emergency. Best example, emergency. Now between parents and children there is an agency contract. Express implied, implied. Next one, authority in an emergency. Authority in emergency. For example, one day X called Y and told that, so go to supplier, bring the goods. Go to supplier, bring the goods. Now Y is having authority only to go to supplier and bring the goods. But during transit, Y observed that there is some damage in the goods. And it takes some 3 days time to reach Mr. X. Calling Mr. X not reachable. And communication is a barrier, communication not possible. For example, if he keep goods like that only, then what happens? Complete goods may be damaged. So they are non-durable goods, say for example FMCG goods. Now looking at the condition of goods, why immediately sold the goods to public at the nearest market, Now act of Y, will it bind act of, will it bind X? Answer is yes, because there is emergency. To protect the interest of principal, if agent is doing anything, any lawful thing, simply to protect principal interest, then we call it as emergency authority. Emergency means, you tell me, communication possible or not possible? If communication is possible, definitely that fellow will tell, okay, sell the items. When he is getting authority through word spoken, it comes under express agreement. Authority two types, express. Authority which is not in express, then it is either implied or, best example, emergency. Next one, subagent. Subagent. Who is subagent? Agent's agent is known as subagent. Suppose principal, original agent, and original agent's agent is subagent. Simply between these two you will find principal agency contract. Between these two you will find principal and agency contract. So appointment of subagent, valid or invalid? Answer is invalid. An agent cannot lawfully appoint a subagent because trust matters. It's all about trust. Yesterday I told you, C Limited appointed Mr. D as a director because C Limited trusted D. Now can D assign his office to another person E? No. That is nothing but subagent only. So this appointment of subagent, valid or invalid? Invalid. Suppose C Limited is having 20,000 branches. Mr. D cannot do the things. D cannot check all these 20,000 branches at a time. So company is giving power to D that each and every state, Mr. D, you can have one representative. Accordingly, D appointed 28 representatives. Now these 28 representatives are agents to director. Allowed or not allowed, sir? Allowed, because company is giving power to D. That's what ordinary custom of trade or nature of agency requires appointment of subagent. Then that appointment of subagent is valid. That appointment of subagent is valid. Mr. Mukesh cannot deal with all the 20,000 branches vendors, all the 20,000 branches employees. So Mr. Mukesh can delegate that power to whom? State heads. Allowed or not allowed? Allowed, because company is giving power. Now the point is, for the act of subagent, who is liable? Tell me, for the act of agent, who is liable? Principal. Correct? For the act of subagent also, who is the principal to the subagent? Agent. Act of subagent, agent is liable. And act of agent, principal is liable. If subagent is properly appointed, Principal is responsible to third party. Observe carefully. Yes, just listen to me. SBI and Mr. Anil is the borrower. Mr. Anil is the borrower. On behalf of SBI, manager M is giving loan. Manager M is giving loan. Now loan by manager M is nothing but loan by SBI. Tomorrow Anil repaying amount to manager M, that means payment to SBI only. You are not making payment. Manager had an authority to appoint a recovery officer. To appoint whom? Recovery officer. Valid or not valid? Appointment of recovery officers valid only. Now Anil made payment to recovery officer. Payment to recovery office is equal to payment to manager. Since this appointment of subagent happened as per the law only, payment to recovery officer, SBI is also bound by the payment. Suppose tomorrow that recovery officer, after getting that money, went to Bangkok. That means what? Misappropriated the money. Misappropriated the money. Now once again, Anil liable or not liable? Then who is liable? Manager is liable. Why? You named a most wasted person. Yes or no? You named whom as a subagent? Irresponsible person as subagent. Because of your act, there is a loss to the SBI. My dear manager, you pay that loan amount. You pay loan amount to SBI. Then what manager can do? Manager can recover from a recovery officer. So simply subagent is liable to original agent. Original agent is liable to principal. Principal is liable to third party. Understood the diagram? Okay. So subagent to original agent. Sir, can subagent be liable to principal or sir? Where is, show me the privity of contract. Sorry, show me the contract. There is no contract between principal and subagent. So since there is no contract, principal is not responsible for subagent acts. Who is responsible for subagent acts? Original agent. And for original agent acts, principal is liable. The principal is bound by responsible subagent acts as if originally appointed by the principal. If agent is responsible to principal, the agent is responsible to the principal for the acts of subagent. Subagent is responsible to agent but not to the principal except in case of fraud or willful wrong. See, if subagent is doing fraudulent things, principal can take action, only original agent can take action, sir. Principal can take action. Now, for example, someone came to you forcefully, they took your mobile and they're running. Now, immediately after them, you are also running, you are chasing. And you told that, wait, I'm going to show you. Immediately that fellow stopped and asking you, did I give any offer? Did you give any acceptance? No offer, no acceptance, that means no promise. If there is no promise, there is no agreement. If there is no agreement, there is no contract. Then how can you show me? How can you show me? Now tell me, will you wait? Will you wait and read the contract act? If someone is preventing you from using your property, express contract, implied contract not required. Your possession is getting disturbed, you can straight away file a complaint. That's it. Here also, if subagent is misusing your name, oh my god, there is no contract. Why? Directly go and show subagent. Next, if an agent appoints subagent without authority, agent becomes principal to that person. Simply, original agent, subagent. Original agent is known as principal. To whom? Subagent. So agent is responsible for the acts to both principal and third persons. Principal is not responsible for the acts of such a person. That person is not responsible to the principal. So simply, if subagent is not appointed properly, then for example this time not bank I'm the financer, I'm having an agent Mr. A. So I told to debtor simply, sir, make payment to me or make payment to A. Don't make payment to any person, I told clearly. But one day A is having a movie program. A sent his agent B to collect that amount. Now what debtor should tell? No, I'll pay amount to only A, or I'll pay amount to Mr. V. Like that he should tell. Imagine this fellow paid amount to B. B abscond. Now debtor released from V point of view are not released because I clearly told make payment to me or make payment to my agent. So now debtor is not discharged, debtor is still liable to V. Sir, for him loss, no sir. That's what? A is liable to debtor. Agent is liable to debtor. Agent is liable to principal. Debtor is still responsible to V. That means, here the hierarchy would be, agent, subagent, subagent improper appointment, third party. So for the act with third party, original agent is liable to the third party is liable to the principal, and agent is liable to the principal. Getting my point? If it is validly appointed, this will not happen. This will not happen. Sub-agent liable to agent, agent liable to principal. Third party discharged. Can I proceed? Next one. Substituted agent. Easy to remember, ma. Sub-agent means principal, down you will see agent, down you will see sub-agent. Sub-agent. Substituted agent means principal, agent, substituted agent. That means substituted agent is appointed by agent but works for principal. Whereas sub-agent appointed by agent works for agent only. Getting my point? So for a new business, I'm asking my agent, for new business, let me have another agent and you appoint that agent. But that appointed person will directly report to me. He is responsible to me. Now that appointed person is called substituted agent. So substituted agent acts, original agent is not liable, principal is liable. Just look at the hierarchy. But you know, for example, I asked agent, for cashier we need one more person. For cashier, appoint one fellow as my agent. And A appointed one agent, we call him as substituted agent. Now, you know, A appointed a person who lives in jail for 5 days. Occasionally he comes out. Now that means, you know, background verification, proper background verification he did it or not? Not. As a result, for me there is a loss of 60 lakhs. Now who is liable for this loss? Mr. A is liable. Why? Improper background verification, improperly naming a substituted agent. If agent does so, he is not responsible to the principal for the acts or negligence of the substituted agent. But if agent is not exercising reasonable care in naming another person as substituted agent, then original agent is liable to the principal. Getting my point? Next one, ma. Agency by ratification. 6 points. Chance is there for 7 marks. 6 points. Chance is there. Let's see. Ratification means confirming the facts already done without authority. Many times I told this example, now also I am telling this example. Suppose your parents gave you power to take 5,000 rupees as pocket money. How much authority they gave it to you? 5,000. But you took 7,000. Now whether you acted within the authority or out of authority? Out of authority. Now your parents will have two choices. One is, I'm earning for you. This entire net worth is for you. Tell and take it. That means what they are doing, they are accepting your activity. Or your parents may take belt, may give belt treatment also, leather belt treatment. That means what they are doing, they are rejecting the transaction. Maybe next month pocket money cut. Yes or no? So that means, you know, sometimes when you exceed your authority, when you are doing the things which are within the authority, no problem. Act within the authority, principal is liable. Act outside authority. If you are acting outside the authority, then agent is sorry, for the act of agent, principal liable or not liable? Not liable. Very simple, ma. Let's take company example and then we'll finish off 6 points. Company example. Company gave power to the directors. For example, borrowing powers only you take. My dear directors, you can borrow up to 10 lakh rupees. If you want more than 10 lakh rupees, you have to take special resolution from the members. Now directors borrowed 15 lakh rupees. Now borrowing of 15 lakh rupees within the powers are out of powers are out of powers. Now members may get an opportunity. Members, you know, they will verify the transaction happened in emergency. Act in the emergency, act is valid, no need of ratification. No sir, this is not an emergency, but whether 15 lakhs used by the company or misused? No sir, used for company only. Then members may accept it. When activity happened, it already happened in the past. With authority or without authority? Without authority. Now company is giving confirmation. Okay, no problem, my dear director. We are accepting it. The transaction which was done in the past without authority, we call it as ratification. And you know, the specialty of ratification, it won't come into the force from the date of ratification. It comes into the force from date of transaction. When the transaction happened, from that date onwards, ratification comes into the force. Transaction 1st January, ratification 10th January. Now tell me, agent within authority comes from 1st January or 10th January? 1st January. Next one, right of a person to act done without authority. When someone act on behalf of another person without authority, that person may choose either to accept it or reject it. This one means reject. If he ratify, then it is said to be within the authority. Modes of ratification, two types, express, implied. Implied comes from conduct of the parties. Suppose my agent without authority gave loan to customer. At the end of the month, when customer is paying interest, I'm taking that interest, I'm keeping it in my pocket. That means, am I accepting it or rejecting it? Accepting it. Express or implied? Implied. Knowledge of facts is essential. Knowledge of facts is essential. Do you remember related party transactions? Related party transactions. Company entering into a transaction with the another person who is a relative of the director, or with another business entity in which director is interested. Now transaction already happened with authority or without authority? Without authority. Suppose director is not disclosing his interest in the transaction and just asking to ratify. Now we are ratifying it with complete knowledge or without complete knowledge? Without complete knowledge. Later if we know that our knowledge, there is something concealment happens, or some concealment happened, that is a related party transaction, it was not disclosed to us. Now later we can cancel that ratification. Yes, simply ratification is invalid. Ratification is invalid. Next one, transaction, whole transaction must be ratified. You can't divide transaction into two parts, beneficial part and non-beneficial part. Beneficial part I ratified, non-beneficial part I didn't ratify. Now who will die? Agent will die. Non-beneficial part means loss. Loss you are not accepting, profit you are accepting, means definitely it creates negative impact on whom? Agent. Either accept whole or reject whole. Part to part, allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Ratification cannot harm a third person. Because of ratification, if third party is getting any damages or any losses, then that ratification stands null and void. That ratification stands null and void. For example, bank is there, manager is there. Manager send a notice, if you don't pay loan within 1 month, if you don't pay loan within 1 month, we are going to charge you 5% penalty. But this manager gave this notice without authority, without authority he gave a notice. Which notice? Penalty notice of 5%. And borrower paid amount after 2 months, and manager levied a penalty. No, manager levied penalty. Borrower is telling, you are not having power to levy penalty. Banker didn't give any permission. My dear manager, bank didn't give any permission to you to levy penalty. Now banker, they passed a resolution telling that manager is having power to levy penalty. And if they ratify it, tell me, if they ratify it and if they are making this notice valid, tell me, for borrower, loss or not a loss? Loss. So before only if you do this, borrowers will understand this and borrowers will pay within the time. First of all, you reduced the period. Loan is of 10 months and you are asking to pay within 1 month. I paid within 2 months, and without any power you are levying penalty on me. Later principal giving power to the agent that if you tell that if it is effective, then I will incur loss of 5%. So ratification, because of ratification, if third party is at loss, if third party is with the damages, then that ratification allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Revocation of agency. Tell me, who is giving authority to whom? Principal is giving authority to the agent. Same principal can revoke the agency. Principal revocation. Or agent may resign. This is removal. This is resignation. And here agency completed. I told to sell my property. When property got sold, contract of agency also comes to an end. Either principal or agent dies or becoming unsound. Any party die, contract comes to an end. If principal is becoming unsound, here unsound is with respect to whom? Principal. Because agent becoming unsound, there is no problem at all. Contract of agency can still be continued. But if principal is becoming unsound, if principal is becoming insolvent, if principal die, contract of agency automatically comes to an end. Agency coupled with interest. Tell me, for whose benefit contract of agency is getting created? Principal benefit, because principal can't do n number of things at a time. That's why principal is entering into agency. Say for suppose agency was formed for the benefit of agent. Agency was formed for the benefit of agent. Agent is having more interest than principal. Generally, again telling, generally contract of agency is created for whose benefit? Principal benefit. Of course, agent gets commission, that keep aside. But for the purpose of agent's interest, if contract of agency is formed, then we call it as agency coupled with interest. Suppose I am liable to Mr. X 20 lakhs. I'm not paying the amount. I told that I'm having one property. You sell it. You collect commission. You collect 20 lakhs outstanding amount also. Balance amount only give it to me, I'm telling. Now this agency was formed for whose benefit? Agent's benefit. This kind of agency cannot be terminated. Agency coupled with interest cannot be terminated. Next one, when revocation shall be made? Anytime, but before authority has been exercised. Suppose you posted an advertisement in OLX. When can you withdraw that advertisement? Before getting sold. You are having shares through demat account, you placed an order to sell it off. Now when can you cancel that order? Before getting executed. Once that it got executed, share price is increasing. Now can you tell, no, I didn't order you, please give me my shares back? Possible or not possible? Not possible. You appointed agent for 12 months. After 7 months you are removing that agent. For balance 5 months, how can he survive? So compensate him. But if there is a reason for removal, that agent is doing some side business activities, that agent is not giving services to you properly, then if you want, you can revoke the agency. Payment of compensation required or not required? Not required. Notice of revocation should be given to the agent, or else how agent comes to know about revocation? At the same time, notice should also be given to the third party, or else what public thinks, this fellow still an agent, they will deal with agent. Who gets liability? Principal gets liability. Speed okay na? Next, express revocation, implied revocation. Express revocation, calling you, telling you don't do this. Implied revocation, before you do the thing, I will do the thing. Before agent doing a thing, I'll do the thing. Principal himself will do the thing. Like proxy, you remember in company, proxy is an agent. Proxy was appointed to attend the general meeting. Now cancellation of proxy, you can call company and you can tell proxy terminated, or you can directly call proxy, you can tell proxy you are terminated. This is express termination. Suppose principal, that means member going to the meeting, once member attends the meeting, proxy automatic termination happens. This kind of termination is known as implied termination. Next one, effective time of termination, when it reached agent, that is the time of termination. When it reached third party, it is the time of termination. For example, this point to easy understanding of this point, Singham movie, did you watch Singham movie? Surya sir Singham movie. So Operation D is there. Operation Danny, okay, whatever it might be, in examination they won't ask you, but in climax scene you can see a state home minister sent cancellation of this operation, not via mail, not via fax, but through post. It officially reaches you tomorrow only. It officially reaches South Africa police tomorrow afternoon only. But before that, you can complete the task. Why? This notice will be valid only when you receive it officially. Unofficial, there is no proof at all. So therefore, you can do the operation before officially reaches you. Getting it? So when you are giving notice is not a problem, not a matter at all. When they are receiving the notice is the matter. Agent's duty on termination of agency, agent should take all reasonable steps. Suppose principal is having 10 properties, agent is taking care of all these 10 properties. Now principal died. Can agent occupy these properties and enjoy with the properties? Or agent should return it to the legal heirs of the principal? As per law, return to the legal heirs. Termination of sub-agent's authority. Suppose P, A, S, A. If you cut this thread, automatically this thread will also be broken. If you terminate agent, leads to termination of sub-agents. Duties of an agent, rights of an agent, other miscellaneous provisions. Just 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, 1.5 hour, or my target is 1.5 hour. Yes, we are running at par only, just 10 minutes. Listen, duties of an agent. So what are the duties of an agent? Duty to act as per directions. If there is no direction, then as per customs of the trade. You want AC remote? Give AC remote to her. In break, do one thing, mm, that swing option, you off it. You keep it upper side. Okay, morning 1.5 hour, no problem. But still 9:30 you will be there, right? So do that thing, in break time. Next. So agent should follow principal instructions. If there is no principal instruction, then follow customs of trade. Did you watch movie Gaji Attack? Rana Sir Gaji Attack movie is there. As long as crew is getting instructions from the authority, follow the instructions. Simply authority, for example, government. And next you can see raw. Even in Sardar movie also, Karthi sir Sardar movie also, yes, raw agents will get instructions from government. If there are instructions, follow the instructions. Suppose instructions are not, we are not able to receive instructions, some emergency is there, then no need to follow anything, just follow the customs. Just follow the customs. You can see in Sardar movie, starting first half, there is a instruction from Mr. Maharaj. The code name is Maharaj. In the second half, to protect the public's interest, to protect the government interest, whatever the things done by Mr. Karthi is valid only. Same to same. Gaji movie also, first half getting authority from the port people, port officers, search operation. But once there is a problem in antenna, communication not possible, villain detected, enemy crew detected. Now also wait for instructions, eliminate enemy, eliminate enemy. That's it. If in case of instructions, follow instructions. In the absence of instructions, follow the customs of trade. But any loss because of your actions, if there is any loss to the principal, compensate the principal. Requirements to exercise skill and diligence. Requirements as to exercise skill and diligence. Skill comes from experience. Diligence, you have to take care of the principal business. Suppose generally sale means what? Sale includes cash as well as credit. Yes or no? Suppose you read sale of goods at, completely you read sale of goods at, and you are named as an agent in Lalita jewelry business. Mr. Kiran Kumar sir, Mr. Kiran appointed you as agent, and he told you increase sales. Immediately you placed one advertisement. That advertisement is buy today, pay tomorrow. That means what? Credit sale. So today showroom stock zero, complete 100% sales. Tomorrow 100% bad debts. Now Kiran Kumar is asking, what happened? Sir, you told to do sales. I did credit sales. My laws are told sale means not only cash sale but also credit sale. But tell me, credit sale for gold possible? That means customs of trade permit to sell gold on credit basis. No. In fact, if you see gold companies, first they collect money in the form of schemes. After 10 months, after 12 months, they will give you gold ornament. So in case of gold, having credit sale concept there or not there? Not there. So simply exercise skill and diligence. Suppose you are buying a vehicle. They may ask you 12 months bank statement. They may ask you ITRs. They may ask you CIBIL report. Because vehicle, for example, 5 lakh rupees. They will ask all these documents. Now you went to a Kirana store and the total value of items you bought is 300. You are asking one day credit and they are asking ITRs, civil report, bank statements. Are taking printing of all these 3 documents alone take 400 rupees. Now tell me, agent in vehicle department asking these documents means valid. Agent in Kirana department asking these documents means, it depends on what nature of business. That's what skill and diligence means. Duty to render accounts. Take consignor consignee best example. Yes, in CMA entry we are having this chapter consignment. So whenever consignor asks consignee, he should give proper reports. Sir, opening stock and goods sent by you. So simply and then simply purchases less sales. This is the closing stock and amount collected this much, sir. Take this amount, like that. Whenever principal is asking, it is a duty of agent to provide proper accounts. Communicate with the principal. Like Sardar movie we have seen, raw agents should keep on communicating with principal. If communication is not possible, that is emergency. In case of emergency, do all lawful things. Next one, not to deal on his own account. Best example, your parents may call you and ask you, go to DMart and purchase the things. Total purchase cost is, for example, 650 rupees. And how much you have to take from your parents? 650 only. If you are taking 700 means, are you doing for your parents or are you doing for yourself? You are doing for yourself. Agent should not do like that. In the eyes of law, principal agent not two separate persons, they are one person only. So agent should never do business with principal. Agent should do business on behalf of principal, not with the principal. Next one, whatever consignee is collecting amount, he should deposit that money with the consignor. Protect interest of the principal. Protect interest of the principal. Suppose consignee is having a consignment. That goods, 25% goods damaged, balance 75%. If I keep 25% with this 75%, total damage. Consignee, he is trying to call consignor, but consignor not available. Now consignee is selling all the goods at a par price only. Now is this sale valid as sir? Emergency valid. And here also you can see, if agency ends due to death of the principal or unsoundness mind of the principal, then agent must take reasonable steps to protect the principal properties. Next one. So agent in emergency to, yes, agent in emergency, here you can see, in the absence of instructions, customs of the trade, skill and diligence. So non-compliance of any duty, non-compliance of any duty leads to loss to the principal. Now who should compensate principal? Agent only compensate principal. Next one, rights of an agent. Simply think consignee point of view. You know, consignee, at the time of consignment, he paid some 50,000 rupees to the consignor. And consignee, you know, to store all the goods, he took one go down on rental basis. That rent is, say for example, 10,000. For selling these goods, consignee is eligible to claim a commission of some 30,000 rupees. Now total, you know, how much consignee should receive? 50, which he paid advance, 30 commission, 10 rental amount. Total how much amount? 90,000. Until he get 90,000, he can exercise lien right on the goods he is having, which belongs to the principal. Right to remuneration, he can demand remuneration. That means, you know, how much? For example, 30,000, I told 30,000 he can demand. You may get a doubt, sir, consignee is having money. No sir, consignee is collecting money from consignee is collecting money from the sales. No sir. Suppose in a consignee outlet, phone pay stickers, phone pay QR codes are there. Yeah, QR codes are there, but those QR codes are connected with consignor, not consignee. That means all sale amounts who is receiving? Consignor only. Now consignee separately he should claim this amount. So right of remuneration. If he is already receiving amount on behalf of consignor, he can retain. Next one, right of lien. Until his amounts are getting paid, he can exercise lien right. Suppose, you know, he is not paying remuneration, but you are having possession of some 10 articles. Can you exercise lien right on these 10 articles? Yes. Right of indemnification for lawful acts. Lawful acts. On behalf of principal doing anything, doing any lawful acts. If you suffer any loss, who should compensate you? Principal. So for all the lawful acts, whatever agent is doing on behalf of principal, principal should ratify. Next one. Next one. Right of indemnification against acts done in good faith. If agent acts in good faith while doing something he was employed to do and it harms a third party rights, principal must indemnify the agent for the consequences of that act. Say for example, principal is, you know, consignor is sending goods to consignee. This time consignor didn't told about consignment, you know, what goods are there. Imagine, you know, some fire explosives are there. Consignor failed to communicate with consignee and consignee is taking care of the goods, but suddenly some one of the fire explosive, you know, due to some short circuit problems, this fire explosive got burnt. There is no negligence on consignee and consignor didn't disclose about the defects in the goods. Now tell me, can consignee claim indemnity? Yes. Can consignee claim indemnity? Yes. And here also, suppose, you know, for example, I appointed one agent to sell my property and agent entered into a contract to sell the property. Meanwhile, I sold this property. Now tell me, can my agent transfer ownership to third party? I mean, can this contract be still in force? Will be cancelled? Will be cancelled. Third party, due to breach of contract, third party recovered some 20,000 rupees as damages from agent. Now who is responsible to the agent? Mr. V, that is principal is responsible, because I am one who responsible for the agent's loss. I should indemnify agent. Right of compensation, principal must compensate the agent for an injury caused to him due to principal's neglect or want of skill. Same example, consignment only you take. I failed to disclose about the dangerous nature of the goods and agent suffered a loss. Last one, other miscellaneous provisions. Misconduct of agent. You tell me, you remember ultra virus, right? Doctrine of ultra virus. That means directors acting within the authority, without authority. In fact, it is without company's authority. In that case, who is liable to the third party? Director or company or directors? As between company and directors, company stands in the position of principal, director stands in the position of agent. Getting my point? Next one. If agent is guilty of misconduct, he is not entitled to the remuneration. In fact, he is personally liable. Non-liability of principal to the agent. If a person is employed to do criminal act, for example, I am irritated with for example, Mr. X. I went to Mr. R Rowdy and I told make Mr. X as X. That means what? Kill him. Rest in peace. Now R killed X. Act of R, whether we liable us are liable separately, but agent is personally liable first of all. Getting my point? Sir, act of agent principal is liable, sir. That benefit is only for lawful acts, not for unlawful acts. Principal is not liable to the agent even there was an express or implied promise. That's what the reason, ma. You know, all these rowdies will take a amount in advance. They take amounts in advance. You know, after completion of work, if this fellow didn't pay the amount, can this fellow go to the court? Court will not accept. That's what. Perfect only. Movies are perfect. Agency with third persons. Tell me, if agent enter into a contract with third party, who is liable to the third party? Principal. Principal. Notice to agent is equal to notice to the principal. Notice to the agent is equal to notice to the principal. If MD is receiving income tax notice on behalf of company, the notice is given to whom? To the MD or to the company? To the company only. Notice to agent is equal to notice to the principal. Enforcement of contract by agent on behalf of the principal. Agent cannot personally enforce the contracts because all these are entered for principal. Agent is not personally liable because who is liable? Principal is personally liable. But if agent is acting for foreign principal, or if he is not disclosing the name of the principal, or even though principal name was disclosed but can't be issued because principal is incompetent to the contract, for example. In these three cases, what remedy available to the third party? Foreign principal. Do you think third party will go to foreign and will file case on the principal? No. Or if principal name is not known, how third party knows about principal? Or if principal is known but he's a minor, for example. Now in all these three cases, who will be held personally liable? Agent will be held personally liable. Maybe they can ask you this point for 7 marks. Discuss the liability of the agent and when agent is personally liable. So these 3 points, you know, for 3 marks, or say for example 6 marks, like that. 3 points for 3 marks, and this general rule is there, no, that is for another 3 marks. They may ask you this one with another topic, like that. The next one, rights of a parties to a contract made by the agent. Simply you will find how many parties here, ma? 3 parties, ma. Principal, agent, third party. Who is entering into contract with third party? Agent. Third party will get that amount from whom? Principal. If agent is not paying, third party will recover it from principal. And act of agent, principal will get rights, principal will get a duty. Principal may demand performance and the other party has same rights against the principal. But the point is, here we had a concept called undisclosed principal or unnamed principal. Suppose, you know, A is entering into a contract with Mr. T, Mr. Tarun. At the time, T is not having any knowledge whether A is agent or principal or he don't know. But later T came to know that A is acting as an agent for principal. Now tell me, concealment of facts are not a concealment of facts are concealment of facts. So from T point of view, contract becomes voidable. T may decide whether to continue or discontinue. He also can decide whether to continue with A or continue with P. For example, this is a trade transaction. What type of transaction? Trade transaction. And Mr. P is having a good track record. Today if he purchase, today only he will make payment, but next year. Today if he purchase, today only he will make payment, not this year, but next year. That much good track record Mr. P is having. Now T, after knowing about P, who is the principal of A, what T can do? T can discontinue. Or T may continue. T can ask Mr. A, I thought you are entering into the contract, you perform the contract, you execute the contract. Or T may think, whoever, no matter to me, I'll continue the contract with P also. Now the rights of principal is decided by whom? Rights of principal is decided by third party. That's what you can see here. Who doesn't know or who doesn't suspect whether he is an agent or not. Same points I covered. Just give one time reading, you'll get the clarity. Simply this chart box, this chart box. Third party will have two options, either to continue or discontinue. If continue, whether with agent or whether with principal, it will be decided by T. Suppose you tell me, if T decided to continue contract with A, now what are the rights available to principal? 0. And who will have duties? A. Agent will have duties. If third party decides to continue contract with if third party continues contract with the principal, then who will get powers? Principal. Who will get duties? Principal. If third party decides to discontinue, then neither agent nor principal get rights. So that all points you can see in sixth one. And seventh one, liability of a pretended agent. Pretended agent, actual agent or not an agent? Not an agent, but still he himself represents as an agent. In that case, whether principal liable or not liable? Not liable. But if I ratify the acts, I am liable. Next one, agent cannot enforce contract made in agent's character. Act of agent, who is liable? Principal is liable. Agent cannot sue it. So if suppose if someone enters into a contract as an agent, but in reality you are not acting as an agent, you are acting for yourself. Now this is also concealment of facts only. In case of concealment of facts, third party will decide whether to continue or discontinue. So you cannot demand performance. If third party tells, you can claim it. If third party rejects it, you can't claim the performance. Acts done without authority but with principal's inducement. When agent does something without authority but principal words or conduct make third party to believe act was authorized, then principal is bound. This is nothing but rule of estoppel. Rule of estoppel. Once principal creates an impression that agent is having complete authority, then third party dealing with that agent, third party will get complete rights and obligations over the principal. Later he cannot tell that he is not having authority. Simply rule of estoppel. Fraud. Suppose agent doing fraud within the business items, within the business activities. For example, agent collected money from the customer, misappropriated that money. Now tell me whether principal responsible to the third party or not responsible? Yes, responsible. Simply fraud, doing fraud within authority, principal is liable to third party and agent is personally liable to principal. If fraud is outside agent's authority, then can it bind the principal, sir? No. Simply remember doctrine of ultra virus. Director getting money from debtor, misappropriating that money, yes, company is responsible for director's act. Everyone, suppose this is ultra virus act, director had no power to enter into this contract, but still he entered into the contract. Now company responsible or not responsible to the third party? Company is not responsible. Understood, everyone? Let's begin marathon of business ethics and emotional intelligence. From this chapter you can expect two descriptive questions, that is 7A and 7B, and you can also expect one or two multiple choice questions. So the weightage of this chapter in your examinations is 16 to 18 marks. So before I start marathon, let me explain you a small concept. I'll tell you the story of a business entity. So today, yes, business entity, for survival, for running the business operations, they need money. From where they get money? From investors. Again, investors are of two types: shareholders, creditors. Creditors again two types: trade creditors, non-trade creditors. Shareholders simply members of the company, they are owners of the company. Trade creditors means supplier of services, supplier of goods. Non-trade creditors means bankers and debenture holders. Now with this money they carry manufacturing activities. For manufacturing activities, what they need? They need human resource. And using this money, raw materials, plant and machinery, and employees, what they do, what they produce? They produce goods. They produce what? They produce goods, and these goods will be sold to the customers. Yes or no? So what business entity receive? Business entity receive amounts. Now these amounts, on these amounts business entity will pay GST. On the net profit, business entity will pay income tax. So who will receive these amounts? government. Simply example, central government. Example, central government. Now, who will carry this business operations? Who will carry these business operations? Yes, definitely management. Management. So everything is managed by the management. In company, we call them as directors. In partnership, we call them as active partners. Now observe carefully in a business entity, who are involved. First, members. Next, trade creator, non-trade creator, employees, management, government, customer. Total some 7 points. Total some 7 points. So in each and every case, we will have two options. One is fair option, other one is unfair option. First of all, ethics means what? Ethics means what? Acceptable principles. Acceptable principles, simply acceptable practices. When you are in society, when you are dealing with someone, so you will have two options: either cheat them or give fair treatment to them. Fair treatment is acceptable practice, unfair treatment is unacceptable practice. For example, members, for attracting the members, we are showing untrue financial statements. Untrue financial statements. We are actually in losses, but we are preparing financial statements with profits. Why? To attract investors, to attract bankers, to attract debenture holders, to attract members. Now tell me, is it acceptable practice or unacceptable practice? Unacceptable practice. Next, you are purchasing goods from the supplier. You are promising to pay within 2 months, but you are not paying within 2 months. Acceptable practice, unacceptable practice, unacceptable practice. You are selling goods to the customer. Which goods? Expired goods, date already over. Or you are giving cheap quality goods. For example, take milk only. For example, pure quality milk gives you sufficient vitamins, calcium, etc for the feed, for the person who consumes the milk. But in that milk, if you mix some 10 liters of water, now purity is getting diluted. Purity is getting diluted. That means customer getting premium quality product, a cheap quality product. That means acceptable or unacceptable? Unacceptable. And human resources, simply talking about employees, two types of treatment. Giving fair treatment, that means timely payment of salaries, timely payment of timely giving benefits. And the other kind of treatment, you can see KGF. In KGF, what happened? Treatment to the employees, is it fair or unfair? Acceptable or unacceptable? Unacceptable. Next one, management also very, very important. If management follow unacceptable practices, their followers, nothing but employees, also follow unacceptable practices. Next, when you are doing business in India, yes, you have to collect GST, you have to pay GST, you have to pay tax on your profits. Non-payment of taxes, concealment of income, acceptable or not acceptable? Not acceptable. Now simply dealing with these 7 parties, dealing with these 7 or 8 parties, acceptable practices, ethics; unacceptable practices, not ethics. That's it. This is all about the chapter. Getting my point? So business point of view, adopting ethics. Now tell me, if business entity is fair with all these 7 people, for example, showing correct financial statements, getting proper investments, with proper investments generating good returns, now members will get good returns, yes or no? Next one, non-trade creditors, bankers will get timely payment of installments, debenture holders will get timely payment of interest and timely redemption of debentures, supplier will get timely payment of money. Next one, employees will get timely payment of wages, government getting timely payment of GST, timely payment of income tax, customer getting timely services, the two quality services, timely products, the two quality products. As a result, you tell me, company reputation will grow or will not grow? Will grow. Increase in reputation leads to growth of operations. Growth of operation leads to profitability. Now, importance of business ethics means you have to write advantages. Need of business ethics means if there is no ethics in the operations, then we may face these kind of consequences. And challenges of business ethics, to implement ethics, to have ethical practices in the business entity, what challenges we are facing, what struggles we are going to face. For example, business person point of view, profit priority or customer satisfaction priority, both priority. Customer will be satisfied only when you provide quality products at affordable prices. In that case, business entity receive high profit or reasonable profit or reasonable profit. So there should be some balance between profitability element and customer satisfaction element. These kind of challenges also we will see in business ethics. At last, you will see from management point of view, emotional intelligence, controlling emotions. So a small chapter only, small chapter only. This is what the overview of business ethics. Now can I start? Yes, I'll start the marathon. Ethics importance. This is normal ethics. This is not about business ethics. I'm not talking about business ethics, normal ethics. Ethics is a Latin word. Actually, it's a Greek word. It is derived from Greek word ethos. As per study material, Latin. So remember Latin only. Ethos, which means character. Study of human character in the society. What is meant by ethics? Study of human behavior in the society. Next one. Ethics is a social science. This is not a mathematical science. Like, if you take maths, 2 into 2 means 4. 4 plus 4 means 8. Even you do 100 times this operation, you get same result. But this is a social science, study of human behavior in the society. Sometimes it may be beneficial. Sometimes it may not be beneficial. Say for example, you take ancient history. War is an acceptable custom, acceptable practice. To expand kingdoms, kings used to declare wars. And to have some fun at the time, bullfight is also there. In Bahubali also we have seen, not bullfight, I think wild animal fight only. But right now that practice, is it ethics? Right now, India to occupy Pakistan or to occupy neighbor countries, declaring war. Ethics are not an ethics. So simply depending on situation, ethics will change. Ethics is not a static concept. It is not fixed like law. Law once enforced, law once comes into the picture, it is fixed. But ethics is not like that. Ethics is like a environment keep on changes, ethics will also keep on changes. Today what is bad, tomorrow it may be right. Today what is right, tomorrow it may be bad, because acceptability of the practices. Simply what is right, what is wrong, and immoral, moral and immoral, good and bad behavior, how people interact with one another. Suppose company approached me to appoint me as an auditor. I'm having some interest in the company. I'm holding some securities. Now in front of me, two options. One is hiding that matter, taking appointment. Second one is disclosing the matter, coming out of the position. Which one is acceptable practice? Disclose the matter, come out of the office, so that there will be no conflict of interest. Or else, holding securities, if I'm appointed as an auditor, will I give appropriate opinion or inappropriate opinion? Giving inappropriate opinion means whose interest will be affected? Investors' interest will be affected. That's what, it's a fight between good and bad, moral and immoral, right and wrong conduct. Next one, decent human conduct. Ethics helps you in decent human conduct. For example, you take HR manager, best example, HR manager. How he will determine bonus to the employees? Based on their performance. Is there any law regarding evaluation of the performance? No. He should give paid treatment. Suppose hardworking employee, for you 1 star, only 1 month bonus. Not at all working, but still, he's a simply blind follower of HR. Now giving 4-star rating and giving 4 months bonus, it kills whom? It kills the confidence of hardworking employees. Decent human conduct? No. Next month onwards, this fellow will also stop working, and this fellow also will praise HR. Decent human conduct, not decent human conduct, not decent human conduct. Universal values, simply human rights, dignity. HR manager giving treatment to all the employees in a same way. Human rights, obedience to the law of land. When you are in India, pay GST timely, pay income tax timely. Health and safety, concern for the environment. In your factory, give importance to your labor also. They are healthy, your first priority. Their safety, your first priority. And when you are doing manufacturing operations, environment to be protected, environment to be damaged, environment to be protected. So simply before releasing the waste, proper treatment should be done. Next one, ethics are the moral principles. These are shaped by 3 elements: social norms, cultural practices, religious influences. Some people eat non-veg, some people don't eat non-veg. It depends on what? Religion influence. Next one, culture. 2 types of culture. Before, if any elder is coming to, any elder person is coming to home, we will wish him. And that wishing is also 2 types. One is, like pranam, namaste, and the other one is shake hand. So it's what, domestic, simply our traditional culture and Western culture. So culture influences the ethics, social norms, society requirements simply. So what is society accepting from you? Social norms. So ethics is shaped by three factors. Ma, tell me what are the three factors? SCR or SCR. What is this SCR? Social norms, cultural practices, religious influences. Ethics reflects beliefs about right and wrong, justice and injustice, good and bad in the human behavior. It acts as a moral compass. Moral compass. Next one. Simply, you take KGF as an example. Rocky, after becoming the owner of that KGF, so whatever he thinks, it will be correct only. So it's simply your belief. Your belief decides the ethics. It's a moral compass. You should go with which type of practices? Acceptable practices, not unacceptable. So simply the differentiating factor between Garuda and Rocky. Garuda, no treatment to the employees first of all, whereas Rocky, fair treatment to the employees. Due to fair treatment of the employees, employees can work hard. Employees will help you in growth of the company. Whereas here, employees will try to kill employer, or employees may not work, growth not possible. So moral compass. And while ethical beliefs are personal, they also influence our values, our practices, our policies, the decision made by the leaders. For example, my superior always taking bribes and accepting the contracts. Now when my superior is doing like that, obviously juniors also will do the same thing. Terms like business ethics and corporate ethics refers to applying ethical values in the business applicable to the individuals, groups, organizations. Okay, so these ethics are also shaped by, you can see, professional organizations, licensing authorities, ethical standards. Professional organization, for example, we are having ICMA. It is also giving code of conduct, acceptable practice, unacceptable practice. It is also giving code of conduct, follow it. Licensing authorities and ethical standards boards are also there. Yes, whatever they are telling, follow them carefully. Next one, types of ethics. We are having three types of ethics: meta, normative, applied. Meta ethics, what is good, what is bad, and its origin. Whereas normative ethics, name itself is telling, norms, why it is good, why it is bad. Meta ethics, suppose red signal appears, stop, so that accident can be avoided. Next one, normative ethics. Yes, to do that activity, what we have to do? You should apply the brakes. To stop at the red signal, what you have to do? Apply the brakes. Applied ethics, applicable to controversial topics. For example, bringing AI. Sir, if you bring AI, human labor will lose jobs, no sir. But without AI, we cannot enhance our growth. So we need to balance these kind of things. Too much of automation leads to removal of labor. So we should provide other alternate treatment to the human labor. Other kind of jobs, clerical jobs we need to provide. So if you are bringing too much AI, too much automation, then don't ignore employees. At the same time, considering employees, if you don't go with AI, other competitors going with AI, for example, they are getting big share of market, you are not getting the share, finally you may end up with closing the business entity. So perfect balance. Applied ethics always comes into the picture where controversies are there. Controversy cases, applied ethics. And the origin of ethics is meta. To achieve ethical goals, to achieve or to implement ethics, what we should follow is normative. Getting my point, everyone? So simply, this kind of questions, how they can ask you is types of ethics, importance of ethics. Types of ethics, importance of ethics. Just remember the cheat code, SRH, SRH, PB, Sunrisers Hyderabad, Punjab Kings, playing cricket in website called u.com. In which website you will get the score of SRH versus PB? u.com website. Now let's see one by one. S stands for social science. I'll mark it here. If you want, you can write here like this, yes. Next one, R, rules. Ethics means set of rules. Ethic means set of rules. And H stands for human conduct, decent human conduct. SRH completed. SRH completed. Next, PB, moral principles, moral compass, moral compass. PB, here you can see principles. Ethics means moral principles. Next one, moral compass. You can see in u.com. See there, no? u.com. See, moral compass. Next one, values, organization values. Organization values. So that is nothing but O. Organization values, nothing but O. Next one, P completed, B pending, right? B business ethics, B business ethics, P professional ethics. B applying ethics in business is nothing but business ethics. Yes, here you can see terms like business ethics, here terms like professional ethics. Professional ethics means we know we CMAs how to implement these practices. And coming to the types of ethics, MNA, meta normative applied, meta normative applied. So simply ma, S stands for social science ma, R means rules, H means human conduct, P means principles, B means business ethics, U means did I told what is U? Universal values ma. U stands for universal values. Where it is? Fourth point, yeah, I forgot here. Universal values. U stands for universal values. C stands for compass. O stands for organization values. And M starts for simply types of ethics. You can write types of ethics: meta, normative, applied. Meta, origin of the ethics. Normative, what should be done. Applied, for controversies. So simply come on one more time. Importance of ethics one more time. S, social science. R, rules. H, human conduct. And P, principles. B, business ethics. Or else we can also tell like this, you know, P means professional ethics, B means business ethics. U means universal of values, C for compass, O for organization, M for types of ethics. We can write M and A. Sufficient. 7 points, any 7 points is required. Types of ethics, if they ask you, these 3 points each carries 1 mark, and remaining some 4 points you write. Enough, that's it. So come on, tell me. SRH, PB. Yes, social science. R, rules. H, human conduct. PB, professional ethics, business ethics. Over. Next one, U.com. U, universal values. C, compass. O, organization values. M, types of ethics. You know, meta, normative, applied. Meta, origin of the ethics. What is right, what is wrong. Normative, norms. Applied ethics for controversial topics. Over. First topic over. Next one, importance of the ethics. Importance of the ethics. Here I am writing FRESHRG. FRESHRG. What is this FRESHRG? I'll tell you after completion of this topic. Yes, importance of ethics in human life. Is this a business ethics question or normal ethics question? Normal ethics in human life. Importance of ethics. Yes, ethics is essential for human life, or else our action would be random and directionless. Suppose, you know, after 1 month you are going to face examinations. Without proper preparation, can you perform well in the examination? No. Our target is to complete CMA Inter. For achieving the target, what actions we need to perform? Simply preparation. So daily, how many hours of preparation, what subjects we need to prepare? That is all about selection of choices. Without this selection of proper choices, our actions would be random and aimless, simply directionless. So simply H stands for human life. H stands for human life. Next one, even with an ethical standard, we might still fail to reach our goals. G stands for goals. Simply ma, being ethics, alone ethics will not give you results. Alone ethics will not give you results. Hard work is important. Hard work is important. Say for example, you are not at all wasting your time. You are not watching the reels. You are not at all doing it, but you are remaining silent. You are remaining idle. Suppose, you know, watching reels, playing cricket, etc., in front of examination. This is not acceptable practice. Unacceptable practice, no ethics. but you are not doing these things. At the same time, you are not doing hard work. Can we achieve results? No. So G stands for goals. Next, third one is rational. The more we use a rational ethical standard, the better we can organize our goals. Simply plan achievement of the goals. Plan achievement of the goals. That the middle content, simply, from plan, simply execution, simply implementation. Throughout our implementation, we should be ethical, we should be responsible for our own plans. So simply fixing a schedule, following the schedule, preparation, like that. Next one, any flaws in our ethics will reduce our ability to be successful in our endeavors. For example, take a CMA point of view. You have been a qualified cost accountant. For example, you have been appointed as a cost auditor. Now management coming to you and giving you gift. Bribe means problem, gift means no problem, right? But this is a lawful term, that is unlawful term. Both the cases you are getting benefit only. So now they are giving you gifts. If you accept the gifts, tell me, can you be still independent in your audit? No. So don't accept it. Any flaws, F stands for flaws. F stands for flaws will reduce your ability to achieve successful. Next one, proper foundation of ethics need a standard of value. Standard of value. And to compare all the goals and actions, the standard is our own life and happiness that makes life worth living. So simply standard of living. Proper standard of living requires strong foundation of ethics. Strong foundation of ethics. For example, today they are giving gift. Today you may be happy, but tomorrow if fraud comes into the market, if fraud is revealed, first person who will they arrest? Who will they arrest? They arrest auditor only. Now you will have long-term happiness or short-term happiness? Short-term happiness, long-term suffering. Don't do that. Ethics is important for long-term happiness, that means standard of living. Next one, ethics must apply not only in emergencies but also in everyday decisions. Tell me, we should start preparation day before examination, 3 months before examination. Day before examination means emergency. 3 months before examination means every day. So of course we follow only in emergency situations. Ignore. Next one, ethics, E stands for emergency. E stands for emergency. And next one, ethics must also guide our relationships with others, recognizing their value to our survival, well-being and happiness. So simply respect our colleagues, respect our seniors, respect our juniors, so that you will maintain a cordial relationship, normal relationship or very happy long-term relationship with all these people. So simply R stands for relationship. R stands for relationship. So completed, completed. Let me write here. F stands for what? Flaws. Flaws will affect you in achieving the success. R stands for relationships. Last point you can see, R stands for relationship. Next one, E stands for emergency. Not only during emergency, but you have to follow ethics throughout every day. Next, S stands for standard of living, that means standard of value. Long-term happiness is important. Next, H stands for human conduct, human life. H stands for human life. Ethics is essential for human life. Without ethics, our actions would be aimless or random. Fresh, completed. Next one, RG. R stands for rational ethical standard. Correct. Rational ethical standard. And G stands for achieving the goals. Achieving the goals. No. Yes, correct only. Even with ethical standard also, we may still fail to reach our goals. Okay, na. See, importance of ethics in human life is different, and this one, normal importance. This is importance of ethics. That is importance of ethics in human life. Clear? Ethics importance means SRH versus PB in u.com website. Whereas importance of ethics in a human life, fresh, RG. F, flaws. R, relationship. E, emergency. S, standard of value. H, human life. RG. R stands for rational ethical standards and G stands for goals. Next one, nature of ethics and its relevance in business. Slowly, now talking about ethics in our business. I'm talking about business in our ethics. Sorry. I'm talking about ethics in my business. 14 points are there, 14 points are there. At least remember 7 points. cheat code is somewhat extra point. You know, when I'm child, we had a program, we had a that Power Rangers web series is there. SPD Power Rangers is there. Okay, SPD entered into a contract with L&T to shoot FR classes in HD quality print, and then for sale in Madhya Pradesh, and I don't know LIP. See, these codes I started making morning 6 o'clock onwards. So don't ask me, what is the significance of the code. I got this code, that's it. Why LIP, IPL is there, no? IPL. IPL is there, that's it. SPD entered into contract with LT to make FR videos in HD quality print for screening them in IPL in the middle of premiers. Ignore. Simply code SPD LT FR HD MP IPL. That's it. So what are these things, sir? Let's see. First one, success. Success depends on many factors, not only financial parameters. Like, sir, turnover increasing, sir, but your employees are crying. Sir, my net profit increasing, sir, but employees are not getting fair treatment. Now tell me, is it a long-term success, sir? Maybe today you may be success, but tomorrow if employees become, form a union, and if they start strikes, long-term success or short-term success? Short-term only. So success depends beyond the many factors. Employee happiness. Next, P, philosophy. Yes, success. P stands for philosophy. Philosophy. It reduces internal conflicts, ma. Help with the help of ethics, you can reduce internal conflicts. When you are reducing internal conflicts, you can grow in long run. Next one, long-term success. L stands for success only. What type of success? Long-term success. Entity with ethics. Customer will be satisfied. If customer is satisfied, he will continue with us in a long run. That means we can retain customers in long run. We can get good profits in long run, long-term success. Next one, daily operations. Yes, management should implement ethical practices in daily operations. D stands for daily operations. Next one, attract talented employees. T stands for talented employees. You tell me, company giving fair treatment to employees. Hard worker employee getting more bonus. No working employee getting zero bonus. These kind of companies, employee will show interest in these kind of companies or other companies, these kind of companies. So you can have talented employees, you can retain talented employees. First you can attract them and you can retain them in long run. Next one, leadership. Next one, leadership, or simply, yes, a relationship. Yeah, here it is not leadership, ma. Ethics helps you to strengthen the relationship within the management. Like, top level management can have a good relation with middle level management. Middle level management can have a relation with low level management. So the entire hierarchy, you will observe greater stability. Ethical leadership encourages employees to follow the same standards. F stands for follow the same standards. Follow the same standards. Only the highlighted words are there, no red color highlighted words. From those words only unique letters I am taking. 14 points are there. At least remember some 10 points. Try to write at least 8 points. That's it. For 7 marks, 7 points is enough. Okay. So employees, simply juniors follow seniors, ma. Ethical leadership encourages juniors to follow their seniors to implement the same standards. Say for example, ma, ASP is there, SI is there, Assistant Superintendent of Police and Sub Inspector. If ASP is taking, no, instead of bringing police, let's take CIT, Commissioner of Income Tax and Income Tax Officer. For example, ACIT. If CIT is taking 1 crore rupees gift, ACIT also expect 50 lakhs gift. 1 year gift, why you are taking? Because tax liability of 10 crores I am making 0. Now for economy, for government, how much is the revenue loss? 10 crores. Sir, he is getting benefited. No, sir. Who want personal benefit? Economy as a whole, we have to check. Ethics will not focus on personal benefits. Ethics focus on society benefits, because it's a study of human behavior in the society. Because of your behavior, society getting benefited, society at loss. Next one, employees make better decisions. D stands for decisions. Better decisions within the less time, so that time wastage can be eliminated, productivity can be enhanced, employee morale will also be there, employee fair treatment will also be there. Next, employees act with honesty and integrity, entire organization benefits. Honesty. Next one, employees in ethics driven organization are more likely to be perform better and stay loyal. Here the point is loyalty. Loyalty, L. Next one, importance of business ethics extends beyond employee morale or management team strength. Team strength. So simply employee morale. M stands for employee morale. Next one, ethic practices are closely connected with profitability. P. And a company's reputation among the community, other businesses, investors is a key factor in the investment potential. I. Say for example, we are having two options, Indian Oil Corporation, Reliance Industry Limited. Both are oil refinery companies only. Both are oil refinery companies. IOC, it stands on ethics. For them, profit is not a criteria. For them, ethics is important. And Reliance Industry Limited, for them, not about ethics. How we are doing business is not a matter. For us, profit only matter. Now, at one point of time, when profit becomes zero or when it go into losses, definitely this kind of companies you can't see, because no ethics means, you tell me, no ethics means talented employee will come or will not come, will not come. Customers will retain in long run, no, not in long run, not in long run. Profitability in long run, success in long run, no. Then investor will associate with unethical companies, ethical companies. Example I'm telling you, without investments, how can you grow? So simply 14 points are there. Out of 14 points, 5 to 6 points are talking about employees only. Employee morale, employee, following this seniors, employee loyalty, talented employees. Getting the point? So out of 14 points, some 5 points are talking about employees. Morale, loyalty, retaining talented employees. And next one, follow the senior management, leadership. Next one, yes. Okay, some 4 points are there. 4 points about employees you remember. So simply let's see the code. SPD, LT, FRHD, MP, IPL. At least some codes I will tell. Some codes. S stands for success. What type of success? Long-term success. Next one, P stands for philosophy, and D stands for daily operations. Ethics you have to follow in daily operations. Next, T stands for talented employees. Talented employees. F stands for follow the seniors. Follow seniors. R stands for relationships. R stands for generally relationship. Honest relationship. H stands for honesty. D stands for decisions can be taken within a shorter span, within a shorter time. Decisions can be taken. Next one, MP, IPL. So last L stands for loyalty, P stands for profitability, I stands for investors. And between MP is there. MP, one M is morale, employee morale, another P is protection, productivity, or maybe like that simply. So tell me, what is the importance of ethics in human life? Importance of ethics in human life. Fresh, RG. F, floss. R, relations. E, emergency. S, standards of life. H, human life. And RG, R stands for rational ethical standards. G stands for goals. Now coming to nature of ethics and its relevance in business. SPD, LT, HD, IPL, MP, FR. SBD, LT, FR, HD, MP, IPL. At least remember 10 points. That's it. Yes, success. P, profitability. Just randomly I'm telling you. Yes, success. P, philosophy. D, daily operations. L, long-term success. T, talented employees. F, follow the senior employees. Next R stands for relationships. H, honesty. D, decision making within a short time. M, morale. And P, productivity. Again, P, profitability. One P is productivity, other P is profitability. So here I stands for investors, P, profitability, L, loyalty. So employees point of view, loyalty. Okay, and additional 2 more points are there. So maybe the 2 points, if company is seen unethical, investors are less likely to buy the, yes, that's what, investment potential. This is also connected with investors only. And to maintain a positive image, for that also fair employee treatment, respect the environment, and honest pricing to the customers. If you are not able to remember these points, at least can you remember this story? Can you remember this story? Now customer what expect from business entity? Fair pricing. Over. Employees what they expect? Fair treatment. So from them we can expect loyalty. They can make decisions in a quick manner if there are ethical standards. That's it. Employees over, customers over. Government point of view, obey the laws. Next one, investors point of view. Company with good ethical standards attract lot of investments. Investment potentiality will be there. Investors will associate with the company. And following ethical practices, you can run your company in long run, long-term success, long-term profitability. For this, you need to maintain ethical standards, which should be rational ethical standards. Enough, ma. Enough. Next one, 7 principles of public life. Most number of times this question came. Initially, these 7 principles of public life is for public servants. Example, public servants, example, MLA, MP, IAS, IPS, simply those who serve public, those who serve public. Public should be benefited. When these people follow ethics, public will be benefited. So you can see here, 7 principles, which year? 1995, by whom? Lord Nolan. And next one, you can see these principles extend to private voluntary sectors delivering public services. Example, government hospital will give you health scheme benefits. At the same time, normal hospitals, private hospitals also, they will fix like this, Arogyasri acceptable. That means, they may also provide health schemes. Who promoted these health schemes? Government. For the benefit of whom? Public. Now a private hospital rendering these services voluntarily to the public, for them also these 7 principles are applicable. Sir, what are those 7 principles? And before that, these principles are subject to review on periodical basis. These will be reviewed and they can be also be changed. But for us important is 7 principles. Sir, what are the 7 principles, sir? Remember, very simple cheat code, ma. Oil, because of oil, what happens? Ash comes into the picture. Apply oil and just give one light, just simply light it, you will get ash, oil, ash. But here, with respect to O, we are having 2 things: O2, oxygen 2, O2 oil plus ash. Sir, what is this cheat code abbreviation? O stands for objectivity, another O stands for openness, I stands for integrity, L stands for leadership. Next one, A stands for accountability, S stands for selflessness, H stands for honesty. Nothing to explain more, simply selflessness. Private, personal interest to public interest. Which one I should select? Public interest only I should select. Suppose I'm IAS officer. To me, yes, I received tenders from various people regarding one project. Out of these tenders, one of the tender was filed by my relative. Now should I go with my relative tender, or I should accept the tender which will benefit the public, which will benefit the public? Selflessness, place public interest over personal interest. Integrity means honesty. For what purpose you are appointed, fulfill the purpose. Next one, don't expect any gifts. Material benefits means what? Bribes, simply gifts. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Not at all allowed. Next one, objectivity. Objectivity means objectivity. For example, you are appointed as a cost auditor. What is your duty? Express opinion whether cost records are free from material misstatements or not. So for your objective, for the purpose of your appointment, you must have ethical acceptable practices. You must implement ethical, there is no acceptable practices. In case material misstatements are there, report it. No sir, they are offering 50 lakhs. Now taking 50 lakhs means your objectivity is still there or not there? Not there. Accountability. So for your actions you are responsible. Cost auditor is responsible to the board. Public servants are responsible to the public, accountable to the public. Next one, openness. Whatever decisions you are taking, don't take them in secret way. Just try to communicate with the public in a transparent manner. Honesty, nothing but be truthful. Next one, leadership. Integrity, honesty, both are same only. Okay. Next one, leadership. Public office holders should lead by example, uphold these principles, and challenge unethical behavior wherever it occurs. So that means you should be a role model, not rolled gold model. Clear? So tell me, what are the 7 principles? 7 principles means total 7 in number ma. Oil plus ash, O2. So O2, first O objectivity, next O openness. No secrecy, openness. Objectivity, for what purpose you are appointed, fulfill that purpose. Next O completed. Oil, I stands for integrity. Integrity means honesty. Again, honesty means be truthful. OIL. L stands for leadership. So be a role model, for example. Next one, ash. A stands for accountability. You should be responsible, and you should be responsible to the public for the decisions you have taken. S stands for selflessness. H stands for honesty. Over. 7 principles over. Now tell me, importance of ethics in human life. Fresh RG. Nature of ethics and relevance in business. SPDLT. FRHD MP RIP. Sorry, IPL. Abbreviations you write, some 10 points you write. Employee point of view 4 points you write. Investor point of view some 2 points you write. Customer point of view 2 points you write. Profitability, growth, that's it. Long term success. Next one, relationship between ethics and law. This is really a tough question. Like, chicken first, egg first. Who knows? No one knows. Like that, ethics first, law first. Sometimes law decide the shape of ethics. Sometimes based on ethics, law will come. For example, you take untouchability. Is it acceptable practice? Abolition of untouchability. Now law is shaping ethics. Next one, supply of products to the customers. Cheap quality products are reasonable quality products are reasonable quality. Say for example, no, ignore that example. Another example, you take a HR manager. Down the HR manager, some 10 employees are there. On what basis you determine their ranking? For that any law is there? My dear HR, if employee is coming by 9:30, going by 6:30, then give 4-star rating. Like that law is there? Or if employee is telling simply yes to you or questions, then give rating. Any law is there? So fair treatment of employees, there is no law. Then what we should follow? Ethics. Now based on ethics, for example, organization is giving code of conduct. Now organization code of conduct depends on what? Ethics. So simply sometimes where there is no law, ethics prevail. And sometimes law determines the shape of ethics. Simply untouchability. Next one, sati concept also. Abolition of sati also. Next one, so relationship between ethics and law. Here the code is very simple. CM turn CM. Turn. C stands for civilized social existence. U stands for uniformly. And T stands for together. Work together. And next one, another U. R stands for relationship. N stands for not enough. Where is that not enough? Fourth point. Laws are not enough. Sometimes laws alone are not enough. I told you example, right? Fair treatment of the employees. So timely payment of wages, law is there. Minimum payment of wages, law is there. But for performance evaluation, law is not there. So yes, what is the pending point? CM turn means 6 points. M, many areas. Oh my god. No, 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 no. Turn right. Oh. There are many areas where laws cannot be created or enforced. CM turn. CM here it is not. Ah, okay, okay. Here it is U. Here it is M. Correct, correct. Many areas only. Many areas only. Easy to remember, ma. Easy to remember. I'll tell you. Relationship between ethics and law. First thing, for a civilized social existence. Example, sir. We need one example. See, Bahubali civilians, Kalakeya civilians. Bahubali civilians, they are in civilized social exist. Civilians means who? Residents of that area. Simply citizens. So these people are with moral values, whereas Kalakeya army without moral values. Whenever they see a person, they may kill, they may rob, etc., etc. So that's what. For a civilized social existence, today we should have both law and ethics. Law is a codified norms, correct? Parliament will bring a draft first. Next, when both the houses of parliament approves it, when president gives approval, it becomes codified norm. You have to follow it. Non-compliance of law attracts penalty. Whereas non-compliance of ethics, there is no punishment. There is no punishment, but nature gives you punishment. For example, misusing water resources, or you are not respecting to your staff. One day, yes, you may not be left with water resources, or you may not left with employees. Nature gives you treatment here. Simply, law is a codified norms, ethics is a internal principles, civilized social existence. Next one, law apply to everyone equally, whereas ethics, it's not like that. I told you, right, ethics are shaped by religious influences. One particular category of people will eat both veg and non-veg. Another category of people will eat only veg, pure vegetarians. Now, is there any law that don't eat non-veg or eat only veg? Is there any law? That's what ethic differs from person to person, category to category. It's not, law is uniform, whereas ethics is not like that. Ethics is not like that. And relationship is very complex. That's what I told you. Chicken first, egg first, like that. Law first, ethics first. It is a very complex. Many law reflect ethics. On the other hand, law can shape ethics. Here, if you want, you can write a example: untouchability practice, slavery concept. Yes, human trafficking was avoided, eliminated, prohibited. For that, we are having a laws also. So one side law shape ethics, other side laws are based on ethics. Laws are based on ethics, and also laws shape ethics. Next one, laws alone are not enough to ensure ethical behavior. Law cannot cover every situation. In such case, people must be ethical on their own. Simply bonus evaluation. Simply, sorry, performance evaluation. Employees performance evaluation. Next one, in conclusion, law and ethics are both essential. They must work together, just and fair society. So simply CM term, C means civilized social existence in the 2 points. Law means codified norms, ethics means internal principles. C over. M means many areas. Many areas there may be no laws. In those cases, ethics you have to follow. CM completed. Turn. T stands for they should work together. Who should work together? Law and ethics. U stands for uniformly. Law applies to everyone uniformly, whereas ethics, it differs from religion to religion, culture to culture. Next one, you completed. Next, R. R stands for relationship. It's a complex relationship. One side law is based on ethics, other side law shape ethics. R completed. Next, N. N stands for not enough. When laws are not enough, ethics comes into the picture. When law is not providing solution, then ethics will decide the human behavior. Can you remember what is 7 principles? Oil ash. O, objectivity. O, openness. Oil, I, integrity. L, leadership. A, accountability. S, selflessness. H, honesty. Little bit. Okay, my voice only it should capture. Next one. What is the next point? What is the next point I discussed with you? 7 principles over. After 7 principles, which topic I discussed with you? Law versus ethics. Law versus ethics. In case of law versus ethics, CM turn. C, civilized social existence. M, many areas. And turn. T, together. U, uniform. R, relationships between law and ethics. And N, not enough. Enough. Next one. Next one. So for U, I wrote like this: U versus V, uniformity versus vary. Uniformity for law, vary is for ethics. Our relationship lost not enough some cases. Okay, next one: business ethics and its relevance to the business. Starting one, relevance of ethics. This is relevance of business ethics. Here, the cheat code is Employee Provident Fund. With this EPF, you may achieve VKS actually, VKS plus Q. How many points? Total 7 points. Our lucky number also 7 only, because for 7 marks 7 points we have to write. Okay, your lucky number should be 7. In examination, try to write 7 points. Don't repeat them. Okay, don't make repetition. Write 7 valid points. Business ethics ma, need of relevance to the business ethics. Just now we have seen okay, just wait. Relevance to the business ethics. Promote green business practices. That means environment friendly operations are environment against operations are environment friendly. Avoid plastic usage. In that place, carry some cloth bags or paper bags, like that. Reducing paper usage, proper recycling. Next one, obeying the law. That means pay taxes, pay employees fair treatment, give treatment to the employees. Minimum wages you pay, and work hours also you keep as reasonable hours only. As per factories act, employee max to max he can work for 9 hours in the factory. He can stay 10 and a half hours in the factory, but normal working hour per week 48 hours. 48 hours, 48 45 48 hours, whereas daily working hours is 9. Beyond this working means, for extra hour, overtime payment should be done. Overtime payment means how much? Double the normal wages. Okay, obeying the law, taxes, employees treatment, employees should be given fair treatment. So employee misconduct even outside work can affect the company's image, for sure. For sure. Employee rash driving or employee drinking and doing nuisance, so immediately they will talk which person, so and so employee, so and so company's employee, so and so company's employee. Company's reputation will be damaged. Next one, caring and consideration policies. Caring and consideration policy. Consumers believe that businesses are only focused on the profit. Generally what customers think, business means just for profit. Change their mindset. No, no, we are not for profit only, we are for your satisfaction. So for that, what we have to do? Sale after service. After service, that means after selling the goods, periodically contact them, ask them for the feedback, any improvements required, note them. That's what. Next one, confidentiality and privacy policies. Confidentiality and privacy policies. So data breaches, for example, you tell me you are using Instagram, right? Someone hacking the account, reading all your personal messages, definitely threat only. Definitely threat only. Similarly, you being a cost auditor, you are having sensitive information of company, like that formulas, that patents, everything you are having. Now data breach means it leads to who? It leads to loss to whom? Loss to the company. So maintain confidentiality, maintain privacy policies. Next one, professional appearance policies. For appearance, what to do? Maintain a neat dress code. That's it. So relevance of business ethics, only some 5 points are there, ma. 5 points are there. Okay, just wait. I wrote wrong cheat code here. If you have written it, just strike it off. No problem. No problem. The correct cheat code is clap G. Clap G. That's what I'm searching here. 7 points I wrote here. Only 5 points are there. What happened? Material changed, I'm thinking. No, code changed. Code is clap G. So tell me, G stands for green business practices. C stands for confidentiality. L stands for, let me write, law. Obeying the law. C stands for consideration. And P stands for privacy policies. A stands for appearance. So simply clap G means C consideration practices, L law, A appearance, and P means what? privacy, and G means green business practices. Can I proceed? Now about asthma. So here, reading about ethics, that means ethics will be there, but more about us only, more about us, CMA. After getting qualification of CMA, what are the options available generally? What options are available? Employment, practice, business. In employment also, two things will be there. You may be named as accountant or you may be named as management accountant. Accountant simply records the things. Management accountant, apart from recording, forecast, budgeting, everything he will take care of it. So you may be placed as an accountant or you may be placed as a management accountant. Don't think that CM is just filing a returns or CMA means filing the returns. Only complaints. No, no, no. Beyond complaints, CMA can think. Like how? Suppose you tell me standard costing. We are doing standard costing, right? What is the main objective of me doing standard costing? Comparing actuals with budgets. Where the variance is very high, either modify the budgets or modify the practices so that variance will come down. If variance is coming down, profit will go up. And making a budgets, what is our requirement? What is our source of money? How much source of money we are having? What is our requirement? Perfect balance is nothing but budgeting. All these things who can do? A qualified CMA can do. So simply CMA means filing returns, recording entries, or doing something beyond these regular operations. Doing something beyond these regular operations. Simply you can also participate in finance. Role of professional accountants in business. Role of professional accountants in business. So with respect to business, I told you the cheat code, right? The cheat code is applicable, right? K means knowledge. K means knowledge. And next one, this is a normal point, ma. After getting qualification, you may be appointed in a listed company, or you may be appointed in unlisted company, or you may be appointed in some section 8 companies, not for profit organization, to maintain record of all the things, whatever is happening, to maintain a record. So you may be appointed whether in a public sector or private sector or not for profit sector. So you are having diversified roles. So knowledge, and many think that your responsibility is enough with financial reporting. They are responsible for maintaining the quality of financial reporting at the source where numbers are generated along with handling cost accounting. So F stands for financial reporting. F stands for financial reporting. And next one, like accountants in taxation auditing, professional accountants in business also play key role in supporting the stability and progress of the society. Like in FM we are having a technique, capital budgeting technique. So calculating, doing these calculations, we can assess whether company is having a going concern or no going concern. Next one, public does not clearly understand about your rules. They think that they are just permitted to FR, financial reporting, but not only FR, other activities also you can do. It may lead to misinformed perceptions about your value. So you have to communicate with the public that our role is not limited to just recording the matters. Our role is also extended to analysis part, decision making part. A competent professional conduct is the greatest asset of any company. If you see balance sheet of the company, there you will see fixed assets, current assets, only tangible, intangible assets you can see. But the greatest asset of the company is not these assets, employees. Without employees, these assets are waste. But are we showing any employee asset in the company balance sheet? No. Employee asset, we are not at all recognizing it because it is something having its own value. Next one, using their skills insight into the company and its environment, these accountants ask challenging questions. Their accounting training allows them to take a practical and objective approach to solve the problems. You tell me during your articleship, client will come with n number of queries. Yes or no, something which may not have practiced it before, but still you have to provide solutions. No sir, I took this chapter choice, I can't serve you, means they will take you choice. They will go with some other cost accountants or some other professionals. It's not like that. Periodical training is important. Continuous upgradation of the skills also important. This expertise is especially valuable to the management, particularly in SME, MSME. We are having, micro, small, medium enterprises, right? MSME need this kind of talented employees, because MSME is almost, today MSMEs in India is almost 10 crore MSMEs are there. So if MSME can survive well, they can provide employment opportunities. At least if they are providing employment opportunities for 10 people, imagine 10 crore MSME into 10 people means 100 crores. Our eligible voters are also 100 crores only. That means no one will be unemployed. Everyone will get a income. Your role in business and your role in cost management. Your role in cost management. This is easy to remember. FCPAS, Foreign Company Prospectus and Allotment of Securities. FCPAS, Foreign Company Prospectus and Allotment of Securities, PAS. Simply, P stands for plan. Plan and control the cost. And next one, so let me tell you the things, let me tell you the points. This includes making decisions about the use of materials, production process, product design. Next one, tell me, are you studying OM or not? You are studying OM, operations management. So in that, you can see plant design, product design, plant layout, everything you can know. That means in those activities also you can participate. In those activities also you can participate. Cost management process. C stands for cost management process. Next one, cost accounting system. A stands for accounting system. Reports, however, cost accounting system and the reports it produce are not the same as overall cost management system. I'm telling you, accountant to management accountant, both are different. Accountant means simply recording the facts, whereas management accountant not only recording but also analysis. After analysis we get decision making also. Next one, cost management is not just cost reduction, it has a broader focus. Advertising to boost the tools, how much advertisement we need to spend and how much R&D we should spend. You see, Baiju company, instead of focusing on the operations, a huge amount was spent on advertisement. The best example, Baiju name logo appearing on cricketer's jersey. For the thousands of crores they spent. Instead of spending that much amount, if they spend on it operations, selection of the faculties and infrastructure. So if they have invested that amount on R&D, today Baiju must be Baiju must be in existence. In such cases, managers may intentionally increase costs in given period compared to previous one, expecting that these decisions will generate profits in the future. A cost management system must ensure costs are recorded with profit expectations. Every person will spend money with an intention to generate profits only. Yes or no? So P stands for profit expectations. P stands for profit expectations. A stands for accounting system. And C stands for cost management process. F stands for focus. F stands for focus. And last one, yes. Yes. I forgot that code actually. So simply, FCPAS, S is not having any code. Simply F stands for focus, A stands for accounting system, P stands for plan as well as profit expectations. P, two things you give, P, two things you give. One is what? One is planning, other one is profit expectations. And finally, F focus, C cost management system, P plan of profitability, A accounting system. That's it. 5 points. Next one, management accounting. Here simply remember PAS. Problem solving, attention directing, scorekeeping. Problem solving means, first you need to identify the problem and evaluate what alternatives are there. Attention directing, looking at standard costing, you can find out the variance and you can give more attention to the areas where high variance is there. And finally, scorekeeping, just recording the matters and tracking the outcomes of the manager's action. This helps to assess if expected results have been achieved. Or simply you take ESOPs only. ESOPs to be given to which employee? Hardworking employee, all employees are hardworking employees. So they can exercise these options. So first identify the problem and give attention to the problems. Finally give scorekeeping. So they will ask only one of these three categories. One, role of professional accountant in business. Then you have to write this 8 points. In business means, reporting, financial reporting, knowledge. Next one, knowledge, financial reporting, society. Value misunderstand happen. That should not be done without, that can be eliminated only with your interaction with the public. Next one, problem solving, questioning, expertise in the small and medium enterprises. First I'll write here. If you think it will be helpful, then read it. I told you the cheat code. What is the cheat code? I told you EPF plus VKSQ. E stands for expertise in SME. Expertise in SME. Next one, P stands for problem solving. Problem solving. And F stands for financial reporting. FR. F stands for FR, financial reporting. Next one, V stands for value misunderstood. This can be eliminated. Value misunderstood. This can be eliminated by interactions with the public. Next one, K stands for knowledge. First point, that is what knowledge. K stands for knowledge. And S stands for society. S stands for society. Stability and the progress of society. Stability and the progress of society. Next one, Q stands for questioning. Whether the point is there, Q stands for questioning. Challenging the questions. Challenging the questions. At least you remember one word, you can narrate a beautiful line. And what I say you is, these words, underline them, highlight them enough, because the valuer will go through only underlined words and he will give you the marks. Clear? EPF VKSQ. And this cost management, I told FCPAs, but I forgot to write that point. And finally, value chain, PAS management, PAS, identify the problem, give attention. Next one, scorekeeping. Yeah. Want this? Take it. If you want, you can take it. Next one, value chain and its elements. Value chain and its elements. Value chain means 4 activities you remember. One is procurement. Procurement from whom? Suppliers. Second one is production. Processing raw materials into finished goods. And next one, marketing. And finally, delivery. Last one is service after sale. Sale after service, I told her. No. Service after sale. Service after sale. Simply raw material to finished goods, finally serving the customers. That's it. That's all about value supply chain. That's all about supply chain. In this supply chain, adding some value so that customer satisfaction can be increased. Simply I call it as value chain and its elements. So tell me, in a chain of activities, starting with procurement of raw materials. Next one, carrying production. Once goods are ready, then market them, deliver them to the customers. After sale, service. You take car, for example, car. For car, tires, engine, next iron, that steel comes from various suppliers. Next, production. Next, advertise the product. Sell them. Sell the units to the customer. After sale also, first 1 year free services. So value chain shows the entire business as a series of activities, right from procurement to service. Management accountants support decision making at every stage of the value chain. Management accounting systems should be designed based on decision needs of the managers, new themes, challenges that manager may face today. Value chain elements. First one, customer focus. We should produce the goods as per the requirements of the customer, or as per our own requirements. As per the customer requirements. Only when you retain customer, you will have sales, you will have profits. You take for example Apple mobiles, premium mobiles, luxurious mobiles, retaining the customers for long run. Every year they come up with a new product which will serve customer. So customer focus. Next one, key success factors. They may be financial or non-financial. You can see these are non-financial factors which affect organization economic viability. For example, innovation. Innovation. Once upon a time, Tata Docomo is there, Aircel is there, Uninar or Telenor. Next one, Reliance SIM card is also there. But due to Jio, tough competition from Jio, all these companies, including Vodafone company, also not there. Vodafone is acquired by Idea. That's what. Important key success factors like cost, quality, time, innovation. Management accounting system should track performance on these factors for the organization, its divisions and competitors. Next one, continuous improvement. Continuous improvement. Best example, Apple mobiles only you take. Every year they will make a little modification like appearance of the screen or some kind of software features. So continuous improvement. For that, keep in touch with the customers, get their feedback, try to eliminate the defects. Value chain and supply chain analysis. There should be a strategic framework for analyzing competitive advantage promoted by the Michael Porter. Management accountants must understand this framework and provide relevant information to the strategic planners for effective implementation of the strategies. So both value chain and supply chain, both should run together. Then only strategies will be helpful. Why we should have strategies? To get competitive advantage. In telecom, today 50% of the customer base is with Jio, and some 35% is with Airtel, some 10% with Vodafone Idea, and 5% is with BSNL. So now for framing strategies, first from where we get these services, spectrum, and how we are providing these services to the customers through networks. So right from initiation to end, procurement to service, what kind of additions we can do, value chain analysis. While making value chain analysis, keep focus on customers, some key success factors, continuous improvement. That's it, ma. Professional ethics, simply remember IOCPP. IOCPP. What is IOCPP? I, integrity. O, objectivity. C, confidentiality. P, professional judgment. P, professional competence. So tell me, as a CMA, as a cost auditor, you should be honest, or you should accept gifts. Honest, integrity, objectivity. For what purpose you are appointed? Fulfill the purpose. And see, confidentiality. While verifying cost records, you got an important formula. Suppose you are verifying the records of Dr. Reddy's and you got the formulas of a medicine. That medicine manufacturing cost is just 10 paisa, but they are selling it for 10,000 rupees. Why? For development of the formula, they spent 10,000 crores. Now they are amortizing the formula, but verifying the records, you got that formula access. Now can you misuse it? Confidentiality, no. Professional judgment, you have to take independent judgment. Your judgment should not be subordinate to others. Next one, professional competency. It comes from experience, skill, etc. Next one, about us only. Mission statement of ICMA. You have to remember this one. You have to remember this line item. CMA professionals are expected to ethically drive enterprises worldwide. Tell me, today manufacturing companies are only in India, only in our state, or international wide you can see manufacturing companies are. So we have to provide services to the enterprises not at pan-India basis but worldwide basis. Creating value for the stakeholders, simply shareholders, employees, creators, are based on our reports, based on our audit report. Government can trust the financial statements, members will trust, creators will trust, bankers will trust, investors will trust. So we have to enhance the value of the stakeholders. This is achieved through integration of strategy, management and accounting competencies with a social economic context. Next, you can see same points, IOCPP I told you, right? IOCPP I told you, simply remember that points. Here I stands for independence, objectivity. Yes, your actions, your thoughts should be independent. Assess your relationship with the client. Suppose you are your relative holding securities in the company. Now if you were appointed as an auditor, will you take a independent decision? Will you make independent decision? No. You will not make independent decision, so come out of it. Next one, transparency and accuracy. Simply maintain audit working papers. You are giving opinion, you are giving a qualified opinion. What is the basis? Maintain some audit evidence. Whenever asked, disclose all the material facts. Acquire sufficient information before expressing opinion. Report any material misstatements or deviations from generally accepted accounting principles. Next one, confidentiality. Maintain confidentiality throughout the audit. Comply with the legal norms also. Suppose, if CG is asking you, come on, submit the information. Now CMA should not tell, sir, you told I have to maintain confidentiality, sir, so I won't give you that information. You tell me, who imposed confidentiality principle on you? CG. You can exercise this confidentiality from outsiders. You can exercise this principle with outsiders, but with CG, you should not implement it. When CG is asking information, provide that information. Integrity in business relationship. Integrity in business relationship. Don't request client for any benefits. Sir, daily to come to the office, I'm not having vehicle, sir, please arrange one vehicle. So except remuneration, except fees, you should not be dependent on the client. Next one, engagement clarity. For that, draft engagement letter at the time of engagement. In the engagement letter, you will find scope of the audit, operations to be verified, everything be clear, or else what happens tomorrow? Suppose for example, you came to verify undertaking A. If this is not written clearly, then what they do? They will ask to do audit for undertaking B, undertaking C. Recently we have seen Sivakarthikeyan sir movie Patchwork. Without reading the documents, he signed the document. Now for all works, he responsible or not responsible? Like that, avoid it. Engagement clarity must and should. Professional conduct with the peers. Say for example, ITC gave you offer, sir, can you be our cost auditors? Immediately don't jump and enjoy. First you talk with the old cost auditor. Sir, is there any problem to you to accept this engagement? Simply your old dues discharged or not discharged? Discharged. Then only you can accept appointment. So that means new auditor should communicate with whom? Old auditor regarding fee dues. New old auditor, first of all, they are peers, they are colleagues, peers. So maintain professional conduct with the peers. For example, this old CMA, for example, one work, C Limited is inviting tenders. C Limited is inviting tenders for audit fees. And Mr. A quoted 25 lakhs. Now, you getting information from C Limited, one of the employee, you are filing a tender for 24 lakhs 99,999 rupees. Now, are you maintaining a professional conduct with your peers? No. Suppose A agreed to do work for 25 lakhs. Now, after 1 month, you are going to C Limited and giving offer. Sir, why 25 lakhs, sir? Give me 20 lakhs only. I'll complete the work. Now, you are removing food from whose plate? Your peer's plate. Is it professional? Is it acceptable conduct? Tomorrow, C may come and C may tell, sir, 6 lakhs give me, sir. Why B? So, today, if you take food from A, tomorrow C will take food from you. So they don't maintain like that. Fair competition, everything should be fair. Offering commissions, for example, offering commissions. Sir, my dear managing director of the company, if you give work to me, I'll give you 5% commission. That means what? Bribing. CMA is allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Next one, competency and professional standards. You must have necessary skills. For example, you are someone who got qualified in the year 1975. For you, you don't know how to operate a mobile. You don't know how to operate system, but you are telling that all the records maintained by the company in the system is correct. Can you give such kind of reports? No. So maintain up-to-date competency and follow the standards. Next one, I think more than half we completed, 2/3 of the chapter completed. Remaining topics very simple, very simple. Let me quickly revise these topics. Primary norms of business ethics: loyalty, respect, trustworthiness, fairness, community and environment responsibility. Primary norms: personal responsibility. Each individual should implement ethical practices for completing the assigned tasks, and in case of mistakes, if you found, correct them honestly. Don't try to hide them. try to correct them. So personal responsibility, and company as a whole, corporate responsibility. Suppose you are an accountant, by mistake 19,000 rupees entry you recorded it as 91,000. Now when you know this defect, what we should do? Hide it or rectify it? Rectify it. And suppose you are the senior manager, you are given a task, and you are having a, for example, movie, and you are giving that works to junior manager. Heavy work on junior. Tell me, is acceptable practice or unacceptable practice? So complete the assigned tasks and job duties. Next one, corporate responsibility. Employees, customers, employees, customers, clients, board of directors. Responsibilities may be legal, contractual, or ethical promises. Legal or contractual means, company appointed MD for 5 years, MD for 5 years. Now between this company and MD, it is, this is governed by contractual document, contractual rights. And company should serve at the same time HR manager is there, HR manager to the employees. So how treatment should be done to the employees? Fairly. Is it as per lawful law or is it as per ethics? Ethics. Loyalty, respect. So employees should be loyal. Respect is an important business ethic, both how business treats its clients, customers, employees. Next one, trustworthiness. Create trustworthiness among the customers as well as employees. Fairness, give fair treatment to all the customers and employees. Community and environment responsibility. Simply fairness means, think about Lucky Bhaskar only. When Bhaskar sir came in Maruti Alto car, what kind of treatment was given? Even when he asked water, sir, go there and drink. When he is giving checks, no sir, checks are not allowed, only money. But when Bhaskar sir came in a new car with a huge money, some 3 lakhs is pending, sir, 3 lakhs is there, sir, we also ready to accept checks. Fair or unfair? Unfair. Suppose if you have given fair treatment to that fellow will bring 3 other customers to that shop. In long run, long term success is possible. That's it. And simply employees also, you take for example, you did articleship in the offices, right? Suppose if your manager is not giving fair treatment to you, you may stop your friends from joining that firm, or you may take your friends from that firm to other firm. Finally firm will grow, will not grow, will not grow. That's what loyalty important, respect important, self-respect, trustworthiness, community and environmental responsibility. So remember headings. For each heading, remember 1 or 2 points. Even if you remember headings, my story, do you remember this story? Only 1 point only. Starting I wrote here. If you remember headings, connect any of these 2 points, any of the 2 points you write for each heading. That's it. Trustworthiness, tell me, trustworthiness, fairness, respect, environment friendly operations. Next one, loyalty. So what is the question? First of all, primary norms of business ethics. Primary norms, primary responsibility, corporate responsibility, loyalty, trustworthiness, respect, environment friendly, fairness. Internal code of ethics, IOCPP. Internal code of ethics, 2 to 3 times this question came. IOCPP. I stands for integrity. O, objectivity. C, confidentiality. P, professional judgment. And another P, professional competency. So yes, CFA Institute Code of Ethics, like that they asked for 7 marks. Again write integrity, competence, diligence, respect, ethically with the public clients. Place integrity of the investment profession. Use reasonable care and independent professional judgment. See, integrity of investment profession means Harshad Mehta sir failed at this point. Harshad Mehta sir, first he selected one company. When share prices are falling, he is investing a lot of money to maintain the price or to increase the price. So don't do like that, because at one point of time it will fall. Even you take Satyam Computers also, 7,000 crores scam happened. So share price slowly from 150 went to 500. When scam was revealed, 500 fallen to 7 rupees. The speed of increase will be equal to speed of decrease also. So that's what, use reasonable care, independent professional judgment when conducting investment analysis, investment recommendations, investment actions, professional activities. Tell me, Harshad Mehta sir satisfied these conditions or failed to satisfy these conditions sir? Initially he did it ma. Initially in market for 3 years he earned 10 lakhs, but when Kolkata beers entered into the market, when they crashed the market, now Harshad Mehta sir decided to become more powerful than Kolkata beers. In this process he forgot about fair treatment. He became more greedy. As a result, he started circulating fake BRs, getting more money, rigging the shares, increasing the share prices. But at one point of time, definitely, person will be caught. Not today, maybe tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe day after tomorrow. But one point of time, he will be caught. So professional and ethical behavior. Practice and encourage professional and ethical behavior that brings credit to the profession. Global capital markets, professional competency. Promote integrity and viability of the global capital markets. If you ask me today, in the absence of stock markets, economic growth is not possible. Why? Total money in our stock markets is 550 lakh crores. In the absence of stock market, do you think people will invest that much money? Sir, we are not making investment. No, you are taking LIC policies, right? Or you are making investment in mutual funds. LIC companies, mutual fund companies, they bring that money into stock market only. It's not a small money. So now, in SEBI, if gambling practices are allowed, for example, now no one will trust stock markets. They will withdraw the funds. After withdrawal, expansion possible. First of all, continuation only not possible. That's what. Next one, business ethics. Business ethics. 7 principles in business ethics. 7 principles in business ethics. You remember that 7 principles, right? Simply write those points only with small changes like trustful, honesty, open-minded, openness, meet obligations, objectivity, maintain clear documentation, involved in the community, maintain accounting control, be respectful. 7 principles in business ethics. Remember these 7 points. Trustful, open-minded, obligations, documentation, participate in the community, simply transparency. I can call it as transparency. Maintain accounting control, nothing but accountability, and be respectful. Again, integrity. Simply there I told you O square IL plus ash. Yes or no? Oil ash. Objectivity. Next one, openness. I stands for integrity. L stands for leadership. Involved in the community, maybe leadership it will come, or openness also comes. Next, A stands for accountability, maintain accounting control. S stands for selflessness. S stands for honesty. So be respectful, be truthful, be trustful. Be respectful and be trustful. Clear? Next one, principles of business ethics. Avoid customers exploitation, avoid unfair trade practices. So simply 2 points with respect to customers. No. You can write like this: 1 point customer, 1 point competitor, another point employees fair treatment. Employees fair treatment. 3 people customer, competitors, employees. Okay. Scope and area of business ethics. Area of business ethics: CSR, corporate social responsibility, fiduciary responsibility to the stakeholders, industrial espionage. So social responsibility from ethical perspective, overcharging not allowed. Whereas ethical perspective, social responsibility perspective, overcharging affects healthcare system. This point you remember. This point, social responsibility. You know how ethical perspective and social responsibility perspective differs. Concern about a healthcare provider overcharging. Society point of view, how poor class people gets health facilities. Society is broader than entity. Society is broader than entity. So business ethics, individual or group discussions. judged as right or wrong conduct by the society. Social responsibility from an ethical perspective, problem associated with overcharging. Social responsibility point of view, overcharging, how it affects a healthcare system ability to serve everyone. Areas, remember CSR, fiduciary responsibility with the stakeholders, and industrial problems, industrial espionage. Benefits of ethical behavior: you can attract customers, you can attract employees, you can attract talented employees, you can attract investors. The same points again, once again getting repeated. Advantages means you can attract investors, you can attract employees, you can retain them, and you can also attract customers. Next one, ethics in business dealings. Importance of ethics. Importance of ethics. Simply, without this ethics, success is not possible. Importance of ethics. Here also think about three people, employees, customers, and second one is competitor. Competitor. Think about three people, that's it. Think about three people, that's it. Employees should get fair treatment. So yes, strong business ethics make them confident. Customers feel comfortable, and no ethics or zero ethics, fined for bad behavior, violation of laws, going concern will be affected. Zero ethics means these punishments. Full of ethics means lower risk of being fined, lower risk of violation of the laws. Reputation once lost, forever will be lost. Keeping the promises is essential to maintain the reputation. Ignoring ethical codes can lead to serious consequences. And unethical behavior can damage the reputation. Once here reputation benefit he is selling, unethical behavior damages the firm's reputation, make firms less attractive to the stakeholders, cause profits to decline. Because when you are losing customers, sales will come down. When sales are coming down, profit will also decline. Sometimes releasing poisonous contaminants outside a factory, natural environment will also get damaged. So this is the importance of business ethics, importance of the ethics in the business. Employee fair treatment, customer quality product at a reasonable pricing, competitor point of view, avoid unfair trade practices. Next one, emerging issues in business ethics. Emerging issues, today we are not able to implement ethics because of lack of knowledge of ethics, or maybe these are the concerns in the business ethics. Lack of proper direction. Everyone follows CEO. If CEO is taking bribes means system will be collapsed. And there is a complex dilemmas, sir. For me as a business person point of view, for me profit is important, sir, but for customer point of view, customer satisfaction is important. If I run for profits, I may ignore customer satisfaction. If I go with customer satisfaction, maybe I'll get little profits but not more profits. So dilemma, a wrong or biased decision can deeply impact the goodwill of the company and its market position. General business ethics, ignore. Common unethical practices by the corporate executives. CAG, CAG, that is corruption. G, greed. A, accommodating the employees, vendors, customers. Next one, KPDP, that is knowledge, professionalism leak. Next one, pressure, and next one, dominance. Common unethical practices. Today an organization is not having good ethics or good ethical practices because they face this kind of unethical practices, like domination. Top level management always dominates low level management. Pressures. Next one, corruption. Next one, greed for more profits. You will keep customer satisfaction at risk. Accommodating a group, fair treatment to one group of employees, unfair treatment to another group of employees. Lack of knowledge or leak of professionalism, not maintaining professionalism because you are getting more money and you are maintaining, not maintaining confidentiality, you are giving the data. Next one, importance of business ethics. Importance of business ethics. Tell me. C and G, KPDP. C and G. C, corruption. A, accommodation. G, greed. K, leak of knowledge, leak of professionalism. D, dominance. P, pressure. Can be tested for 7 marks. The above topics, wherever you see 7 points, 7 points, 7 points, read all those questions. Like these points are there, for example, general business ethics. Ignore this kind of things. Next one, importance of business ethics. Importance of business ethics. PREP LC square. PREP LC square. Importance of business ethics. Importance of business ethics. Public expects. P stands for public. Public expects business to show high ethical performance and social responsibility. And next one, R stands for, no, we will read it. Next we'll see the shortcuts. Encouraging ethical behavior. Ethical behavior, E, among the competitors, among the employees. Promoting ethical behavior protects business from unethical employees and unethical competitors. High ethical performance protects individuals, improve consumer confidence, social responsibility, good image leads to goodwill, goodwill leads to high profitability. Even you can survive in the heated competition, and you can follow all the legal perspectives. Simply legal compliance. Legal compliance. So importance of business ethics. Again, here also remember three people named. You remember who are the three people? Employees, competitors, customers. To get more number of customers, first of all you should have, to get more profits. First of all you should have more turnover. For having more turnover, you should have more customers. For getting more customers, you should have goodwill. You must have reputation. And sir, having customers, having reputation alone is not sufficient. You must have employees. If that employees are given fair treatment, they will work for the company, and your production will be increased. If production is increased, with the increase in reputation, with the increase of this goodwill, your profitability will also increase. So remember these three people names and write the points connected with these three people names. Highlight the important words, material words. So L stands for, legal perspectives. C stands for competition. C stands for competition. Next one, goodwill builds goodwill, good image of the business. Business become aware of social responsibilities, improve consumer confidence. So just yeah. So simply public expectation, employees expectation, customers expectation, competitors expectation. That's it. Next one, need for business ethics in business dealings. Last 2 pages, I think. After this, emotional intelligence only. I'll give you a break. Detailed explanation is coming, no? Detailed explanation is coming. No problem, 18 marks. No problem, 18 marks. If you remember more number of times, just keep it in the brain. Write all those points in the examination. 2 questions will come. If you know correct answer, write correct answer. Or else summarize all these points, write it as an answer. Worst case, you'll get half marks also. The problem with business ethics, we know ethics. We know ethics. Something difficult to define, something difficult to express. That's why starting I gave you brief introduction. Next, need for business ethics. Importance means, importance of business ethics will tell you about benefits, increase of reputation, positive outcomes. Whereas need of business ethics, why do we need business ethics? Simply to avoid negative outcomes. Importance focus on positive outcomes, need focus on preventing negative outcomes. That's it. That's the only difference. Beyond this, there is no difference. So now if they ask you need for business ethics, don't write importance of business ethics. Both are different. Need for business ethics, stop business malpractices. Next one, improve customer confidence. Stop malpractices means example. Any example? Giving expired products. Do you remember Siddharth sir one movie? It's all about that food. Yeah, food. So lot of poisonous, not poisonous. Some diseases like water bottle. You take one example, bread one example. Next one, this one, oil, about oil, milk also. They're making milk with some chemicals, with banned items, maybe some urea, etc., etc. Because of drinking this water or milk or using that oil, it leads to cancer problems, for example. So those all things comes under malpractices. If you stop malpractices, customer confidence can be increased, so that you can survive your business in long run. And it leads to protection of consumer rights, and it leads to protection of employee shareholders rights. Develop good relationships with the community, simply with the employees, with the stakeholders, for smooth functioning of a company, for smooth functioning without any legal hurdles. For smooth functioning also we need what? Ethics. We need ethics. And consumer movements also demands ethics only. Consumer movements, you can see protest, consumers protest, that is also today demanding for ethics. Consumer satisfaction, consumer is the king of the market, so no sales, no profit without consumer satisfaction. So consumer satisfaction also demands ethics. Next one, importance of labor related laws, fair treatment to the employees, it also demands ethics. Healthy competition, healthy competition is also demanding ethics. Healthy competition, in right now we can see healthy competition is between Jio and Airtel. But also you see Dr. Reddy's and Sun Pharma, Laura's Labs. So yes, there is also competition between them. Now in competition, unfair trade practices means you have seen these kind of reels. Two competitors will be there, two sellers. One is with 50 rupees, other one is with 40 rupees. Looking at this fellow, he may change it as 30. And looking at this, he may change it 20. Now this fellow acquire all the things at 20 and he will fix a price of 300. That is malpractice. Avoiding, cutthroat competition. If you do like this, what happens? Initially, fellow peer competitors will be exploited. Finally, customers will be exploited. So these kind of practices are also demanding ethics. Simply, these 7 points, how many points? These 11 points. These 11 points today, they demand ethics. They demand ethics. Very simple to remember. MSc, movement, satisfaction, confidence. Consumer movement, consumer satisfaction, consumer confidence. Again, another MSc. C for competition, S for smooth functioning, and M for malpractice. MSc. What is first MSc? Consumer movements, consumer satisfaction, and next consumer confidence. Another MSc, M for malpractices, S for smooth functioning, C for competition. Other two is REG. REG. R stands for rights, customer rights. E stands for employees. G stands for good relations. So have a good relationship with employees. Have a good relationship with employees. So good customer rights, employees. That's it. Advantages of business ethics. Again, importance only you will see. Importance of business ethics, advantages of business ethics, you will see same points. See, competitive advantage, goodwill, there also we have seen the point. Goodwill depends upon productivity. Increased productivity, you need more number of customers, so increase your market share. Positive publicity means again goodwill only. Public accepts company products. Public expects business to show high ethical performance. That's what I'm telling you. Importance of business ethics, advantages of business ethics, remember any some 8 to 9 points, write 7 points. Leads to overall growth of the society, make change management easier, happy, helps in valuation integration with quality and strategy. Change management easier means, for example, previously labor intensive operations, our operations are labor intensive. Now we are changing it to capital intensive operations. For that, provide additional alternatives, provide alternatives to the employees, straight away removing them. How can they survive? So using business ethics concept, when you are giving fair treatment to the employees, they will also give okay, they will also approve for changes in the management. Next one, recognition of ethical issues in the business. Simply emerging issues. First of all, recognition is nothing but identification. Yes or no? First we need to identify. IBC CPE. I means first identify the problem. Next, make a balance of it. Sir, I'm in a dilemma, sir. Profits or customer satisfaction? Make a balance of it. Next, C stands for choose the correct option. Choose the correct option. You are appointed as an auditor by the members and directors are offering you 5 crores money. Which option I need to choose? Of course, we have to choose 5 crores only. Correct? Correct. But give disclaimer opinion. Next, next one, CPE. C stands for culture. Cultural practices also helps you to identify the ethical issues. Next one, P stands for perspective. Public perspective. Public perspective. You can see once upon a time, people perspective. Ladies should be house arrested. Now, gender equality. Perspective. How perspective is getting changed. And last, E stands for experience. Using experience, identify the ethical issues. Identify the ethical issues. Recognizing the ethical issues, identify the problem and opportunity. Wherever there is a crisis, there will be an opportunity. So we no need to blame the crisis, in all the places where crises are there, opportunity will definitely be there. Next one, choices, profit or customer satisfaction. Another one, perspective from customer, from competitor. Competitor point of view, we should charge reasonable price. Customer point of view, we should fix a reasonable price. Competitor point of view, we should increase our market share. Or simply this one, that real example only you take 30 20 20 40 like that, finally increasing the prices. Many businesses issues may look, it takes years of experience to understand what is truly acceptable or ethical. Experience makes you learn new things. Culture, ethics also influenced by cultures. Next, improving ethical behavior in the business. Conduct some awareness programs, educate them, teach them, that's it. So understanding ethical choices, 3 influencing factors, that is individual moral standards, influence of the manager's co-workers, opportunity to misconduct. Suppose when your manager is taking bribe, you will also try to take bribe only. Opportunity to do misconduct. See, today we are not doing mistakes means it's not a dignity, it's a lack of opportunity. I strongly believe that today we are not doing mistake means it is not a matter of dignity, it is a matter of lack of opportunity. If opportunity comes, everyone will become Harshad Mehta only. If opportunity comes, everyone will become Vijay Mallya sir only, Jai Vijay Mallya sir. Scam settlement in London. So evaluate the opportunities of misconduct and try to close the doors. That's it. Need for ethic policies, professional code of ethics, role of courts and training, enforcement builds acceptance. Last topic, emotional intelligence. It's all about study of our emotions. Today, let's take your paper verifier, examiner. Do you think from daily morning to evening he will do only correction works? He may be in practice, he may have family. Now with family pressures, with practice pressures, doing valuation, 7 out of 7 points are correct but giving 1 mark. Acceptable practice, unacceptable practice? Highly unacceptable practice. 6 months waiting next attempt. So that's what. So examiner while doing valuation, he should skip all these emotions while doing valuation. It's all about study of emotions. Daily, you take a managing director only. For example, you take managing director of the company only. Daily, he will talk with n number of people, right from suppliers to the customers. He will also have a family. So Considering only business relationships, ignoring family means family will be in threat. Or high focus on family, now business will be in threat. It's all about management of the emotions. Ability to understand, use, manage your emotions. Definitely one question will come from these two areas. Emotional intelligence means ability to understand, use and manage your emotions. Yes, so emotional intelligence is ability to understand, use, manage your own emotions in positive ways. Allu Arjun sir, one movie is there, where Prakash Raj sir will do a lot of meditation to manage emotions. Yeah, yes, that movie only. Ignore audience, you can ignore movie examples. Just it helps to relieve stress, communicate effectively, giving importance to others, overcome challenges and handle the conflicts. Emotional intelligence helps to build stronger relationships both at workplace as well as family places also. Schools work. It also helps to connect your feelings into the intentions into the action. So simply planning alone is not sufficient. Execution is important. During execution, if you are facing some kind of emotional imbalances, that execution will fail. That execution will fail. Simply imagine tomorrow is your examination and you read only 10%. You're having 24 hours time till today also till today also. I think last week I scolded ICI, and that day night I got a dream. Results were announced. One subject I got 60 plus in last attempt only. This attempt I got another 60 plus, and third subject I got 30 marks. Now I'm thinking about which exemption I need to carry. First of all, I need to write exam one more time. These are called bad dreams, yes or no? Already many times I got, one time I got a dream that, today is FR examination, I read nothing, in 6 hours I need to attempt examination. Oh my god, full pressure. Thank god alarm rang, and then I wake up, okay, no examination for today. So simply, okay, listen, first thing, 24 hours before your examination, you are having time of 24 hours. At least you can plan for 50% of the syllabus. Or else, think about, a lengthy question papers. For reading that question paper, 1 hour required. Now how many hours you are left with for writing examination? 2 hours. Now if you feel emotionally imbalanced person, the 2 hours also you can't use it. If you balance emotions, you can correctly implement the plans. So for emotional intelligence, what are the 4 key attributes? Many times this question came: self management, self awareness, social awareness, relationship management. First, you identify your emotions, your strengths, your weakness. First, you identify. Have some self confidence. So, self awareness means identification and confidence. Self management means manage your own emotions, adapt to the changes. Social awareness, empathy and understand other emotions. For example, you have been appointed as a manager, and a new trainee is there. You are telling to them, but they are not able to follow. If you scold them left and right, what is the use at all? No use at all. Try to explain it one more time in understanding way. So you should also give importance to others emotions. Create some socially comfortable environment to the work staff, then they can feel comfortable, they will work better. Relationship management, build and maintain good relationship, communicate clearly and influence others, work well in teams and manage the conflicts. Importance of emotional intelligence. Here, two terms will be given: IQ, EQ. IQ, intelligence quotient; EQ, emotional coefficient. So IQ and EQ must work together. IQ means intelligent quotient. Intelligence you commit from experience. You will get it from skills. Intelligence comes from skills. EQ, emotional coefficient, it comes from management of the emotions. So a successful manager should maintain a perfect balance. He should bring both IQ and EQ together. Then only he can achieve success. Performance at school or work, simply facing examinations, for example. Physical health, poor emotional control means poor stress management. Studies are telling high stress leads to release of thyroid. High stress leads to increase of BP chances. So improper health, simply that a health means health, two types of problems. One is mental health, other one is physical health. Release of thyroid means person may become fatty, obesity will comes, or person may become thin. I don't know about these things, just telling you. Next one, mental health. Suddenly person may become unsound mind also. Unsound mind also, ignore. Next one, relationships. Understand and manage your emotions, help express feelings clearly. It also helps to understand others, improving communication and relationships at work. 8, personal life. Simply effects of emotional intelligence. First, workplace you write. Importance of physical health, importance of mental health, importance of maintaining relationships. Let's continue marathon with the next topic, that is Indian Contract Act. If you see previous examination papers, one question is coming from general principles of the contract. And here I am not going to cover all the topics which are getting repeated in the previous examination question papers and model question papers. Those topics I am going to explain you. I'm going to conduct marathon of these topics. Now, contract means you all know, agreement plus legal enforceability. Agreement means promise and set of promises forming consideration for each other. Promise means offer plus acceptance. Simply offer plus acceptance equal to promise. Promise plus consideration equal to agreement. Agreement plus legal enforceability equal to contract. So for a contract, what are the essential elements to be satisfied? Remember 10 points. Offer, acceptance, and consideration, lawful object, competency to the parties, free consent. Free consent means there should be no forceful consent. Consent means identity of the minds. So two minds, two people should understand the things in a common way, in the same way, and that consent should be obtained. If consent is obtained by fraud, coercion, undue influence, misrepresentation, mistake, then contract becomes voidable for these four options. In case of mistake, contract becomes void. Capacity of parties, three conditions you need to fulfill: age of majority, sound mind, not disqualified by law. These three things you have to verify with individuals. For companies you have to check MOA. For companies, for artificial persons you check documents, MOA, that's it. Next one, types of contract. Yes, valid, void, voidable, illegal, and unenforceable. They will not ask you. So briefly write the types of contracts on the basis of valid enforceability. If they ask, just write headings and write 1 point. That kind of questions, my expectation, they won't ask. If they ask, write it. On the basis of formation, expressly implied. This is with people, and these two are with this tacit is with machines. E-contract is with websites. So quasi contract, for example, finder of lost goods is a quasi contract. Unjust enrichment. Executed, executory. Past, both the parties fulfill their obligations. Executed contract. One party obligation is pending, or both the parties obligations are pending, then we call it as executory. Only one party contract pending, only one party obligation pending, unilateral. Both the parties obligations are pending, bilateral. Okay na? So simply present continuous tense, executory. Past tense, executed. Offer and its essential elements. Last attempt, question came like this: acceptance and essential elements. Offer, essential elements. Offer means what? Making a statement, simply expressing our willingness, making a statement with a view to obtain consent from the other party. Must write simply the point. Offer, why we give offer? In order to obtain consent of the other party, to know other party is willing or not. So that's what, proposal or offer. When one person shows his willingness to do or abstain from doing anything with an intention of getting other person's consent, we call it as offer. Two elements you have to write in the definition. One is to do an act, abstain from doing an act. Two things you have to write: do an act, abstain from doing an act. Next one, two parties: one who gives offer, offerer, and to whom offer was given, offeree. Essential conditions: it must be clear, definite, complete. There should be no vagueness. Suppose I am having two cars, two Tata cars. One is Tata Nano, other one is Tata Harrier. Suppose I am giving offer, I am ready to sell car. Which car? Nano or Harrier? There is no certainty, or there is no clarity. That means that offer valid, invalid, invalid. So offer must be complete in all aspects, definite and clear. It must be communicated to the offeree. Communication should be done. Complete communication. Either it can be in writing or oral, or it can be either express or implied. Offer can be express or implied. General offer is an offer given to public at a large, like prospectus. Special offer is given to the identified person, that is like a private placement. Getting it, everyone? So essential conditions of the offer: complete communication, either express or implied, or in writing or oral. General offer, public at a large. Special offer to the specified person. Specific offer, specific offer to the specified person. Next one, acceptance. Acceptance means giving consent to the offer. Through acceptance, promise comes into the picture. Without offer, no contract. Without acceptance also, no contract. Legal rules, it can be either oral, writing. Same points, there also oral writing, here also oral writing. Express, implied. Specific method of acceptance is mentioned, it must be followed. For example, in prospectus, in company prospectus, it is telling that if you are ready to subscribe shares, file an application in a prescribed form. Now you have to submit application in the prescribed form only. Acceptance must be unqualified, absolute. That means, conditional acceptance not allowed. Conditional acceptance leads to counter offer. It leads to rejection of original offer. Counter offer always rejects original offer, though it may be accepted or rejected by the original offerer. Acceptance must be communicated. Here also there no, yes, oral, writing, express, implied, communicated. Mere silence does not amount to the acceptance, and acceptance must be within the time specified. If no time is specified, then within the reasonable time. So clear? Same points like offer. Same points like offer, remember. Oral or in writing. Express, implied. Must be communicated. Time bound. Cannot be conditional. If conditional, it leads to rejection of original offer. Counter offer rejects original offer. Even counter offer is accepted. New contract comes, not existing contract. Not, not based on original terms. Next, what are the remaining points, ma? Yes, that's it. One point I missed out. Yes, specific method of acceptance. If specific method of acceptance is mentioned, follow it accordingly. Next one, communication of offer and acceptance. Simply remember two things. When offer is getting communicated, when it reaches offeree. Clear? Offerer point of view, offeree point of view, communication of offer happens when it reaches offeree. Acceptance, coming to the acceptance. Offerer point of view, when you post it, offerer point of view, communication is done. Offeree point of view, communication of acceptance will be done when it is officially reaches offerer. Getting it? Communication of offer, offerer point of view, offeree point of view happens one time only, at one point of time. Whereas acceptance, offeree point of view, it reaches when it reaches offerer. Offerer point of view, when it is posted by the offeree. That's it. So why to remember these limits? Before these limits, if you want, you can revoke it. If acceptance is getting completed, then you can't revoke offer. If acceptance reaches offerer, then you cannot revoke acceptance. Revocation point of view, these limits you have to remember. Next one. Modes of revocation. Yeah, modes of revocation also important topic only. Offer is time bound, the time expired. Like Amazon sales only, you take Amazon offer, 3 days they kept, 3 days completed, lapse of offer. A revocation, you rejected the offer, lapse of the time. If the offer is not accepted within the specified time, then also offer will be lapsed. So okay, lapse of offer, offer period over, or offer also over. Next one, death or insanity of the parties. But this matter, if this matter, after knowing this matter, you cannot make acceptance. Before knowing this matter, if you accept it, that acceptance is valid only. Failure to fulfill the condition. They told for filing acceptance, you have to send a letter in a prescribed format. You gave acceptance normally, not followed the format, then also lapse of offer. Counter offer leads to revocation of original offer. Not accepting in the prescribed mode. A rejection, express rejection. Rejection is of two types, ma. One is express, other one is counter offer. Subsequent illegality or destruction of the subject matter. Subject matter over. Or else, you entered into a contract with Vijay Mallya for supply of one container of beverages. That contract is going to happen in the next month. But meanwhile, government declared agreement with Vijay Mallya is null and void. Or dealing with liquor is null and void. So subsequent illegality, offer will also comes to an end. Simply parties over, offer over, time over, offer over, subject matter over, offer over. Next one, prescribed mode not followed. Rejection, two types I told you. Express rejection, implied rejection, that is counter offer. Counter offer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Another one you have to remember. Failure to fulfill the condition. That's it. Death. Yes, part is over. That's what. Part is over. Offer also over. That's what subject matter over. Offer over. Remember 7 points. Void and voidable agreements. This question will not come in examination because this is a chapter overview. Unlawful consideration, maybe MCQ point of view it will come. Unlawful consideration, agreement is void. Agreement without consideration, chance is there for 7 marks. Agreement without consideration is void, but we had exceptions. Gratuitous bailment, morning only we have seen gratuitous bailment. Gift, next one, time barred debt. Remember these 3 points, then we will write. With respect to gift, it must be in writing, registered as per the Transfer of Property Act. It must be done out of natural love or external force. Natural love and affection between the close relatives. Next one, promise to compensate for something already done. This is past services. Acknowledging past services, you made a promise to compensate, then also valid only. Promise to pay time barred debt, here also in writing, signed by both the parties, and to pay debt which is barred by limitation law. So this section does not affect the gifts. Inadequate consideration does not void an agreement. Here we will check whether consent is free or not. Simply remember 4 points. Agreement without consideration, simply remember 4 points. One is gift, other one is time barred debt, other one is past services, and only 3 points. Okay. Only 3 points you have to remember. For gift, 4 conditions in writing: natural love and affection, registration to be done between the nearest relatives. Next one, past services, acknowledgement of past services. You are promising to pay some consideration. If it is in writing, then you are bound by it. Time barred debt also in writing about time barred debt and signed by the promisor. Enough. First point is a general point. Without consideration, agreement is void. Last point, nothing affects even though the consideration is inadequate, because parties free consent there or not there, we will check. If free consent is there, valid. Agreement in respect of marriage, void. Agreement in respect of trade also void, but exception, remember, exception, sale of goodwill, one exception, but the two with reasonable restrictions like specified local limits. Reasonable local limits you have to remember. Next one, agreement in respect of legal proceedings, chance is there for 7 marks. Chance is there. Absolute restriction is void. But we had exceptions. Instead of going to court, can we consult arbitrators? Yes. Either arbitration for future disputes, arbitration for existing disputes. Next one, banking financial institution guarantees. So here also fixing a time period, yes, contract is enforceable. Agreement that ends party rights or discharges party from the liability under a contract after a fixed time in such a way that it prevents legal enforceability is also void to the extent. Here one point is there, not less than 1 year from the occurrence or non-occurrence of a specified event. Generally who will give guarantees? Bankers will issue bank guarantees. They will not keep these bank guarantees for infinity period, because bank guarantee is a contingent liability to the bank. So they may impose a condition like this: if you want to enforce this bank guarantee, enforce it within 2 years, enforce within 3 years, like that they can fix a time. After that, no enforceability, allowed us are allowed, but the duration should be 1 year. Again I'm telling you, the logic is BGs is a contingent liability to the bank. Some 5 years back it issued a BG. Now what banker is telling, that is inoperative, that is not at all applicable. So here waiting period minimum waiting period is 1 year. If you want to terminate BG, if you want to enforce BG, you can terminate within a reasonable time, but that reasonable time is of minimum 1 year. Sir, after 1 year BG inoperative, yes. Who is imposing this condition? Bank. Sir, banker having that controller, yes. That means restraint of legal proceedings only. Restricted to time period. Agreement void for uncertainty, yes. If someone promises you that give me 10,000 rupees, I'll show you next attempt question paper. Possible or not possible, ma? Definitely not possible, ma. So those kind of agreements are void. Agreement by way of wager, simply betting agreements. We have seen a lot of betting apps. Betting agreements, valid or void? void. But we had an exception, horse racing prizes. This act was drafted in the year 1872. That time, you know, kings used to have fun because of these horse races. Even not latest movie, 2000 movie, you see Arunachalam Rajni sir one movie, horse racing game is there. So horse racing game is also actually void, but if a prize of 500 or more is given to the winner of the horse, those kind of programs, those kind of prizes are allowed. That's it. 500 or more not considered as wagers. Why 500 only? No logic at all. Why that much small amount? As per 1872, 500 means today it may be equal to some 5000 crores. Ignore. Next one, consideration. Legal rules regarding consideration. It must move at the desire of promisor from promisee or another person, at the desire of promisor, promisee, or any third party doing an act as per promisor instructions or as per promisor desire. We call it as consideration. Consideration need not be money only. It can be monetary, it can be non-monetary. Consideration may be an act, abstinence, forbearance. For example, I came to you and I'm telling like this. For example, you are having one restaurant. I'm telling to you, opposite I can open restaurant. Can I open the restaurant, or will you pay me a goodwill of some 50,000 rupees? I'm asking you. And you are paying me 50,000 for doing an act, not doing an act, not doing an act. Abstinence, forbearance, or a written promise. For example, I'm not paying money, I'm not paying installment to the banker. Banker immediately sent legal notice to me. Now I said, I'll pay interest portion, please ignore those legal proceedings. Banker said, okay. Now I'm paying interest. Banker is getting interest. For me, what I'm getting? Forbearance to show. That is also consideration only. Sometimes, consideration means not only doing an act, but also abstinence. Not doing an act also consideration only. It can be monetary, non-monetary. It can be adequate, need not be adequate. It must not be unlawful. It may be present to past to future, but it is not bound to do. Already not bound to do. For example, police. For example, I'm telling, when you lost something, when you file a complaint with police, it is the duty of police to find out the lost articles. Yes or no? To find out the lost articles, whose duty? Police. Now police, will they expect anything? Sir, we will find out the article, sir, but what is the consideration for us? No, 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 you are already bound to do these acts. So again, fresh consideration required or not required? Not required. Next, must not be unlawful, need not be adequate, must not be illusory. Like, going to temple, donating some 10,000 rupees. Are what are you getting in return? Sir, some good signs, sir. Is it a real or illusory? Illusory. It must not be opposed to public policy. Like bribes, for example. Bribe. Raghuvaran BTech movie, you have seen it. I'll bribe you 50 crores. Give me that contract. It must not be opposed to public policy, and no pre-existing obligations. Pre-existing obligation. Already you are bound to do that contract. Again, you are expecting fresh consideration. Allowed or not allowed? Not allowed. Simply at the desire of promisor, promisee, or third person giving that amount. Need not be adequate, need not be monetary, must not be illusory. Next one, not be pre-existing obligations, something of value. Sufficient 7 marks if they ask. Write 7 points. Consideration not only results in act, but also from abstinence. No consideration, no contract. Simply we have seen that point already. 3 exceptions I told you. What are those 3 exceptions? Past services, agree to pay compensation. Next one, time bar debt. Next one, gift when agreed in writing, registered as per the law, nearest relatives, out of natural love and affection. Same points you can see. Legality of the object. Sir, when an object is said to be legal, sir, first of all, it is not prohibited by court. Suppose betting, you see, Cabinet of Ministers already passed a GO stating that betting is illegal. Now you should not enter into such forbidden agreements. It should not defeat the provisions of any law. It should not defeat the provisions of any law. Suppose entering into agreement with terrorists, supplying guns to them. With those guns, what they do, will they do a Diwali festival? They do Diwali festival with public. Opposite to public policy, not allowed. Fraud, not allowed. Injury to the person, property of another fellow. Simply, giving money to one rowdy, go and occupy that property. I'll give you 20% consideration. Now it affects what? It affects one person or one person's property, not allowed. Immoral, opposite to public policy, not allowed. So simply remember these 5 points. When an object said to be lawful, sir. Every time object is said to be lawful unless the following things. One is forbidden by law, defeats the provisions of the law, opposite to public policy, injury to the person or property, fraudulent. Fraudulent. E-contracts. One attempt we have seen e-contracts. Essential elements of e-contracts. Write all the essentials of a normal contract. Offer, acceptance, consideration, lawful object, lawful consideration. Next one, offer, acceptance, consideration, lawful object, possibility of performance, certainty of the terms, legality. Next one, writing, stamping, etc., etc. Offer, acceptance, consideration, intention to create legal relation, competent to the parties. Yeah, competency to the parties. Free consent we missed out. Lawful object, possibility of performance. E-contracts means paperless contracts. Simply Amazon contract, Flipkart contracts, buying and selling of goods over Amazon, OLX, etc. Features of e-contracts, very simple: speed, accuracy, reliable. How to sign these contracts? Digital signature, OTPs. These contracts are regulated by IT Technology Act 2000. Offerer website, Amazon website, display to the public. Emails used to negotiation. Email contract is also enforceable. An electronically signed contract cannot be denied legal validity simply because it is in electronic form, was delivered electronically. Next one, constraints to enforce contractual obligations. Constraints, not yes, constraints means limitations. Limitations. Sir, why can't we enforce contracts? Because some limitations. What are those limitations? Minor, unsound, disqualified by law. Sir, you told exactly reverse. This is competency to the contract. Exactly opposite you see. Minor cannot enter into the contract. Unsound mind cannot enter into the contract. Disqualified by law cannot enter into the contract. That means, can we enforce contractual obligations? No. We cannot enforce contractual obligations if you enter into contract with these three people. About minor, you can see points only. Position of minor's agreement and its effects. And you all know who is a minor. Minor means who has not attained age of 18 years. But if he is someone living with guardian, not with parents, for him 21 years is the age limit. And for inheritance of the properties also 21 years is the age limit. Next one, position of minor agreement. Minor agreement, all agreements with minor is void ab initio. Rule of estoppel will not apply. That means, first of all, he is showing a fake Aadhaar card. He is telling that he is a major person. He entered into a contract. Later, he showed original Aadhaar card. Sir, myself minor, sir. No. Estoppel. Once you made a statement, you are bound by the statement. That logic applicable to minor, not applicable to minor, not applicable to minor. Estoppel not applicable. Doctrine of restitution also not applicable. If you give loan to minor, minor misused the funds, now you cannot recover amount from minor. If minor is having some 30,000, 40,000 small amount, you can take it. But you can't ask minor, since void agreements, whatever benefit you got, you have to return it. Whatever benefit you give, you can take back it. But if it is with minor, restoration benefit is not there. Ratification also not possible, because ratification is possible only for lawful acts. Agreement with minor is void ab initio, void from the beginning. So unlawful acts can't be ratified. If it is a contract for the benefit of the minor, for example, partnership agreement for the benefit of a partner. Now that agreement valid or invalid? Valid. Agreement for the benefit of minor is valid only, whereas agreement with minor is void. Minor as an agent. Minor can be appointed as an agent. We have seen in contract of agency. Agent to no liability, minor to no liability. Minor's liability for necessities. Minor is not liable. Minor estate is liable. And minor can never be adjudged as insolvent, because minor liability is 0. Whereas insolvent liabilities will be less than assets. First of all, minor will not have any liability, so minor cannot be declared as insolvent. In case of agreement with minor and adult, adult is liable, minor is not liable. Person of sound mind. Unsound mind intervals, contract void, agreement void. Sound intervals, agreement is valid. Simply you take a drunken person, after consumption of some alcohol, is he capable entering into the contract? No, not capable. That's it. Other disqualified persons, remember the names, align enemy. That means, for example, if there is a war between India and USA, USA citizens become align enemy to us. Foreign sovereigns, ambassadors. Foreign sovereigns, simply Mr. Trump. Ambassadors, embassies, foreign embassies in India. Convicts, jailers. No, not jailers. Prisoners. Insolvent, disqualified. Company statutory bodies subject to MOA. If the object clause, if object clause is selling a technology business for real estate contract, are they qualified or disqualified? Disqualified. Next, free consent. Tell me when consent is said to be free. When it is not caused by fraud, coercion, undue influence, misrepresentation, mistake. Then the consent is said to be free. In case of inadequate consideration, tell me, in case of inadequate consideration, court checks whether free consent is there or not. If there is no free consent, then agreement is voidable. Either valid or void, who decides? Aggrieved party decides. Coercion means harassment, simply harassment, threatening or committing through threatening to commit, committing or threatening to commit an act forbidden by IBC, like I'll kill you. Unlawful detaining or threatening to detain any property to the which is having negative impact on any person with an intention of causing that person to enter into the agreement. Simply, in Surya sir movies, I think that Singham series, yes series, first part, if you see, Prakash Raj sir usually kidnap a small people of the, usually kidnap kids of rich people. If you give money, your kid will come back, or else I'm going to kill your kid. That is nothing but coercion. What is the effect of coercion? Contract becomes voidable at the option of aggrieved party. Aggrieved party will decide either to whether to continue or cancel. Next, undue influence. The difference between undue influence and coercion. In case of coercion, external pressure, physical pressure, mental pressure. But in case of undue influence, only mental pressure. Only mental pressure. Here you will find two parties: dominant party, weaker party. Dominant party exercising the dominance keep weaker party at risky conditions. Now weaker party point of view, this contract becomes voidable. Affect the same. Weaker party will decide whether to continue or cancel the contract. For weaker party, you can see the words how, depending on the age, very senior citizen, for him property important or medicine important? Medicine important. You are telling that I'll give medicine provided you register property on my name. Examples: permanent illness, mental, bodily distress. So how we can identify whether a party is weaker party or not? Depending on the age, illness, mental and bodily distress. Same presumptions, same effects, effect of undue influence, effect of coercion, same points. Some extra points you can see, that is, between husband and wife, between parent and child, guardian and ward, doctor and patient. So generally where undue influence will be there, in these kind of relationships, undue influence will be there. I think last one should be wrong, but okay, they wrote it, we have to follow it. Fiance and fiancée. In these cases, law presumes that undue influence may have been used to the nature of the relationship, and there is no such presumption here. Don't think that landlord will have pressure on tenant, because landlord only owner of one property, tenant occupier of multiple properties. If this property is not good, I'll go with another property. Husband and wife, unless wife is Pardhanashin woman. If wife is restricted to home only, for example, then undue influence will be there. Normally undue influence will not be there between husband and wife. Okay, lawmaker when he wrote, I don't know. In these cases, existence of relationship is not enough to presume undue influence. Effect we have seen, same effect, voidable. He may continue or he may cancel the contract. Burden of proof lies on the weaker party, that undue influence has been exercised. Coercion has been exercised. Who wants to cancel the contract? Simply, who wants to avoid the contract, they must prove there is undue influence, there is coercion. On the other hand, they must prove that there is no undue influence. Next one, fraud. These 5 elements constitutes fraud. What is fraud? Making false statements or concealing material information. Simply, disclosing incorrect information or hiding correct information, both constitutes fraud. And third one is making a promise without an intention to perform. Deceiving the person. All these come under fraud. Remember these 5 points. Act or omission that law declares to be fraudulent. Like, related party transaction. Do you remember? At the time of appointment of a director, Companies Act is telling if you have interest in body corporate entities, you disclose. But you didn't disclose. Omission to disclose, fraud only. So simply giving wrong information, hiding material information, making a promise without intention to perform, deceiving the public or deceiving anyone, and finally last one is non-disclosure. Simply omission to declare, where law is asking you to declare but you are omitted, you are not giving, you are not declaring it. That's it. If you observe carefully, B and E points technically same. B and E points are technically same. Effect of fraud, same point. Contract becomes voidable at the option of aggrieved party. He may decide whether to continue or discontinue. So he is the one who wants to cancel the contract. On that fellow only burden of proof will be there. There is a fraud, sir. Once he proves, burden of proof shifts to other party. No, sir. Court will listen to the arguments. Court, which one is beneficial to the society or which one is according to the provisions of law. That only they will give judgment. Silence amounts to the fraud. Yes or no? Generally no, but when there is a circumstance, imposing duty on you to speak, but you are not speaking, or where silence equivalent to speech. Silence equivalent to speech. They are asking you to specify the specify litigations. For example, in prospectus, it is the duty of company to disclose all the material litigations on the company. Non-disclosure, simply silence in those matters amounts to what? Speech. Accordingly it will be treated as fraud. Half truth is always dangerous. Change in circumstances, if change is not communicated, it also amounts to the fraud. Simply in red herring prospectus you will see the word, first we will issue red herring prospectus, finally we will issue main prospectus. Any changes happen between these two prospectus shall be highlighted. If you are not giving it, if you are not disclosing the change in circumstances, it also leads to fraud. Suppose company is regularly paying dividends of 10%, not out of revenue profits but out of capital profits. Now if you are not disclosing capital profit word, then what public thinks? Might be revenue profits only. Capital profits I can have until I have assets. If asset balance becoming zero, you tell me, can I still sell the assets? No. That means at one point of time capital profits will become zero. So half truth to fraud, change in circumstances, and if you are not reporting the change in circumstances, that is also fraud. Misrepresentation. Fraud, misrepresentation, the difference is the person making statement know that it is a false, but still he make a statement. That is fraud. That is fraud. Whereas misrepresentation, the person is not having the knowledge whether it is true or untrue, he don't know. Simply he make a statement, but ultimate effect is same. In case of fraud, extra punishment comes. In case of misrepresentation, punishment will not come. Understood, everyone? Yes. If you are making a statement knowing that that is a wrong, but still you are making a statement, means fraud. You don't know whether that is true or not, but you are making a statement, you are giving a confirmation. We call it as misrepresentation. Perfect example if you want for misrepresentation is, bikes, they will tell 60 liters per liter, sorry, 60 kilometers per liter they will tell, but originally we get 50 only. If we ask them, they will tell, speed consistent, don't apply brakes, road should be smooth. In that case you need to bring the treadmill something and keep that vehicle on it. Now you will get desired mileage. So that's what, subject to assumptions ma. Okay, effect of misrepresentation also same ma. Cancel the contract, continue the contract. A exception, by means to discover the truth by ordinary diligence, and if you are not getting that truth, then only contract is voidable. By reasonable inquiry you can find out the truth. By reasonable inquiry you can find out the truth. Now can you make it as a not voidable, sir? No. That's what, vehicles you see, they will give it for test drive. You can have a test drive and you can confirm it whether it is giving desired mileage or not. If you are not doing it, means, it's up to you. When option is there, you are not availing the option, but if you want to cancel the contract, we won't give that option. So this exception for misrepresentation, remember. Mistake of law does not invalidate the contract because it's your mistake, you didn't read the law. Mistake of fact, contract becomes, agreement becomes void. For example, I entered into a contract with you to sell my Tata Harrier car. Later I came to know my Harrier car lost. So mistake of fact. I thought that car is there, but later I came to know car is not there. And you also have seen my car, but due to some earthquake or due to some tsunami, car not there. That's it. So mistake of fact, unilateral mistake will not cancel the contract. Bilateral mistake cancels the contract. Mistake of law, it's your mistake, not mistake of the law. So contract cannot be avoided. However, if one party has induced into contract by mistake of the law, the contract may be avoided. Simply you told to minor, hey, you are having contractual capacity. Sir, I am minor. No, no, no. Right now, 17 years is the only age limit. Like that, you made minor to enter into the contract. So this is a mistake of law. You induced another party to enter into the contract. So contract becomes void. Mistake of facts, contract is void. Very simple mistake as to law cannot be avoided. Mistake as to the fact can be avoided. That means it becomes void. So mistake act to the fact, these are the 6 points you can see. Mistake as to the subject matter. About existence, we thought car is there, and identity also we have seen white color car. And quality, for a product you want, coming to the quality, first grade or second grade, like in cars the quality means top end, basic car, high end, basic car. Quality, quantity of the subject matter, one car. Title, ownership. Price, fixation of the price. Any mistake happen to the things, contract becomes void. Contract becomes void. We don't know about the existence, we entered into the contract is void. We don't know, we didn't identify the subject matter, again contract is void because there is no certainty of the terms. Next one, quality, high end, base end, we are not discussing that, also void only. Quantity, if there is a mutual mistake about the quantity, then also agreement is void. No ownership, agreement is void because nemo dat quod non habet. No one can transfer better title than he possesses. If both parties are mistaken about the price, you are telling 1, in your mind it is 1 crore. I am telling 10, in my mind it is 10 lakhs. Getting my point? That means, mistake about the price. Mistake about the price, agreement is void. Physical impossibility, agreement becomes void. Legal impossibility, agreement becomes void. Product damaged, subject matter damaged, still execution of contract possible or sir? Not possible. Contract becomes void. Legal impossibility, if contract requires something legally not allowed, it is also void. Say for example, government passing a GO telling that liquor sales by private individuals is void. Now private individuals cannot enter into liquor contracts. That's it. Unilateral mistake, a contract is not void, not voidable just because one party is under a mistake. Unilateral mistake cannot be used as a defense to avoid the contract unless it is caused by fraud or misrepresentation of other party. Bilateral mistake void unilateral mistake is valid only. The mistake not valid. I'm not telling about mistake. Contract is valid. But if you are induced by fraud or misrepresentation, then contract can be avoidable. Next, quasi contract, simply similar to finder of lost goods rights. If you write rights of the finder of lost goods, quasi contracts is over. So here you can see the responsibility of finder of goods. So circumstances in which quasi contracts, quasi contract based on unjust enrichment. That means what? No one should become rich at the cost of others. So if item belongs to you, only you can enjoy, not others. So supply of necessaries. If you supply necessaries to the minor or dependents of the minor, you can claim that amount from the incompetent person property. Right to recover money paid for another person. For example, you take Google Pay. By mistake, last number you entered wrong. You thought of paying to Ramesh and amount went to Suresh. Now Suresh should return that money to you because wrongful payment. Right to recover for non-gratuitous act. For example, you are in 305, flat number 305. I ordered food. My flat is 503. The delivery boy wrongly came to 305 and delivered that item to you. First of all, what you should tell? We never ordered. But you didn't tell. You took that packet and you completed it. Now when delivery boy came to you, tell me, are you liable to pay amount or not liable to pay amount? Or liable to pay, because delivery boy is not making food donations. Yes or no? Delivery boy will collect the amount. Right to recover for non-gratuitous. Non-gratuitous. It is not a gratuitous act. It is non-gratuitous act. Finder of lost goods, find out the true owner and return the items to the true owner. If a person receives money or anything by mistake under coercion, he is required to repay the money or return the thing received. If you really ask him, he will pay. Will he pay? Will he pay? For example, a smuggler, for example, kidnapper taking money from you, and if you tell, showing this point, hey, you are liable to return that money. You want one more kidnap for free? Like that, he will ask. Ignore. Next, contingent contract. Contingent contract. That means what? Certain or uncertain? Uncertain. Happening of an event. Happening of an event decides whether to continue the contract or not. For example, I'm seller of kiwi fruits. That kiwi fruits are coming from New Zealand via ship. Now you came to me, you offered me, or suppose I'm giving offer. I'm ready to sell some 1 ton of kiwi fruits provided ship arrives safely. Now this contract is enforceable upon safe arrival of the ship. If ship is not coming to the port, then this contract enforceable or not enforceable? So contract enforceability depending on happening or non happening of an event, then that contracts are known as contingent contracts. Best example for contingent contracts is indemnity contracts. Now in contingent contract, rules important rules important. Four rules we are having. Sir, fifth one, sir, this is not a rule at all. Contingent contract dependent on impossible event. Impossible event example, suppose I'll pay you 10 lakh rupees if you make dead person alive. Will it happen? Or else I'll pay you 10 lakh rupees if Titanic ship reaches port safely. Titanic ship already became Titanic ship. It is in the water. It never comes. Then tell me, dependent on impossible event, or else I pay you some 10,000 rupees if sun rises in west. All these things not happen. So straight away these contracts are void. So ignore fifth one. First 4 points if you see. And that too, first 4 points, 1 and 3 similar points. In first point there is no time limit. In third point there is a time limit. In second point there is no time limit. Fourth point you will see time limit. So technically there are only 2 points 2 points written in 4 points, just adding the time factor. Like you take insurance company for example, we will pay you compensation if ship not arrives to the port. Now when this contract is enforceable, if ship comes up, ship doesn't come. If ship doesn't come, simply if ship sink into the water, happening of an uncertain event, for example, ship sink into the water, I'll pay you compensation. But insurance contracts are time bound contracts, that is 1 year. Within 1 year, if ship is not sinking into the water, we won't pay you any compensation. Sir, 1 year completed, sir. After 1 year, after 5 days, ship sink into the water. Now will you pay compensation, sir? No, insurance contract already expired. So that's what happening of an event, non-happening of a event. Similarly, happening of future event, non-happening of a future event. Like sale, for example, sale of kiwi fruits. I will sell you kiwi fruits provided ship arrives safely. Now this contract is enforceable if ship arrives. Getting my point? One is insurance contract, I'm telling you, non-happening of an event, ship sinking into the water. If ship sinking into the water, contract is enforceable. If ship is not sinking into the water, insurance contract is not enforceable. At the same time, if ship arrives safely, I'll sell you kiwi fruits. On happening of the contract, this contract will be, on happening of the event, this contract enforceability depends. Both, if you keep any time, 3-4 points. If you're not keeping any time limits, 1-2 points. They may ask you, they may definitely ask you, enforcement of contingent contract rules, like that they will ask. 7 marks, right? 5 points. For fifth point you can remember. First 2 points if you remember, 3-4 just add time point. Happening of future uncertain event, non-happening of future uncertain event. Happening of uncertain event within 1 year, non-happening of uncertain event within 1 year. Discharge of contracts. By performance, contract comes to an end, or by agreement, say for example alteration, novation, novation. Old contracts, what happened? Old contracts will be cancelled. Lapse of time. Lapse of time. Operation of law. Suppose parties died. For example, Mr. Rajamouli sir appointed X as a cameraman. X died. Legal hairs will come and perform. Contract comes to an end. Contract comes to an end. Camera, it's a artist work. Impossibility of performance breach. So because of these reasons, contract comes to an end. Discharge by performance, either actual or attempted, there should be a performance. A discharge by agreement, you can see novation, alteration, rescission, nothing but cancellation. Remission, accepting lesser performance. Waiver, rescission, both looks same. Remission, cancellation. Waiver, I'm going to release my rights. I'm going to release you. Both cases same effect. In these two cases, original contract cancelled. Whereas 3-5 cases, original contract and all contracts will be cancelled. Remission means accepting a lesser performance. For example, you take bank loans. You took a loan of some 10 lakh rupees. Mr. X took a loan of 10 lakh rupees. Not in a position to repay. Banker gave one-time settlement option. If you pay 4 lakhs, we are going to cancel the debt. X paying 4 lakhs, he will be discharged from only 4 lakhs or 10 lakhs. From the entire 10 lakhs, he will be discharged. That is nothing but remission. Remission. Discharge by lapse of time. Discharge by lapse of time. Every contract must be performed within fixed time. If time expired, then no need to perform at all. Suppose today is your birthday. 8 o'clock you want to celebrate it. You ordered for a cake. If it comes by 8, you will celebrate. If it comes after 12 o'clock today, no need to celebrate. Discharge by operation of law, death of a party, insolvency of the party. All these are, I'm telling you, personal nature contracts. Personal nature contracts, like cameraman, for best example. Sir, not personal nature contracts, sir. For example, payment of loans, you take payment of loans. If a person, borrower died, no problem. Legal hair is still liable. So I'm talking about personal nature contracts. Insolvent, discharged. Unauthorized material alteration, discharged. Suppose, you promised to pay 50,000 rupees. And he told 0 has no value, added some 2 zeros. Now you promised to pay how much amount? 50. But how much amount is appearing on the note? 50 lakhs. Liable or not liable? Discharged. Merger. Vodafone merged with Idea. Vodafone merged with Idea. Now who will provide telecom services to Voda users? Idea will provide services, not Voda. Voda already gone, replaced. Impossibility of performance. Simply contingent contract only you take. On safe arrival of ship, I will sell you the kiwi fruits, but ship didn't came. Impossibility of performance. Discharge by breach. Breach means what? Non-fulfillment of the promises. Then also discharge comes into the picture. Failure of the party to perform the obligations. Breach of contract brings an end to the obligations created by it. Termination of the contract. Both the parties agreed to terminate the contract. Both the parties gave notice of termination. Simply, this is also like a rescission only. Rescission. Rescission. Next one. Attempted performance conditions. This is for attempted performance. Performance should be unconditional. Must specify the time and place. Give reasonable opportunity to ensure that you are fulfilling the promise. Deliver something. The promise must have reasonable opportunity to inspect. Offer made to one or more joint promises, same legal effect as an offer made to all of them. Very simple. See, in a partnership firm ABC, 3 partners are there. When offer is given to A, it means offer is also given to B and C. Assignment means, best example, a court declaring one person as an insolvent. Now all the properties, all the rights of insolvent person are assigned to official assignee. So you can also see SURFACE Act. Assignment was commonly used in SURFACE Act 2002. Assignment makes transactions simpler and faster. It happens only with the court orders or through separate agreements. In such case, argument there is no privity of contract is not valid. Simply observe carefully. For example, Mr. Iyer took a loan from SBI. How much? 40 lakhs. and higher filed an application with the court, declare him as insolvent. Court declared him as an insolvent and court appointed official assignee. Now when official assignee is coming and talking with SBI, SBI telling, hey, privity of contract, who are you? You can't deal with me. Can they do, can they tell like that? No. Court order is enough. Court order is enough. So privity of contract provisions will not apply. Normal points only. Next one, Sale of Goods Act, representation warranties, Sale of Goods Act, just give one time reading, sufficient. Simply representation, any misfire is there, that means it becomes misrepresentation. Again, misrepresentation definition you can see. To induce other party into the contracts, we will make statements. If they are positive statements, no problem. If they are negative statements, simply to attract them to enter into the contract. You know that is wrong, but still you are making that statement. That means fraud. That means fraud. Impossibility and force majeure. Again, see the headings once. Check the headings. It is nothing but, contingent contracts, right? Happening of the event. Which event? Uncertain event within specified time, like that. Contingent on impossible events. To do impossible events. Impossible or unlawful events. Again, combining those points under one heading, impossibility and force majeure, this question will be over. Novation, normal process, tender procedure. If this question comes, if this question comes, principles of public buying, just remember Raghuvaran BTech movie. Raghuvaran BTech movie, that slum clearance project is there, right? So government will invite tenders and government selects the tender which is suitable for the project. Now you can see Raghuvaran sir, maybe monthly once or weekly once, when phase wise work is getting completed, he will keep bills with the government. Government will release the amounts. Here giving bills to one department, the department will further send the documents to finance department. Finance department will make payments. But finance department, before making payments, they will check budgeting related things. So simply just give one time reading, how the procedure is going to happen. Just give one time reading. Suppose your requirement is 20 units, will you purchase 20 or 30 units? 20 only, because if you purchase 30, additional 10 funds will be blocked, and again for storing them, storage cost is extra. So like that you can see, over purchasing avoid, fair and transparent manner, and select offer meet all the requirements, price reasonable, each stage wise reason the records for procurement decisions. All ministers departments must prepare annual procurement plan and publish it on the website. So procurement description, specifications of the item which we need, and follow standards. Like Raghuvaran BTech, you can see those bricks they are purchasing. Initially all the bricks are quality less bricks. So simply imagine that movie, just one time read these points, you can remember the procedure. Understood? So with this, general principles of contract completed.